On the glowing TV screen, a news anchor flashes her practiced smile, kicking off the broadcast with a clear voice. The hunters today. Before her smile even fades, she gestures toward the brawny man seated right next to her. Tonight's guest is the A-rank hunter, Ibuki Yugo. The guy plays it cool, just a simple good evening. Without missing a beat, the host immediately starts hyping him up. You just led a successful raid against the Kravage Golem in the first Great Snowfield dungeon. We'd love to hear your thoughts on the battle. The hunter smugly brushes back his hair, ready to show off. Well, it was a perfect match for my A-rank class. Fire Mage. The blue light of the television casts a lonely glow on the back of a young man watching. In that dim light, the blank face of 23-year-old Ninomiya Sukasa is revealed. His voice is bitter. An A-rank, huh? The sound of the cheering crowd on TV just buzzes in his ears. High-rank classes really are amazing. Everyone is looking at him with pure admiration. The brighter the TV's glamour, the more Sukasa shrinks into the dark corner of his messy room, muttering resentfully, "Why can't that be me?" As if to mock him, a bright blue status window pops up right in his face, displaying his name, Ninomiya Sukasa, age 23, level 1, and his class, S-rank Trapmaster, came with a paper-thin stamina of 6 and energy of 5. Staring at the insanely high-ranked yet useless title, he clenches his fist, sweat breaking out in pure frustration, even though he himself was an S-rank. To understand this cruel twist of fate, we need to rewind to the year 2020. This was the moment the world changed forever, the moment everything began to revolve around dungeons. It all started when magic gates began tearing through the night sky. They appeared across the entire globe, revealing unknown territories behind them. And through them went hunters, tiny figures drawing their swords against colossal beasts. Inside these dungeons lay deadly traps and ferocious monsters that had made the place their nest. But the reward for facing these lethal dangers was magical treasure. More importantly, mysterious artifacts beyond human comprehension were sleeping inside. A chalice that poured out endless wine, an elixir that could heal any wound, unseen power that could shatter even the toughest of spoils. Dragon horns harder than any diamond. A downpour of gold and riches followed, triggering a sudden evolution for all of humanity. Anyone who collected them could gain immense wealth. At the same time, people began to awaken classes. A man smirks in satisfaction as he contains the swirling purple magic dancing in his palm. With this new power, humans could finally stand tall and face down even the most brutal dragons. Their physical abilities skyrocketed, and they learned to use incredible skills. These were the ones who returned with loot from the dungeons, slicing through monsters with a single, clean swing of a katana. These proud survivors became known as hunters. Their great deeds were immortalized in massive golden statues, establishing a brand new social order. And so, an economy centered around dungeons was born, along with an extreme meritocracy. Anyone who awakened a high-rank class was guaranteed respect and a high position. But on the other side of that glory were the weak, like Sukasa, left to be crushed under the heels of the strong. Even a dropout, even someone in his situation. Shaking off the dark memories, his eyes lock onto his status window with renewed anger. S-rank Trap Master. It reveals all the traps within a dungeon. A faint smirk touches Sukasa's lips as he pieces together his initial hope. If you awaken a high-rank class, your life is supposed to change. And the class he awakened was the S-rank Trap Master. The boy he once was had dreamed of creating dazzling blue magic arrays with a wave of his hand. He would dominate any battlefield in dungeons filled with countless traps. After all, controlling the traps was like controlling the dungeon itself. A radiant smile had bloomed on his face, full of burning ambition. When he awakened this supposedly ultimate class, he was absolutely thrilled. That should have been the greatest day of his life. But harsh reality came crashing down, devouring every single one of his expectations. That was 2 years ago. It happened when he tried to use his skill for the very first time, during his hunter license exam. The memory takes him back to the exam center, where an examiner adjusted his glasses and pointed toward a target. "Okay, please show us your skill. You won't be penalized for using skills here, even if you're unlicensed." Sukasa confidently clenched his fist in front of his chest and yelled, "Understood!" Pouring every ounce of strength he had into it, the young man thrust his arm forward with a sharp gaze and roared, "Activate trap!" But in response to his epic pose, there was absolute silence. Not a single spark of magic, just the crowd behind him, staring dumbfounded. Panic began to set in. Sukasa's pupils shrank as he stared at his own useless hand, a cold sweat breaking out across his forehead. What, the skill won't activate? In the crushing, awkward silence, he pulled his hand back, utterly confused and stammering. Huh? Even the examiner standing by had to cock his head and frown, asking, Is there a problem? Sukasa tried to salvage what was left of his dignity. Sukasa held up one finger, forcing a strained smile at the examiner. Ah, no, just one more time. Refusing to quit, he gathered his strength and thrust his hands forward again. The crowd behind him started to look bored, watching the desperate young man flail his hands wildly in the air. The only answer to his throat-shredding scream of "Gah!" was the examiner's cold, deadpan stare as he adjusted his glasses. It was no use. Sukasa stared down at his own trembling hands, his mind reeling in absolute panic. No way. Impossible. It can't be. It just can't be happening. The examiner let out a long sigh while the crowd behind him began to whisper and gossip with judging eyes. Putting a stop to this whole charade, the examiner narrowed his eyes and asked, "Ninomiya, what exactly are you trying to do?" Sukasa frantically pointed to his system window, trying to explain, This one's different. It's a skill that forces traps to activate and attack enemies." The blue skill panel clearly displayed every line of text skill details: trap activation, forcefully activating traps installed in a dungeon, low energy cost, 0 skill proficiency. As if grasping at straws, his eyes shot open, suddenly realizing how his class was supposed to work. That's it. It must only work on actual traps inside a real dungeon. He turned to the examiner with a hopeful gaze, but the man just looked away and let out another soul-crushing sigh. As light glinted off his glasses, he passed judgment without a shred of mercy. Every now and then, you get people like this. He called them frauds who fake their ranks, or just delusional individuals who can't tell the difference between fantasy and reality. Feeling insulted, Sukasa pointed a shaking finger at his glowing status screen, his voice cracking. "But it really is S rank, it's written right there." But all the examiner saw was a big, red, access denied warning. He just replied coldly, "I see." He pointed out that you can't view someone else's status screen. Flustered, Sukasa waved his hands, trying to salvage his last chance. "Then test me in a dungeon. That way you'll know for sure." But his hope was immediately shot down. Dungeons are dangerous places. Closing off every possible path, the man finished him with a steely tone. "If you can't prove you have sufficient combat power, you are not allowed inside. That's why we have licenses and tests." The verdict felt like a death sentence. Sukasa's arms fell to his sides, tears of helplessness welling in his eyes. Then, what am I supposed to do? Ignoring the boy's despair, the examiner turned and walked away as the crowd dispersed. Well, dungeon exploring isn't the only job in the world. Darkness seemed to fall over the young man's devastated face, closing the book on his dream of a new life. And just like that, his dream of becoming a hunter was dead. The scene shifts to the towering glass building of the Hunters Association. It was the place that buried his title of Trapmaster. The only replacement job he could get was as a janitor in the training room. A fist grazed his cheek, sending sweat flying, followed by a sharp yell, "Hey!" Before he could react, his blonde colleague slammed a knee straight into his face. The thug aggressively grabbed Sukasa's head, smashing it down toward the floor as he made his threat. "Come on, just do your damn job." He followed up with a brutal kick that sent the boy flying like a soccer ball, sneering cruelly. "You're our punching bag, you hunter wannabe." Sukasa's body skidded helplessly across the cold floor, propping himself up as he gasped for air, his face already bruised. He bitterly recalled how he'd failed the exam for being unable to use his skills. But his enthusiasm alone was recognized, and he got a job supporting hunter training. The blonde guy stood over his personal punching bag, who was struggling to get up, and ran a hand through his hair with a mocking laugh. "Man, I still remember it." Turns out, this was an old enemy. The guy just kept digging up the past. Back in middle school, when you were getting bullied, you showed up at the exam site and said, "I'm an S rank." A murderous aura radiated from the thug as he tightened his gloves. Sukasa recognized his nightmare all too well. This guy was Asanuma, a middle school classmate who was there that day. He was now taking out all his own dungeon frustrations on Sukasa under the guise of training, but Sukasa's eyes still glared back, filled with stubborn defiance. I really am an S rank." The scumbag Asanuma's eyes narrowed, confused by his old classmate's resilience. "Huh?" Annoyed that his prey dared to talk back, he lifted his foot and stomped down on Sukasa without mercy. "Just accept reality, will you?" Blood sprayed with every violent kick, punctuated by the bully's vicious snarls. "Then why are you here taking a beating from me, huh? Huh?" After a while, Asanuma stood with his hands on his hips, catching his breath and looking down at the guy crawling at his feet. "Huh. You get it now?" Ignoring the contempt, Sukasa winced, reminding himself why he was enduring this. More importantly, there was a promise the escort license needed for a non-hunter to enter a dungeon. Fighting through the bone-deep pain, he pushed himself up, gasping for air, blood trickling from his lip as he clung to their deal. "If I take this beating, you promised you would be my guarantor." Hearing this, Asanuma's face twisted in annoyance and disgust. "Ch, you." His eyes narrowed, and a wicked, malicious glint appeared within them. Sukasa saw that look in his eyes. A shiver went down his spine. Something was wrong. The whole room suddenly felt ice cold. Asanuma's shadow loomed over him. "All right, I get your obsession now," he sneered, turning with a bone-chillingly malicious grin. "I'll give you one final test." He dragged Sukasa outside to an empty courtyard. Asanuma gestured back, explaining that high-level hunters were watching from inside, which only left Sukasa even more confused. The final test. Asanuma stepped forward with a smug grin. "It's simple." He held out a signed paper, laying down the rules of the game. "It has my signature. If you can get this permit from me," he taunted, "you pass." For just 1 second, a flicker of hope lit up Sukasa's bruised and battered face. But that hope died instantly as 2 of Asanuma's goons appeared. "You'll have to endure their attacks," he sneered. Bad memories hit him hard. Sukasa broke into a cold sweat. They were the same guys who bullied him alongside Asanuma back in middle school. "Fine." He swallowed his pride, standing tall to face the 3 thugs head-on. "For the dungeon, I have no choice." And so the brutal beatdown began. Punches and kicks rained down relentlessly. "Take this. And another. Die." The result? Sukasa collapsed completely, a broken mess on the ground. Asanuma just stood over him, looking down with a sneer. "So stubborn. You really aiming for the dungeons?" Seeing his opponent's sheer grit, the blonde crouched down, dangling the permit. "If you're really that determined." But his eyes turned dark and menacing. He ripped the paper in 2. "Then I really can't let you go." Sukasa's eyes widened in disbelief, watching his only lifeline get destroyed. Asanuma tossed the pieces into the air and laughed, utterly delighted. "Seeing trash like you hold on to hope really pissed me off," he said. "So I decided to crush it right in front of your face. Pretty brilliant, don't you think?" And with that, something inside Sukasa just snapped completely. Biting his lip until it bled, pure rage took over. Sukasa ignored the pain and lunged at the bastard, screaming in absolute fury. But the power difference was just too vast. Asanuma effortlessly caught his wrist mid-lunge. In a flash, Asanuma stabbed a glowing, magical dagger straight through his hand. "Ah! The quick stab skill!" He collapsed to his knees, hand pinned to the ground, forced to listen as the others mocked him. "Was that your big skill? So cool." The show was over. Asanuma just waved them off. "You failed. Just give it up," he said, walking away. His lackeys kept mocking him, but he left Sukasa all alone. He gripped the magical dagger, trying to pull it out through the searing pain. Damn it! The harsh reality set in as the dagger shattered into pixels of light. It was all a lie. "I knew it," he thought bitterly. Everyone knew the unwritten rule of this society. The system allows escort permits, but normal people are useless in dungeons. Any injury, any death, falls squarely on the sponsor's shoulders. It's a massive risk. He had no choice but to accept his miserable place in the world. There were only downsides. So unless some bored billionaire paid a ridiculous fee for fun, nobody would ever agree to sponsor a normal person. That sadistic smile flashed through his mind again. There was never any chance Asanuma would have actually kept his promise. He walked on, dejected, beneath glowing ads featuring famous hunters. His shadow stretched out, long and hopeless. Even so, he had no other choice but to cling to hope. His bruised face hung low, his eyes dull and empty, because he looked up and saw the dazzling smile of a new rising star on the massive screen. That desire to escape this rock-bottom life ignited fiercely again. If only he could get into a dungeon, everything could finally change. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, holding onto that last flickering flame. It was the only thing keeping him going. But fate, it seems, wasn't done with him yet. At that very moment, a blood-red lightning bolt ripped open the sky, heading straight for him. The sky cracked open. A torrent of crimson lightning poured right down. It created a violent, swirling vortex right next to where Sukasa was standing. He looked up in pure terror, letting out a piercing scream as the bloody vortex threatened to swallow him whole. "Ah!" Suddenly, a desperate scream from the crowd snapped him around. "Hey, look out! Behind you!" People were screaming, running for their lives as a massive building started to collapse right behind him. The building's coming down. His pupils shrank to pinpricks, reflecting the absolute, overwhelming horror of the destruction raining down on him. Space itself tore apart, revealing a red energy sphere that expanded grotesquely. Billboards and traffic lights were ripped from their posts by the twisting force. Debris rained down onto the street. Sukasa made a desperate dive behind some rubble to escape. He wiped away sweat, muttering, "That was way too close." A nearby screen flickered, then flashed brightly. An emergency broadcast flashes across the screen. He jerks his head up, eyes wide in disbelief, listening to the world-shattering news. According to the Hunter Association, dungeon breaks were happening simultaneously all over the globe. The peaceful world humanity once knew had officially entered an age of ruin. The entire planet had become a dungeon. A monstrous dragon seizes the opportunity, blasting a fiery laser that levels an entire skyscraper. The anchor's voice crackles on. The government and the association are currently. Sukasa's eyes reflected the fiery, crimson scene of death and absolute terror. He looks up at the blood-red sky, where vicious beasts snarled and flexed their claws. The sheer pressure wave forces Sukasa to stumble backward. His body is frozen in pure panic at the sight. All he can do is cover his head and drop to the ground as a monster dives straight out of the vortex. Sukasa is rooted to the spot, sweating as he watches the crowds trample each other in a desperate stampede. His eyes are wide, his mind reeling from this unbelievable reality. The world had become a dungeon and it was a nightmare. This was bad, seriously bad. If this place really had transformed into a dungeon, then, like a miracle in the chaos, a familiar status window appears. Job. S. Rank Trap Master, capable of detecting traps inside a dungeon. A small smirk creeps across Sukasa's face, slowly morphing into a brilliant, almost crazed smile. For the first time, he could feel a powerful blue magic exploding within him. Was this it? Could he finally use his skills? Meanwhile, the fiery spatial rifts in the sky continued to twist violently, spitting out more and more monsters. The heavens themselves had shattered, marking the moment the boundary between worlds was erased forever. A dungeon break. One day, the gate separating dimensions simply broke, and suddenly, everyday life was transformed into a deadly dungeon. Sukasa confidently drops to one knee. He slams his hand down, unleashing a wave of blue magic that cracks the ground a trap scan. The magical pulse expands in a brilliant flash, connecting his consciousness to everything around him. If the entire world has become a dungeon, that means his skill could detect every single trap in this entire area. Sukasa's eyes glow with a powerful blue light, and a detailed map instantly materializes inside his mind. He could see them. He could see every last trap set up around here. A satisfied grin spreads across his face after years of helplessness. It actually works. He'd been waiting for this day for so long. His power wasn't fake, he could finally be a hunter. The system now displays images of razor-sharp spikes emerging from thin air, the kind of traps meant to stop adventurers in their tracks. Traps are hidden all throughout dungeons, usually existing just to torture the hunters who dare to enter. But Sukasa's S-rank power exposed every single deadly nook and cranny of the city on a brilliant radar map. But for him, things were different. Because of the S-rank power he possessed, using it, he could pinpoint the exact location of every single trap. He sits confidently amidst the surging magic, ready to turn the tables with a defiant smirk. And once he knew where all the traps were, he takes off like the wind, a brilliant blue magic flaring in his determined eyes. But he stops dead. A massive, armored monster is chasing down civilians with a sword. "Damn it," he mutters. "A monster." Without a moment's hesitation, he bends down and snatches a rusty iron bar from the rubble to use as a weapon. Sukasa grips the iron bar tight, his eyes burning with absolute confidence as he taps into his Trapmaster power. He could definitely beat this thing. Meanwhile, the hulking beast is still chasing a mother and her child amid panicked screams. "Run, it's catching up, hide quickly." Disaster strikes. The little boy trips and falls flat on his face, letting out a weak cry. "Ah!" That sound makes his mother turn back instantly, screaming her son's name in terror. "Takeru!" As the boy cries out, "Mommy!" The massive shadow of the armored beast completely engulfs the terrified child. The monster lets out a cruel grin, raising its gleaming greatsword high, preparing to execute him. The blade whistles as it slices through the air. But in that hair-raising, split-second moment, Sukasa arrives just in time. He uses the flimsy iron bar to block the fatal sword strike, saving the boy and shocking the monster. He grits his teeth, straining against the immense pressure from his enemy, while yelling out a challenge. "Over here, you ugly freak." Despite the overwhelming power difference, Sukasa flashes a cunning smile, confidently declaring, "The trap to finish you is already set." With that, he masterfully dodges aside as the enraged armored monster swings its sword horizontally. He then leaps backward, escaping a crushing blow that shatters the ground. He'd perfectly lured his prey right where an iron spike suddenly erupts from a hidden trap. Thinking its target was just running away, the monster lets out a series of ominous, guttural chuckles. "Heh heh heh. In response to that mockery, Sukasa just stands calmly with his arms crossed and says, "That's right." Sukasa let out a cold smirk, his eyes locked on the monster's weak point. The trap was perfectly placed. Just like that, a massive blue magic circle erupted to life right behind the beast. From it, a giant axe blade shot out, slicing the monster clean in two as the system window popped up. Iron Axe Pendulum, an axe that attacks any target in its range. Amidst the carnage, Sukasa stood tall, declaring his victory. A direct hit. Perfect. Sukasa reveled in the power of life and death, forming a new philosophy for himself. He would crush monsters by turning their own traps against them. This would be his way of fighting. With the immediate threat gone, he quietly stepped back, giving the mother and son a moment for their tearful reunion. "Takeru! Mom!" Sukasa's dangerous aura vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. "Thank goodness you're both safe," he said. But the peace was short-lived. His smile faded as he stepped onto the monster's corpse, his expression turning serious. Armored monsters appearing in the city. He'd seen reports about them in the association's files. Even mid-rank hunters needed a full squad to take on these dangerous creatures. Suddenly, he flinched. His face tensed as he sensed a new wave of killing intent from a distance. He glanced toward the crimson horizon, only to see the mother and child screaming in terror all over again. Without a moment of hesitation, Sukasa planted himself behind them, becoming their unshakable shield against the new threat. He now stood before an entire horde of armored monsters, weapons drawn. The situation was beyond critical. 7 of them this time. He had no time to take them on one by one, so he raised a hand that was glowing with magic. In that case, he'd have to use that skill. With a determined gaze, Sukasa looked to the sky, gathering every last ounce of magic in his body to activate the trap. Instantly, glowing blue magic circles appeared above the horde, causing the confused monsters to look straight up. From those circles, a merciless rain of giant boulders came crashing down, crushing the armored beasts without pity. They barely had time to let out a cry before being completely pulverized into dust. A system notification popped up. Forced activation successful. By using more mana, he could now activate traps without even touching them. After the storm, Sukasa stood among the flattened monster corpses while the system displayed Rockfall, a mysterious rain of stones to crush his prey. Right after, a rapid series of notifications appeared on his screen. Active skill, Trap Scan, Level 1. Trap Activation, Level 2. Both were locked for now. He stared at the screen, his face full of hope. It looked like he could learn new skills, too. Just as expected from an S-rank class, he could get even stronger and make it as a hunter. Meanwhile, civilians hiding nearby whispered in terror. A rock slide had literally appeared out of thin air before their eyes. "Hey, was that you?" A man suddenly ran up to Sukasa, begging for help. "Please help us. You're a powerful hunter, right? Where are we supposed to hide?" Sukasa turned to try and calm the panicked crowd. "I'm not an official hunter, but our top priority now is finding a safe zone." The man looked confused. "A safe zone?" So Sukasa explained the basics. In every dungeon, there's always a safe zone, an area with no traps where monsters absolutely cannot attack you. But this only made the man more hopeless, because the real problem was actually finding that location. Finding a safe zone requires a massive survey team. The man looked at Sukasa, panicked. "We don't have that kind of luxury right now." But Sukasa just calmly waved it off and replied, "No problem." He raised his glowing hand, a confident smile on his face as everyone stared back at him in complete confusion. "For me, that's simple." Sukasa focused, activating his skill once more. Trap Scan. The entire city appeared like a 3D map inside his mind. He had the power to detect every single trap. If he used this technique to find a place with 0 traps, that would mean it was a safe zone. His eyes glowed blue, locking on. "I've found it." He turned and gave a firm command to the bewildered crowd. "The safe zone is just ahead, at Higashikawa Park. Follow me." Seeing their hesitation, he offered a charming smirk. Believing in his skill was their only option. They had no choice but to risk it all and follow this reluctant hero. "All right, we'll follow you. At this point, we can only put our trust in you." Finally, the entire group arrived, cheering with absolute relief. "We made it. This is Higashikawa Park." Everyone sighed, enjoying a brief moment of peace. "We're safe here, right? There are no monsters. We're saved." The mother clutched her son, turning to their savior with pure gratitude. "Thank you." He starts to reply, but something feels off. Sukasa freezes mid-sentence, his eyes scanning the area with sudden, sharp vigilance. "Hold on." In a flash, he bolts, leaving the bewildered crowd in his dust. Sukasa grits his teeth, his fist clenched tight as he senses a familiar, powerful aura. I've found it. With his current power, he now possesses the strongest eyes. The entire city map unfolds in his vision once again, but this time he realizes an earth-shattering truth. These are the eyes of a god. If a place with no traps is a safe zone, then the opposite must be true. The area with the most traps is hiding something important. His gaze locks onto a building completely covered in a dense cluster of red dots. It's heavily protected by traps. Something has to be in there. An icon of a shining, locked golden chest appears in his mind, sparking his greed and a desperate hope to change his life. Could it be a powerful hidden item? He stomps his foot for momentum, launching toward the mysterious building without hesitation. Sukasa stands before his goal, eyes burning with determination. If I can get my hands on it. But before he can act, a familiar, mocking voice cuts in from behind. What the hell is this? I was wondering what kind of small fry was running around. A shadowy figure slowly approaches, dragging a massive greatsword that sends sparks flying across the pavement. The man steps out from the darkness, and it is none other than his sworn enemy, the deceitful S-rank hunter, Asanuma. Sukasa's pupils contract as he whips his head around, his face a mask of pure terror. The goon just smirks, revealing his familiar, hateful face. Sukasa stumbles back a step, his entire body trembling with a mix of fury and disbelief. Asanuma, why is this guy here? The air grows heavy with tension. Sukasa breaks into a cold sweat, staring at the man who just spoke. In the distance, Asanuma strolls closer with a crowbar in hand, smirking. Hey, you just like me? Hiding from those annoying monsters, are you? The moment the words leave his mouth, he slams the metal head down on the pavement, striking a shower of blinding sparks. He growls, there may not be any monsters here, but instead you've got a vicious human like me right in front of you. His face suddenly twists into a mask of insanity, as a menacing purple killing intent surges forward. His bulging eyes gleam with pure, manic excitement, locked onto the miserable figure of his prey standing before him. Without a single word of warning, he madly swings his weapon straight down with a roar, making Sukasa jump back in a panic. He stumbles and falls backward, frantically holding up his hands. Wait, what the hell are you doing? This is an emergency, you know? This isn't the time to fight. But he's immediately cut off. As if I care. His outrageous words leave Sukasa stunned. A cold sweat breaks out as he hears the man's chilling declaration. The world's already screwed up anyway. Posing like a dark god standing on a pile of skulls, he proudly screams his twisted philosophy. From now on, the strong survive and the weak die. I can kill anyone who gets on my nerves. He who has the power has everything. That's the law of this new world. And I'm siding with the strong. He throws his head back and lets out a sick laugh, overflowing with bloodlust. I wonder if killing people raises your level. Let's run a little experiment and see. Faced with this madness, Sukasa forces his brain to analyze the situation. This guy's insane. But how did he move like that before? He shudders, recalling how the man glided across the ground like a phantom. Those footsteps were absolutely flawless. He was clearly avoiding traps, knowing their exact locations. As if reading his mind, Asanuma's grin widens into something truly sinister. What's wrong? A little pipsqueak like you actually figured out my movements? I'll let you in on the secret to my perfect trap dodging. Like a magician, he smugly reveals a small electronic device. Ta-da! It's all thanks to this. The moment he sees the item, Sukasa is stunned. Is that a trap detector? It wasn't as precise as his own trap scanning skill, but it was still an item capable of detecting all the nearby traps. He silently sized up the value of that gadget. A high-precision version like that was an extremely expensive luxury item. It was something a low-rank hunter could never afford. Where did he get it? Shamelessly, the man starts bragging about how he stole it. I just got this. I looted it from a hunter supply shop back in town during all the chaos. He throws his arms wide, a self-proclaimed king in his own world. With this in my hands, there's nothing for me to fear. I know the location of every single trap in this space. Taking advantage of the man's monologuing, Sukasa secretly begins to gather magic in his hand, his gaze turning razor-sharp. In that case, he'll catch him off guard with the forced activation skill, locking onto a deadly trap hidden right over the madman's head. That attack trap above him. I'll activate it. Without a second's hesitation, he swings his arm, summoning countless giant steel beams from a magic circle. A shadow instantly flashes over Asanuma as the heavy metal masses plummet straight down just as he looks up to see what's happening. The system window flashes. A rain of steel erupts, attacking the dungeon invader. A direct hit is confirmed by a gut-wrenching scream. Ugh. Backing out of the blast zone, Sukasa keeps his guard up, anxiously waiting as the dust from the impact begins to settle. When the smoke clears, he lets out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. But that joy is cut short. Red sparks suddenly crackle at his feet, making him jump back. Sukasa's eyes go wide in horror at the wicked grin of the man he thought he'd crushed. Heh. Asanuma rises to his feet, a defensive aura of purple electricity crackling around him as he speaks with pure mockery. What was that just now? That pathetic little trap of yours? He looks down on Sukasa with utter contempt, revealing his hand amid the rubble. So, you were the one babbling earlier about having a trap activation skill, weren't you? A chill runs down Sukasa's spine. He breaks into a cold sweat as he pieces it all together, remembering the sparks from before. Don't tell me. He has some kind of invisible defense shield on him. He suddenly recalls the function of that defensive item. It deploys a special, invisible barrier around the hunter's body as a protective measure. With an item like that, a person can block multiple fatal attacks. Asanuma laughs at his shocked expression, taunting him. Peekaboo, didn't I already tell you? The maniac holds up the defensive gear he stole, screaming that he looted the entire equipment store back during the chaos. Holding up both items, he proudly declares, a trap detector and an invisible defense. With these two, even I can join the high-rank hunters. Then he lunges forward like a predator, growling. Compared to a failed hunter like you, I'm on a whole different level. A brutal punch slams right into Sukasa's gut, forcing him to double over in agony. The sheer force sends him flying, and he collapses to the ground with a pained groan. He pushes himself up, glaring at his armed enemy. The thug just scoffs. Hey, you piece of trash. Did you really just try to attack me from behind? Without giving him a chance to answer, he swings his weapon down, a sadistic look on his face. I always told you this when I was bullying you, didn't I? He smashes the weapon onto Sukasa's back again and again, drawing blood. First, you punch him in the gut. Then you make them crawl on the ground just like this. That's the theory. He raises his weapon for the finishing blow, his face twisted in absolute madness. Just you wait, you stubborn fools at the Hunters Association. Sukasa's pupils shrink in terror as the man screams, lost in a haze of bloodlust. This is the beginning of my legend. But in that exact moment, Sukasa musters his last ounce of strength, twisting his body to unleash a powerful uppercut. The blow stops the man's devastating attack in its tracks. The counter sends Asanuma staggering back, giving Sukasa the opening to get to his feet, roaring, You always treated me like trash, just because I'm a D rank. Stunned, Asanuma bellows in pure rage, his own weapon beginning to glow with power. My power is more than just this. If I could get into a high-rank dungeon, I'd show you all what I'm really made of. But Sukasa knows he's outmatched. He grinds his teeth. Damn it, at this rate I'm going to lose. I have to do something. In a desperate, decisive moment, he channels every last drop of his mana into his hands, unleashing a swirling blue energy. He points at his charging opponent and yells, Activate trap. Seeing a spiked mace form, Asanuma just smirks. What a waste of effort. Then, with a single swing of his weapon, he effortlessly bats the mace aside in a fiery streak. As the trap shatters, the man's purple eyes glint with raw, unchecked ambition. I'll get even stronger by farming items in high-level dungeons. Unfazed, Sukasa keeps casting his trap activation skill again and again. The man moves like a phantom, effortlessly dodging the barrage of incoming spikes as he roars. Everyone who's ever looked down on me. I'm going to kill every last one of them. Watching this, Sukasa realizes with dawning despair. It's useless. He's seeing through every single attack perfectly. Is this the power of the trap detector? His face twists in anguish as an even more terrible thought strikes him. Even if the traps did hit, would it even do anything? The enemy's shadow looms over him. He's completely powerless. With Asanuma's invisible defense, he realizes there's nothing left he can do. But in that moment of absolute despair, a sound rings in his head. Ping! A status update, followed by a system notification window. Skill proficiency has increased due to exceeding the required number of activations. A new skill has been acquired. He's stunned. It was because he'd used that one technique over and over again. His skill proficiency had been maxing out without him even realizing it. He frantically reads the new information. What is it? What is this new skill? Create trap. Consumes mana to generate a new trap. A flicker of hope finally ignites in Sukasa's eyes. Sukasa whispered in utter shock, a power to create traps out of nothing. But seeing him still standing, Asanuma just roared with rage and confusion. What? Hey, you piece of garbage. He sneered at Sukasa's strange new stance. What's with that weird pose? But Sukasa simply focused energy into his hand, coolly echoing the thug's own words back at him. I said we'd start with a punch to the stomach, didn't I? His eyes burned with raw hatred as he channeled all his magic. "You're going to eat those words, you bastard." He condensed the seething purple energy, determined to flip the script and activate a trap of his own making. Then he unleashed his awakened power with a roar. "Create trap." A massive surge of energy exploded from his body, confirming the attack had landed. Create trap. Suddenly, a giant log materialized from nowhere right in front of Asanuma, who screamed in horror. "Why is there a trap there?" "No way!" The system window flashed with a simple message: log attack. A summoned log attacked the target, who was still muttering, "None of my items are like that." The log slammed into him, cutting him off with a grunt of pain. Ugh. Watching the scene unfold, Sukasa let out a triumphant smirk. Yes. He looked at his handiwork, excitedly explaining to himself, "My new skill, create trap. I literally made a trap in an empty space." Seeing his advantage, he clenched his fist, ready to end it. "With this skill, I can win. I'll activate the trap one more time." Knocked to the ground, Asanuma was in a full-blown panic, screaming in complete disbelief. "No, no, no, you can't just create a trap out of thin air. There's no way a piece of trash like you could do that." Sukasa coolly walked closer, calmly replying, "Sorry, Asanuma, I'm not like you. I'm an S-rank trap master." He formed a ball of purple energy with a confident grin. "And that's exactly why I can do this." With that, he thrust his hand forward, a complex magic circle appearing as he yelled, "Create trap!" The circle materialized right above Asanuma, who only had time to gasp in shock. "Ugh!" A bucket dropped from the sky, landing squarely on his head. The system announced, "Bucket drop." A bucket falls from above as he groaned in pain. He sat on the ground, dumbfounded, touching his head and staring at the bucket beside him. "Huh? A bucket?" Seeing this, Sukasa clicked his tongue, a little let down. "Tss. As I thought. This is all I can manage with my current power." He thought to himself about his limitations. Large-scale traps that kill enemies instantly, creating those seems to require way more magic. Asanuma burst into a fit of arrogant laughter. "Ha ha ha, what was that supposed to do? Is that pathetic little trap really your limit? Then I have nothing to fear." But Sukasa just gave him a cold reply. "No, my goal wasn't to hit you with the bucket. Look carefully at your feet, you piece of trash." "My feet?" He suddenly screamed in terror as his hand touched a glowing red magic circle on the ground. "Whoops, I see it." Sukasa watched from a distance, calmly explaining his master plan. There was already a trap here from the very beginning. The horrifying truth dawned on Asanuma, who began to sweat bullets. So the bucket was just bait to lure me into this trap? Absolute fear was plastered all over his face. A system window appeared. Death saw. A moving saw that shreds slow-moving prey, just as a giant blade erupted from the ground. The saw blade slashed right into Asanuma, who let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" He frantically tried to block the blade tearing into him, but the trap's power was overwhelming, sending him flying backwards and slamming him hard onto the ground. He let out a pained groan. Before he could recover, another magic circle appeared behind him, making him scream again. This time, from behind, the wall itself grew fangs, firing countless sharp needles straight into his back. Pinned against the wall, he writhed in agony, trying desperately to pull himself free from the spiky surface. He screamed in despair, "Another damn trap," and started running, realizing just how screwed he was. "This is bad. If this keeps up, my invisible barrier is going to break." All his previous arrogance had vanished, replaced by pure, undiluted terror. He frantically tried to flee, only to freeze in his tracks before another magic circle. "Wait, no, this way is trap too." The system flashed. Lightning fence. An electric barrier appears mid-air, electrocuting prey as a vortex of lightning crashed down on him with a scream. "Ah!" Struck down by the powerful current, Asanuma collapsed. He gasped for air, knowing he was on his last legs. "This is bad. One more hit and I'm done." Just as he put a hand down to support himself, another glowing red magic circle appeared right beneath it. From it, an iron chain with a razor-sharp tip shot upwards. The system announced, "Unbreakable iron chain." Sturdy chains capture intruders and seal their resistance, as a series of chains wrap tightly around his entire body. Pinned down, the man screams in terror. What is even happening anymore? But all he gets is Sukasa's calm reply. "You didn't realize it." He stands there, blue eyes flashing with confidence, explaining that this room is a combo trap. Starting with a single trap, multiple others activate in sequence, all designed to assault any intruders. A complex diagram appears, illustrating his plan. A mechanism engineered to take down even the most heavily defended enemies. Sukasa looks at his enemy, bound tight in a crimson magic circle, and makes his declaration. "And this is the grand finale for my trap combo. A giant crossbow is summoned from above, aiming right at the helpless Asanuma, who can only let out a terrified gasp. Absolute fear washes over him, and he screams out in pure desperation. "Help! Somebody save me, I don't want to die!" The system window pops up. Hunter's crossbow. A bloodthirsty weapon that captures its prey in a trap, then hunts them down the moment the arrow is charged. Asanuma grinds his teeth, knowing his fate. His defenses won't hold, he's about to be skewered. His shield shatters, signaling only one thing: death. The arrow is fired, streaking like a bolt of lightning, knocking Asanuma clean off his feet. The bolt slams into the ground, missing him by inches but completely obliterating his two most precious pieces of gear. Asanuma lies unconscious on the floor, foaming at the mouth. Sukasa calmly notes the arrow missed, but there's no need for a finishing blow. He glances at the shattered shield generator, muttering that it seems to be broken now. After taking the brunt of so many death-level traps, that was pretty much a given. Sukasa walks over to the trap detector, stomps on it and says, "I'll destroy this too since you can't seem to handle it." He looks down at his fallen foe, delivering the final verdict. "You failed to recognize the combo trap here, and you wasted your item's power. That is the reason for your defeat." With that, he turns his back and walks away, as a crack appears on a distant wall. And then he sees a faint light shining from the crack. He realizes what all these countless traps were protecting. He steps towards the glow, his voice filled with excitement. "There it is, that light. That's what I've been looking for." He peers through the crack, shouting with joy. "I found it." Inside the opening, a mirror appears, and suddenly a system message flashes. A super rare hidden item. An S-rank hidden treasure chest. He looks at the concealed chest, thinking how hidden items are tucked away in dungeons. The hunters who can find them are exceptionally rare. With that, Sukasa reaches out to open the chest, his thoughts racing. Every single one is a super rare artifact, so valuable they can instantly transform the power of whoever holds them. An eerie blue light radiates from the chest, enveloping Sukasa and catching him completely by surprise. A powerful torrent of blue energy explodes outward, wrapping around Sukasa's body and lifting him into the air. System notifications flood his vision as he whispers in astonishment. "My magic power is skyrocketing, magic strength increasing, more and more. Is this an item that grants a massive boost to magic?" He recalls his one fatal weakness. Until now, he had a critical flaw. A severe lack of magic power, which kept him from creating death-level traps instantly. He looks at the orb in his hand as the system announces he's obtained the orb of the Great Archmage. Magic power has increased significantly. A spark of hope ignites within him. But with this, he can do it. With this much magic, he can create powerful traps. Sukasa clenches his fist, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he declares his next move. "All right, time for a little experiment." Immediately, a monster with a giant scythe appears in the ruined city, and then, a swarm of insectoid monsters with glowing eyes emerges from the shadows. Sukasa faces them down, calmly sizing up one of the giant insect-like creatures. A worthy opponent. Without hesitation, he thrusts his hand forward, channeling all his newfound magic and shouting, "Create trap!" Countless purple magic circles materialize in the air, summoning colossal weapons that aim right for the monster horde. The flaming weapons rain down, incinerating the monsters in a sea of fire. The system announces, "Hell's incinerator, burning all prey in range with terrifying firepower." Standing amidst the inferno, Sukasa calmly makes an observation. "Good. The instant death trap worked without a hitch. So this is the power of the Great Archmage's orb." Suddenly, he senses something and whips his head around. "Huh?" Two men in Hunters Association uniforms appear, completely stunned by the scene before them. What in the world? What happened to this monster's corpse? Unbelievable. It's been completely incinerated. They look around, trying to make sense of it all. To pull off a feat like this against a large-scale monster, is there an S-rank hunter somewhere nearby? From the shadows, Sukasa watches them. They look like the Hunter Association's defense force, probably here to evacuate civilians. Another team member runs up, shouting to leave it. The evacuation is complete. They need to get to the baseball stadium now. He keeps yelling orders. The main unit found the regional boss monster. The plan is an all-out assault. Understood? Hidden behind a corner, Sukasa hears the whole thing. The regional boss has been located, and it's at the stadium. He recalls some crucial intel on this type of monster. A regional boss sits at the very top of a dungeon's food chain. Naturally, they're incredibly powerful, but they're also the top priority for any hunter team to take down. He continues to reason that if you can defeat a regional boss, something incredible happens. Every other monster in the same area vanishes instantly, and the entire region can be converted into a safe zone. Sukasa watches the defense force leave, convinced those rules have to apply here too, even if this place just suddenly became a dungeon. The defense force rushes off, shouting that the battle has probably already started. They sprint towards the stadium. Sukasa steps out from his hiding spot, a smirk of excitement on his face. A regional boss, a worthy opponent. He has no choice but to go. The scene shifts to a massive stadium, where a giant, armored monster roars, ready for a fight. A brave hunter charges forward, swinging his sword to meet the monster head-on. His teammate screams from behind, telling him not to get distracted by these small fry. The real boss will be here any second. A female hunter watches the others fighting off the monsters, her face pale with a horrifying realization. These are the small fry. Yeah, there's no way they could handle monsters of this scale. For low-rank hunters like them, this is the best they can do. She looks ahead, her expression turning to sheer dread as she murmurs in absolute terror. Then the regional boss must be... A ground-shaking sound erupts, putting the battling hunters on high alert. Suddenly, a massive shadow smashes through the stadium dome, its mouth wide open, filled with razor-sharp teeth. A ball of red energy begins to form. It lets out a terrifying roar, revealing its true form, a colossal dragon that freezes the hunters in their tracks. A destructive beam of heat shoots out, scorching the ground in its path. It sends one hunter flying, who screams for the others to run for their lives. The survivors watch their defeated comrade in horror. A heat ray attack. Its range and power are just completely off the charts. Just then, a loud voice from behind urgently yells out to them, making the two whip their heads around. In the distance, their captain is frantically giving orders. Evacuate, now. The stadium's collapsing. The regional boss is here. The remaining hunters flee in a panic from the crumbling stadium. The dragon slams its massive tail, shattering the field. One hunter gets hit by falling debris, crying out in pain. The female hunter rushes to her injured teammate's side. She screams out, "Senior," trying to pull him up from the wreckage, but the monster's tail looms right in front of them. The beast turns towards them, its crimson eyes glowing with a deadly light. The female hunter looks up, her face a mask of pure despair. This heat beam, this sheer size, it's hopeless. We are no match for it. The horrifying truth dawns on her as the dragon is wreathed in flames. This is the ruler of the area, the absolute power of a regional boss. From a nearby building, Sukasa spots the dragon, wondering, is that it? Without a moment's hesitation, he dashes forward, yelling to himself, "Just you wait, regional boss." A confident grin spreads across his face as he moves at incredible speed. In just a few more seconds, he thinks, "I'm going to set a death trap just for you." As he runs, his resolve hardens. The regional boss. A grand plan is forming in his mind. If he can take that thing down, every fight in this area will be over. Standing on a rooftop, Sukasa is ready to act. He will end this with his trapmaster skills. Meanwhile, back at the stadium, the dragon lets out another powerful roar. Its sheer power washes over the battlefield. Chaos reigns as hunters scream in desperation, trying to dodge its crushing attacks. Where is the medical team? The captain tries to rally his forces, ordering the artillery squad not to flinch and to fire a volley of arrows. A barrage of flaming arrows launches through the air, heading straight for the massive dragon. The arrows explode against the beast's tough scales but seem to do absolutely no damage. The captain watches with a mix of hope and anxiety. Did we even hit it? The dragon stands there, completely unfazed. Its red eyes just glow with more rage. From a distance, Sukasa witnesses the whole exchange, frowning as he realizes. Auto-regeneration. It healed itself in an instant. He analyzes the boss's abilities. Every minor wound heals immediately, making the hunter's attacks totally useless. So, unless they can land a fatal blow in a single, massive strike, it's over. They couldn't beat it. He even compared it to his old enemy, Asanuma, whose invisible defense was a total nightmare. But this opponent was tougher. Any damage they dealt just wouldn't stick. Still, a determined smirk crossed his face. He knew he could do this. This wasn't an opponent he couldn't defeat. A bold plan suddenly clicked. What if he used that trap he'd found back in the city? His eyes narrowed as he shouted, grabbing its attention. "Area boss, over here." Hearing his cry, the female hunter decided to become the bait. She stood up and yelled, "Come and get me!" She gritted her teeth, thinking she was a hunter, too. She might be useless in a straight fight, but she could at least be a decoy while it chased her. Maybe the others could do something. But the dragon instantly turned to her, a ball of heat forming in its mouth as she gasped in disbelief. Wait, the heat ray is instantaneous? She squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the end, thinking it was over. but then she opened them again in total surprise. Huh? The next thing she knew, she was being carried by Sukasa. He had appeared and saved her in the nick of time. Shocked by the teleport, the hunter screamed. What? Where are we? Sukasa calmly explained, still holding her in his arms. I saved you with a magic teleportation trap, right before you were engulfed by that heat ray, leaving her completely stunned. Huh? What? She remembered how these traps worked. They'd appear suddenly in a dungeon and warp you to some random location. A dangerous teleportation, a sudden tear in space-time that sends its target to an entirely different place. Needless to say, it was usually just a massive pain. But as her mind raced, she realized if it could be controlled, it could be used for emergency rescues just like this. It was a brilliant use of a non-combat trap. After he set her down, she quickly asked, Who are you? What do you mean? Use a trap? But Sukasa simply replied with urgency, Sorry, but I don't have time to explain. He turned and walked away, giving an order. If you can use the radio, get a message to all the other teams. He then announced his completely insane plan. Tell them that starting now, one hunter is going to solo the area boss and lure it into the city. Hearing that, she shot to her feet in protest. Into the city? What are you even talking about? We lured it out here specifically to prevent civilian casualties. Sukasa called back without even turning around. The evacuation is complete. Even if the city becomes a battlefield now, there won't be a single casualty. And with that, he was gone, leaving her yelling desperately. Hey, wait! She just watched his retreating back, silent with shock and confusion. Meanwhile, back at the stadium, the dragon was roaring. On a complete and total rampage. It bellowed, asserting its absolute dominance. One hunter ran to his injured teammate, nervously asking, Are you okay? He helped his partner up, staring at the monster in despair. Damn it, it's useless with that regeneration. We're out of options. At this rate, we're all going to be wiped out. Then suddenly, a sink fell from the sky, smacking the dragon on its head. The system window popped up. Large falling wash basin. A huge basin falls, inflicting humiliation on the target. As the monster stared, dumbfounded at the object on the ground, Sukasa stood on a nearby building, taunting the monster. That's right, look over here, you idiot. Is destruction the only thing you're good for? He continued to shout, getting its full attention. If you're the king of this area, then try fighting a hunter head-on. I'll take you on any time you want. Provoked, the dragon roared in absolute fury as another ball of heat began to form inside its mouth. The other hunters saw this and screamed in panic. This is bad. Another heat ray is coming. What is that hunter thinking? He's just recklessly provoking the area boss. The dragon unleashed a beam of destruction, incinerating everything in its path. But Sukasa dodged the beam with ease. The other hunters could only watch the scene in horror. Whoa, he actually dodged that attack. Does that hunter have some kind of flight skill? One of them quickly saw the truth. No, that's not it, he yelled, pointing to a spring platform that just appeared on the roof. That's it! He used that spring platform trap to launch himself into the air. And from above, Sukasa thought. Exactly. I used a non-combat trap. He'd used that spring platform to instantly dodge the heat ray at the last possible second. The system window displayed. Frenzied leap. A wild trap that launches its victim into deadly territory. He continued to reason that if he could use this trap at will, he could jump freely. It was the perfect support trap for an aerial battle. He kept creating more traps in mid-air, one after another, over and over. A series of spring pads appeared, letting him move with incredible agility through the air. He leaped from one to the next, charging the dragon, which just looked up, bewildered. He landed lightly on a rooftop, already preparing for his next move. Sukasa lands right on the dragon's head and roars. Come on, regional pest. I'm taking you with me. He creates a teleportation trap, binds it to the monster, and gracefully leaps away, ignoring its rage to reach his custom setup. They both teleport into the city, where Sukasa leads the dragon into a massive trap that leads straight to hell. He tears through the ruined streets at blinding speed, while the enraged dragon chases him from right behind. Back in the command room, an urgent report crackles over the radio. Emergency report: the regional pest has left the baseball stadium. The captain continues updating the situation to the female hunter's amazement, saying it's now moving through and destroying residential areas. She listens, realizing the monster's path. It's heading straight for the power substation. On the battlefield, Sukasa is luring the monster. It's completely lost control now, as he runs and dodges the dragon's devastating attacks. With a shout, he slides spectacularly, narrowly avoiding the monster's lethal bite by a razor's edge. He glances back to check the situation. The beast roars, readying another strike, but Sukasa is already one step ahead. He forms a magic circle and yells, "Create trap!" The trap detonates, halting the monster's advance for a moment. Sukasa continues using his traps to create distance, while the dragon relentlessly stays on his tail. He lands perfectly after a short teleport, letting out a breath of relief. Okay, teleport successful. Sukasa stands before a huge substation, thinking to himself, "Good, I've lured it here. Just a little further to my grand setup." He places his hand on the ground and makes a declaration. "From now on, I'm treating you to a feast." Suddenly, magic flows from his hands as he focuses all his power, looks at the dragon, and yells, "Create trap!" A series of purple magic circles appear on the ground, surrounding the beast. From those circles, countless iron chains with pointed tips shoot out. The system panel flashes, "Great Unbreakable Iron Chain." Massive reinforced chains capture intruders and neutralize their resistance. As the chains bind the monster, another magic orb appears, preparing for the next assault. The system continues its announcement. "Great Iron Axe Pendulum." A pendulum holding an iron axe attacks prey within its range. A colossal axe swings down, slicing deep into the dragon and leaving a horrific wound. Immediately after, a giant sawblade emerges from the ground. The system announces, "Great Death Sawblade," a running saw that shreds slow-moving prey. Sukasa watches from a distance, analyzing the oversized, death-level traps he just created. If this were any normal monster, it would be over by now. He watches the dragon roaring in pure agony. He continues his analysis, but this thing can regenerate, so he knew from the start this wouldn't be the decisive blow, and that is precisely why he isn't finished. He rushes the bound monster, shouting, "I'm going to hit you with something even more brutal." A massive ball of energy now gathers in his hands, ready for the final killing blow. "Create trap!" The system panel flashes, signaling the devastating attack about to hit the monster's head. Great rockfall. A sudden rain of giant boulders pours down, aimed at crushing the massive target. However, the ferocious dragon tilts its head back and unleashes a brilliant torrent of fire, shattering the incoming rocks and surrounding traps. Before it can even breathe, the system updates again. Great Hell Incinerator. Overwhelming firepower that incinerates everything within a massive radius. As countless magical flamethrowers blast the dragon, Sukasa skillfully dodges the destruction, smugly shouting, "How do you like that? An inferno of rock and an inferno of fire, a relentless, non-stop chain of surprise traps. Right?" He clenches his fist, excitedly declaring his true power. This is the strongest trap set he can create right now, also known as the main course, so enjoy it to your very core. He smirks as he sees the dragon's scales taking heavy damage under the onslaught. And once you're cornered, your regeneration just can't keep up. Everything goes exactly as predicted. The monster takes flight, soaring into the sky to escape, which prompts a cold judgment from Sukasa. "So you're trying to escape into the sky." He immediately lands on a magic spring platform, preparing to give chase. "Let's go." Taking off into the deadly sky, where the final arrangement awaits. He launches himself at incredible speed, closing in on the soaring dragon's back. The trap that will end you is right there. Catching his target, Sukasa throws a punch glowing with brilliant blue magic, roaring, "Activate trap." The spell activates, and the night sky instantly fills with dark, ominous thunderclouds. The dragon flies straight into the center of the brightly glowing magic formation, completely oblivious to its fate. From high above, a colossal bolt of lightning tears the sky apart, striking straight down. A system notification confirms the critical hit. Lightning spear. A bolt of lightning shaped like a spear pierces the flying prey, tearing through the monster's tough scales and causing immense pain. The dragon's gigantic body convulses violently in midair as millions of volts of electricity surge through its entire frame. Sukasa stood on a magic platform, proudly surveying his handiwork. This was his lightning spear trap, probably the biggest large-scale attack in this entire zone. He remembered the moment he first scoped out this whole area. He saw this potential from the very beginning. The second the dungeon broke, he had activated Trap Scan. The beast lost its ability to fly, roaring in agony as it plummeted toward the ground at a terrifying speed. Sukasa then landed on another magic circle, ready for the next phase of his plan. Meanwhile, the dragon slammed into the earth, sending a violent shockwave through the area. He glided through the air, touching down safely as a massive cloud of dust erupted from the impact. Despite its wounds, the dragon furiously pushed itself up, roaring for revenge, putting Sukasa on high alert. So, it wants to fight back a fatal mistake, but he just channeled magic into his palm, confident in his final trump card. The lightning spear's real strength wasn't just the trap itself. A giant axe materialized as the system announced, Iron Axe Pendulum. A pendulum carrying an iron axe that attacks prey within its range. The axe didn't swing at the dragon, but instead sliced right through a giant high-voltage tower nearby. Sukasa explained the logic: it shatters the power line to create a massive electrical surge, unleashing the entire region's high-voltage energy all at once. The lightning from his magic spear connected with that colossal power source, creating a truly deadly phenomenon. And when it reacted with the spear, acting like a lightning rod, the entire city's ultra-high voltage power was sucked straight into the dragon's body. This caused the beast to howl in utter desperation. The destructive energy charred the monster's flesh black. Ultra-high pressure energy, Sukasa declared. Its entire body was now engulfed in flames, burning away into nothing but ash. A massive electromagnetic explosion consumed the dragon, marking the end of the fight. This high-pressure energy was created by adding the raw power of the transmission towers to his lightning spear. That was the finisher. Bracing himself against the blast, Sukasa quietly analyzed the outcome. If this were a normal dungeon, a trick like this would have been completely useless. With his own power, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he knew how to use the environment to his advantage. Here, he had a weapon called a transmission tower. For any monster, it was a completely unexpected man-made trap. He placed a hand on the ground, totally unharmed by the destructive storm. Looking at the giant dragon's corpse lying at the foot of the tower, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. If the entire world has turned into a dungeon, then situations like this are bound to happen. He stared out at the city bathed in the sunset's glow, murmuring, "You were trapped from the very beginning. The trap of entering this world." Instantly, a flood of notifications appeared. Dungeon cleared. Level increased significantly to 48. Sukasa clenched his fist, a proud smile on his sweat-streaked face. With this, the area boss hunt was over. Confidence surged through him as he recalled his impossible victory. He had cleared almost the entire region by himself. His power was the real deal. The scene suddenly flashed to a painful memory: the brutal beatings he took from Asanuma. For the last 2 years, he had endured Asanuma's constant violence, like living in complete and total darkness. He recalled all the long nights buried in books, studying dungeons he wasn't even sure he could ever enter. An image of him on the phone, turning his back, surfaced, carrying an unbearable weight of guilt. He had caused so much worry for his family, the only people who ever truly believed in him. "Brother, please don't overdo it. Mom is worried sick. Mom says that any job related to dungeons is too dangerous." And while his heart ached, his will was never, ever broken. "I'm thankful, but I'm sorry." Still, he never gave up. An image of a young, lonely Sukasa, shunned by the crowd, flashed in his mind. Ever since that day when everyone began to treat him like an outcast, he had always stood tall under that blazing red sunset. Sukasa wore the grim expression of someone who had just overturned a life-or-death gamble. As he began to walk away, the dragon's body and everything around it started to disintegrate into dust. A system message followed, stating that all monsters in the area disappear along with the boss. The threat was gone, and peace had returned to the city. He walked calmly down the long, ruined street, then turned his head slightly, his sharp gaze locking onto a building far in the distance. His next objective was already in sight. A towering skyscraper standing silent in the desolate landscape, the Hunter Association's communication base. He lit up the pitch-black hallway with his phone's flashlight, quietly assessing the situation. Until just a few moments ago, this communications facility had been completely out of commission. The signal loss was caused by the dungeon break, as all communication with the outside world had been severed by its influence. His light landed on the sign for the communications room, sparking a glimmer of hope. But now that the dungeon was cleared, everything was about to change. He was certain the telecom satellites could be reused. He approached the door, his eyes locked on its magnetic control panel. This was it. But instead of swiping a card, he raised his hand, gathering a brilliant purple magic and shouting, "Create trap!" A jolt of electricity surged, short-circuiting the entire mechanical lock system and leaving behind a cold notification. Temporarily seal the target's movement with an electric shock. Grabbing the now useless handle, he casually twisted it open. "Sorry, but this is an emergency. I'm going in." Stepping inside, his eyes met a wall of glowing blue screens all bearing a familiar logo. So this was the Hunters Association communication room. Seeing the central equipment still lit up, he nodded in satisfaction. Good, the machine still seemed to be working. He dropped into a chair, his fingers immediately flying across the keyboard to hack the system. Now for security. Alright, this is way too easy. He could use it without any fingerprint authentication. With one decisive keystroke, he completed the breach. The system had crashed while communication was down. He would just reboot it himself. Seeing the text on the screen, he tilted his head, curious. Beginning scan of current area, please wait. Scanning the area? Was it reading this place's data? The screen immediately returned a successful scan, making him pause to analyze. Current area difficulty, A rank. Area boss has been eliminated. Dungeon clear, complete. That much was fine, but this area was an A rank? Was the danger really that high? He thought back to the terrifying horde of giant armored monsters from before and came to his own conclusion. Well, there were monsters that dangerous just wandering around. He guessed that made perfect sense. His eyes suddenly narrowed when he saw the system begin expanding its search range, referencing the Hunters Association network, analyzing key areas in the domestic dungeons. Huh? This screen wasn't just showing his current location. It seemed to be analyzing information from other areas too. Graphic simulations of buildings scrolled across the screen, matching his theory completely. An area was a specific territory inside a dungeon. It mentioned fields that were divided by city. The memory of the catastrophic dungeon break that shook the city returned, making him realize the horrific scale of this event. The entire world had now become one massive dungeon. Countless areas had been created. Was it trying to analyze all of them? Looking at the world map connecting the network, that familiar, confident smirk returned to his face. If he used the dungeon analysis algorithms he developed, it could theoretically map the subdivisions of the entire world. But a glaring red error message limited the scan range to under 100 kilometers, causing him to click his tongue in disappointment. Processing. Calculation complete. Huh, it's already done? A calculation error, immeasurable. It could only gather regional data for a fraction of the total area, only the surrounding areas in a 100-kilometer radius. He sighed. The amount of data must be absolutely massive. He leaned forward with both hands on the desk, forcing himself to accept reality and focus. He couldn't get info on areas around the world, but for now, as long as he knew about this surrounding area, that was enough. His eyes fell, a deep unease showing as the faces of his two most loved ones flashed through his mind. His family was living apart in different places, his precious mother and sister. The extreme anxiety fueled his fingers as they frantically typed, searching for their coordinates. What was happening in the areas where his family lived? At least tell me the danger level. Is it B rank or C rank? The results reflecting from the large screen made his entire body suddenly freeze solid. The security camera feeds were all reporting the same terrifying level of disaster. Area name. Difficulty A rank. Status collecting. Sujet area. Difficulty A rank. Status collecting. Central area. Difficulty A rank. Status collecting. The calm he had moments ago was completely gone, replaced by absolute terror as his pupils constricted. Sukasa shot back from the computer in a panic, shouting in utter desperation. A rank. Everywhere is A rank. Every single area that could be analyzed was high difficulty. He could picture it a giant armored monster holding a man by the neck, standing atop a mountain of dead bodies. He trembled, thinking the absolute worst. They must have been completely wiped out. Was this city the only safe place left while the other areas were already destroyed? But a second later, he snapped out of it. Staring straight at the screen, he yelled, "No, wait a minute, this signal. They haven't been wiped out yet." The system screen began to update continuously, showing one area had been secured. Sujet area. Difficulty A rank, status cleared. A wave of other feeds also updated with a hopeful green status. Port area, A rank, status collecting. Ninomiya area, A rank, status collecting. Takano area, A rank difficulty. Status, cleanup complete. Looking at the list of safe zones popping up like mushrooms, he let out a sigh of relief. They had defeated the area boss and cleared the dungeon. In a few areas, communications were already restored. Sukasa's tense expression finally relaxed, but a glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. So, that's how. An image of a blonde-haired hunter slicing a monster's head off flashed through his mind. It was proof that humanity's strength was far from insignificant. Next, the solid back of a male hunter, his fists clenched, burning with fighting spirit. Even in all this chaos, other hunters were steadily clearing the dungeons one by one. His eyes scanned the monitor, showing a desolate, fiery street. A massive thought echoed in his head. Don't tell me it's already started? The new war for power that always begins after the dungeons break. He leaned in closer to the console. He focused, analyzing the situation on the ground. The areas where monsters had been wiped out and raids completed. There were already so many places like that. He pictured teams of S-rank hunters unleashing their ultimate powers all across the country. He had to admit, there were definitely other skilled S-rank hunters out there. He guessed this rapid progress was all thanks to them. But as he analyzed the world, he suddenly froze, sweat beading on his tense forehead. His hands instantly became a blur across the keyboard, his top priority shifting. No, the first thing I need to check is if my family is safe. Sujin district, where his mother was living. The network status confirmed it communications restored. The dungeons in that area were cleared. He yanked his smartphone from his pocket, a smile of immense relief spreading across his face. Thank God. The dungeon was cleared, and the network was back online. He could call her right now. At a ruined street corner, a car was engulfed in flames. The sound of the phone ringing cut through the desolation, a signal of hope. Pressing the phone to his ear, Sukasa fired off a volley of questions. Mom, what's the situation over there? Where are you right now? Is everything all right? A voice answered. Ah, Sukasa, is that you? It was his mother's tired voice. Behind her, hunters were busy tending to the injured. She explained. The hunters arrived and somehow managed to get the situation under control. But what about the central district where you are? Sukasa let out a quiet sigh, his fear melting away at the sound of her voice. Everything's fine here. We don't have any problems. I'm just so glad you're safe. Mom, more importantly, what about Sayori? Have you been able to reach her? His mother's expression immediately fell into a mix of sadness and worry. She hesitated before answering. Well, the call connected for just a moment, but it was immediately disconnected due to signal interference. The news hit Sukasa hard, his expression instantly turning grim and tense. While keeping the phone pressed to his ear, his free hand flew across the keyboard as he instructed his mother. I understand, Mom. Don't move from where you are right now, okay? An image of his little sister Sayori's radiant smile flashed through his mind, fanning the protective flames in his heart. His mom was safe now, only Sayori was left. Was the signal interference still that bad over there? His fingers flew across the area search system like a master pianist. She's living in the high school dorms. That should be somewhere in the West District. The results popped up on the screen, but they weren't good. West District, target area, dungeon not cleared. However, a special report had been received from the local hunters. He stared at the glowing screen, breaking out in a cold sweat as he analyzed it. Just as he thought, the dungeon hadn't been cleared. What's this? A special report? The strange text from the local hunters was displayed in detail. The West District area remains uncleared. Area boss is active, however, the crisis has passed. We have completely taken control of this district. After reading those contradictory lines, his eyes widened in absolute shock. Suddenly, the screen switched to a live video feed. A muscular man with aggressive purple hair declared, "We are members of the Hunters Association, West District Branch." No, that was only true until a few moments ago. We are no longer pawns of the Hunters Association. The insane truth of what was happening crashed down on him. Sukasa's pupils constricted with pure rage. This wasn't a broadcast coming from the Hunters Association headquarters. Someone was hijacking the signal. The rebel leader roared with mad ambition, delivering a fatal blow to the newly restored world order. We, the citizens of the West District, hereby declare our freedom from all outside control and announce the founding of an independent nation. The creation of an independent nation after the apocalypse. The gravity of the situation hit him, and he gasped in horror. The West District. Isn't that where my sister Sayori is? And that very district had just declared its independence. Suddenly he flinched, whipping his head around as a blaring danger alert sounded from the system. Through the frosted glass, shadowy figures clawed at the control room door, making him sweat. The lock was shattered, a break-in. Knowing he couldn't fight them head-on, Sukasa reluctantly gathered his remaining mana for a quick escape. Damn it, gathering intel would have to wait. He sets a trap. The scene snaps to the top of a silent skyscraper, the rooftop of the Hunter Association's communication base. A complex purple magic circle flashes to life on the antenna, powering up a teleportation spell. The magic trap hurls Sukasa's body into a freefall toward a safe zone below. The system confirms it's a chaotic jump, a trap designed to fling its target to a random location. He grips the railing, gasping for air after the desperate escape. He somehow managed to pull it off, but his mana was completely drained now. That sloppy trap was the absolute best he could do. Faint magical sparks crackle around him as he analyzes his current state. Thanks to that rare item he found, his magic stats had shot way up. But that just meant his maximum capacity got a huge boost. The brutal, exhausting fight against the dragon flashes back in his mind. Every single trap cost him mana he didn't have. After that regional boss fight, his mana was practically on empty. He stares out at the city engulfed in flames, clenching his fists. This wasn't nearly enough. He had to level up more and increase his max mana pool. Suddenly, the phone in his hand buzzes to life, the vibration startling him as he quickly looks down. His heart hammers against his ribs as an incoming call lights up the screen. He slams the phone to his ear, shouting with pure desperation, "Sayori, please tell me you're safe." His little sister's voice crackles through the heavy static. "Big brother, can you hear me? How is the city over there?" Sukasa frowns, wondering, is this static just from bad signal? Looking out at the ruins, he yells back, trying to reassure her. It's probably an uncleared area. I'm fine over here, Sayori. How about you? Are you okay? The static grows thicker, but Sayori's voice pushes through, trying to sound calm. I'm fine, you don't have to worry. It's safe here, so just… The call suddenly disconnects, leaving Sukasa standing frozen, staring at the dead phone screen. Her strange words, that insane independent report. It all clicks. Doubt explodes in his mind. Don't worry, it's safe, even though he knows there are still monsters over there, not to mention that suspicious message sent by some so-called local hunter. He can't just turn his back on this after seeing everything he's seen. He slams his foot down, creating a vortex of dust. He can't let his empty mana tank stop him now. Not now. Ignoring his body's protests, Sukasa forces the glowing purple magic circle to activate. Sayori, just wait for me. I'm coming to confirm your safety myself. The scene shifts to a temporary shelter at the Hunter facility, where a chaotic evacuation is well underway. Injured civilians, this way. Get a stretcher over here. We've got someone in critical condition. A logistics hunter rushes around directing the crew. Hurry up and get these supplies loaded. We need this stuff for the evacuees immediately. The warehouse manager suddenly freezes, staring at a completely empty tray. What? That's weird. The mana recovery potions were supposed to be right here. Are some of them missing? Meanwhile, the culprit, Sukasa, is busy chugging down a shimmering green potion. Strolling casually across an empty bridge, he tries to justify his actions to himself. I just borrowed this without asking. Besides, it was going to be distributed to the other hunters anyway. It'll be fine, as long as I work hard enough to make up for it. He drains the last drop, breathing out a sigh of relief as power surges back through him. Watching the energy bar in his system fill to the top, he cracks a confident smile. All right, his mana is fully restored. He won't have to worry about running out for a good while. A 3D map materializes in his mind, laying out the treacherous route ahead. Thing is, he's in the central district, and Sayori is all the way over in the west. Between them lie two other zones, the Kawabe and Iwaya districts. Walking under the streetlights, he weighs the risks. According to the intel he grabbed, the dungeons in both Kawabe and Iwaya have not been cleared. It's going to be a journey where fighting monsters is absolutely unavoidable. He looks down at his hand, now brimming with restored magic. A flash of doubt crosses his face. Can he really pull this off with his current stats? Crossing this entire territory all by himself. The memory of that ferocious dragon attack still sent a chill down his spine. If he ran into another regional boss, he would be in serious trouble. This time, his mana could actually run completely dry. Clenching his fist, he pushed away every last bit of that weakening fear. To prevent that from happening, he had to act. His eyes blazed with fierce determination, ready for the challenge of leveling up to increase his absolute mana capacity. Standing before the invisible line separating the two zones, he took a deep, steadying breath. Alright, from here on out, this is the Kawab district. He would push forward, level up, and do whatever it took to survive. His foot stepped firmly through the glowing blue barrier, officially entering the land of the dead. A brilliant aura of mana erupted, enveloping his entire body. The system announced that his first personal quest had finally begun, his first mission since awakening his powers as a hunter. The dungeon crossing quest was now active. From above, the entire city was nothing but a sprawling wasteland of burning, shattered ruins. The world, peaceful just a few days ago, had now devolved into a massive dungeon, split into countless dangerous zones. The system's map grid flickered, marking the very boundaries of life and death. Even if peace returned to one zone, another regional boss would just appear in the next. The brutal, unending war against the monsters simply raged on. Sukasa strode forward alone, heading deeper into the silent, danger-filled night of this new territory. This was the Kawab district, a dungeon that remained unconquered, meaning monsters could spawn at any given moment. But just as he stepped onto the deserted road, a cheerful voice rang out, heralding the arrival of two very strange men. Oh, look who's here. Looks like he's a hunter, just like us. The two approached with fake smiles, asking, Hey, you find any rare items? It's all monsters up ahead, and we're not exactly well equipped. Sukasa calmly shook his head and replied, Unfortunately, no. This caused one of them to smirk, his true intentions showing. I see. Everyone always says the same thing. The friendly act vanished. The hunter flicked his wrist, and 3 sharp metal claws shot out from his glove. I guess we have no choice in times like these, huh? Sensing the cold, killing intent aimed straight for him, Sukasa's pupils constricted. The clawed man lunged, his face a mask of crazed intimidation. If you don't hand them over, We'll just have to take them by force. And we're going to have to hurt you pretty bad." With incredible reflexes, he threw himself into a backward somersault, narrowly dodging the slash that tore through the air by his face. Sukasa ignored the bleeding scratch on his cheek, gritting his teeth as he realized what these scum truly were. Just a couple of thugs. Not giving their prey a chance to run, both robbers leaped into the air to surround him. They had picked the wrong opponent. Sukasa casually raised a hand that was now glowing with purple mana, and calmly commanded, "Create trap." An enormous, complex magic circle instantly materialized above the attacking hunter. From within it, a massive weight dropped, crushing the two fools into the pavement. Boom! And with it, a cold system notification. Catastrophic weight. A giant weight had appeared from nothing and slammed down on its prey. Sukasa stood with his arms crossed, calmly observing the two robbers pinned flat to the ground, unable to move a finger. He looked down at the defeated men, his mind already calculating. If he finished them off right here, would he get experience points, just like when he defeated monsters? He considered it. In this brutal new world, the possibility was definitely there. If that was true, he'd need to watch out for other violent hunters. But looking toward the distant explosions destroying buildings, he drew a clear line for himself. But the only thing he would ever hunt were monsters. There was no need to deal with humans when simply killing a massive number of monsters was more than enough. Wiping the blood from his cheek, the strategist's familiar, confident smile returned. To that end, he had to test that trap for farming experience. The scene shifts to the Kawab District Square, where robotic monsters were firing brilliant laser beams, tearing the forest apart. Caught in the middle, an unlucky civilian woman was frantically running for her life from the deadly barrage. Just as a robot was about to aim and finish her off, it froze, turning its head toward a strange, new sound. From the bushes, hidden high on a tree branch, a small wooden doll was continuously playing a flute. Sukasa smiled down at his creation as the system introduced it. Flute, playing doll. A doll that plays a flute to playfully lure in monsters. From the shadows, he quietly judged the lure's effectiveness. One single note, a trap that calls monsters. This would definitely gather them all. He watched as the mindless robots clustered around the wooden statue. He did a quick head count. As far as he could see, there were 4 of them. Not quite enough for farming, but without hesitating, he immediately channeled mana into the magic circle in his palm to begin the hunt. Sensing danger, the robots snapped their heads up, blaring an alarm. From the ground below, massive iron spikes crackling with deadly purple lightning suddenly shot upwards. The iron pillars launched violently into the air. They formed a massive barrier, trapping the entire horde of monsters inside. A solid magic lock then materialized, slamming shut the only exit. The trapped robots went berserk, thrashing wildly in pure desperation. "Gagu gugu," the system proudly announced. The iron cage had perfectly secured its prey. Sukasa calmly walked towards the trapped monsters, contemplating his flawless plan. "That's right, lock them all in a cage like this." A sinister smile crept across Sukasa's face. He gathered radiant magic in his hand to unleash the next phase. "Let's begin," he thought. Create trap. The moment the spell activated, a massive magic mirror descended from the sky right into the middle of the cage. It cast a blinding light, stunning the confused monsters. One curious robot leaned in close, startled by its own reflection in the mirror's smooth surface. The mirror suddenly vibrated, emitting strange rays of light that made the machine tilt its head in confusion. In an instant, the reflection stepped right out of the mirror into reality, causing the original robot to stumble back in shock. "Gagu gugu," the system chimed in, explaining the item's insane ability. The duplication mirror. A mirror that reflects and clones monsters. A demonic purple light glowed in Sukasa's eyes. He smirked, pleased with his own twisted invention. A trap that clones monsters, it was truly the worst possible kind. Looking at the monsters staring blankly at their clones, he mused that in any normal situation, this is something you would never want to face. But he raised his hand high, madly pushing his magic to make the mirror work at full capacity. Inside this cage, that doesn't matter. Keep cloning. More monsters. New robots kept appearing, crushing against each other. But Sukasa wasn't satisfied yet. "More," he commanded. "Clone more, until this cage is completely full." He watched excitedly as the number of targets skyrocketed, revealing the real reason for this suicidal trap. The more monsters he defeats, the more experience he gets. This entire setup was just for that single purpose. His smile was now more terrifying than any monsters. Determined to reap his reward, he vowed, "I'll defeat you all at once and become even stronger." The inside of the iron cage was now jam-packed with screaming machines, grinding against each other with no room to move. "Giu, Giu!" Seeing that the time was right, Sukasa took a step back and aimed his hand toward the dark sky. And once the cage was full, the final arrangement, a massive, purple magic circle materialized above. It covered the entire cage, signaling impending doom that sent the monsters below into a panic. "Create trap," he whispered, as they shrieked. "Gee!" The giant magic circle, pulsing with overwhelming energy, shot down towards its target with incredible speed. Trapped in the cramped iron cage, the monsters could only look up in absolute helplessness as death descended upon them. Gee! A colossal black weight slammed down, crushing the entire horde into scrap metal as the system cruelly announced, "Great disaster weight." A massive weight appears and crushes the prey. Sukasa clenched his fist against his chest, breathing a sigh of relief at the perfect destruction of his combo. He got them, a finishing blow using a trap. Standing before the smoking cube, he smugly named his strategy: duplicate monsters inside the cage, then crush them all to farm experience. "I'll call it the experience box," he thought. Did I defeat dozens or hundreds of them? With this, his experience points were about to skyrocket. Before he could even finish the thought, dozens of brilliant blue notification panels danced before his eyes like a downpour of rewards. Experience gained, 20. Experience gained, 20. Experience gained, 20. Another 20. Experience gained, 20. The alerts flooded his vision. Then came the glorious chime and a brilliant announcement: "Level up." Sukasa's eyes flew open in shock. He joyfully analyzed his rewards but suddenly froze when he saw a strange notification frame. With this much experience, leveling up was a given. But this new skill acquired. What? A new skill? As he read the description of his new power, his face filled with utter astonishment. New skill: Trap Domination. Allows control of trapped monsters. Trap Domination. The idea of taming monsters flashed through his mind, opening up a whole new tactical horizon. Subdue? Does that mean it's a skill that lets me turn monsters into allies? Lost deep in thought, he suddenly heard a clattering sound at his feet and glanced to the side. The battered upper half of a robot was trying to crawl away on the grass, giving him a bold idea. A survivor who escaped that devastating attack? This was the perfect chance to test out his new skill. A cunning smile spread across Sukasa's face as he gathered his magic, creating a light green magic circle hovering in his palm. Time for a little test. Sukasa points his finger at the scrap monster, launching a magic circle straight at it. The magic circle flies forward, erupting in a blast of green energy. And with that, the Lord of Traps declares his new power, Trap Domination. He unleashes a brilliant green blast, firing it right at the motionless machine on the ground. But the spell bounces right back. Sukasa cries out in shock. It was deflected, the skill didn't work. Stunned for a moment, he checks the system window and figures it out. Ah, so that's it. It only works on trap-type monsters. The requirement is a trap-related monster. With a sigh, he glances at the useless robot and retracts his magic. So that explains it. The skill is completely useless on a regular monster like this one. What a waste. No more hesitation. He immediately shouts, "Create trap," summoning a magical blade from the sky to strike his target. A system notification pops up. Finishing Sword has delivered the final blow. He looks at the glowing remains, already planning his next move. He has his sister, Shiori, to think about. Now that the level grinding is done for now, he needs to scout the area before moving on. Standing at the edge of town where it meets a dense forest, he takes a deep breath and steps forward with resolve. He's put this off long enough. It's time. Sukasa crouches down, pressing a hand crackling with blue energy against the withered grass. Magic spreads out in a brilliant pattern across the ground as he activates his next skill aloud. Trap Scan. Skill description. Trap Scan searches for all existing traps within a given area. A three-dimensional map immediately materializes around him, letting him analyze his surroundings. Now, what exactly is going on in this area? Where are the threats? And what kind are they? His eyes are immediately drawn to a large building lit up with countless flashing red dots. One place in particular is packed with traps. He zooms in. Is that building a museum? He squints, surprised, focusing on a hidden tunnel deep beneath the museum. Looking closer, he mutters, "What in the world?" It's an underground passage, several kilometers long. Sukasa's eyes light up with curiosity. This could be a massive shortcut. Something like this exists underground? Could this be the perfect route? Realizing he's found a way through, he smirks and gets to his feet. Ha, I get it now. He looks off into the distance. There's no other choice, he has to get to that museum. Without a moment's delay, he takes careful, deliberate steps into the edge of the forest. Darkness closes in as Sukasa carefully weaves his way through the tall, silent trees. Suddenly, he stops dead. He quickly ducks behind a large tree, spotting something out of the ordinary ahead. Before him is a vast lake, glittering with motes of magical light. A lake in the middle of this forest? It's huge, he mutters to himself, checking his mental map while cautiously scanning his surroundings. The museum has to be somewhere around here. Pushing past the tree line, he finally sees it, a magnificent, ancient building looming in the moonlight. There it is. He approaches the shattered glass doors, confirming his theory. The hidden passage has to be under this building. Trusting his gut, he steps through the doorway. His footsteps echo with grim determination through the desolate main hall. He breaks out in a cold sweat, his intuition screaming danger. Judging by what his trap scan showed him, this entire place is absolutely packed with traps. He moves carefully through the dark hallway, eyes scanning every inch. He knows he has to be extremely cautious to avoid springing anything. Suddenly, he stops. He points confidently at a wooden chest, trying to sneak away. "Hey, you. Running around like that? You're not exactly subtle." Seizing the moment, Sukasa gathers brilliant green energy into his palm, preparing to unleash his skill. Trap domination! The chest flies open in a panic, revealing rows of sharp teeth and terrifying, bulging eyes as it lets out a bizarre shriek. Gah! As the spell hits, a brilliant light envelops the chest, freezing it in place. Sukasa watches intently. It's working. And that means, he calmly states the true nature of this strange creature. Just as he suspected, that thing is a mimic, a monster that disguises itself as a treasure chest. Recalling the monster's traits, he explains its mechanics. It poses as a treasure chest and attacks any hunter who gets too close. Its very existence is a trap in itself, making it fundamentally different from a normal monster. His eyes gleam with the confidence of someone who knows the rules. He could see it clearly ever since he scanned the area, meaning there was an actual monster-type trap right here. He smirks, slowly approaching the smoking chest after his spell hit. Either way, the domination was a success. A glowing green eye symbol flashes into existence, marking the new contract. It's about to become his newest ally. But before he could finish, the mimic chest suddenly coughed out thick white smoke, shaking violently before launching itself right at a startled Sukasa. His face twisted in pure panic as the monster lunged, its mouth wide with razor-sharp teeth. "It's attacking me. Did the skill fail? Damn it." He had let his guard down. He was finished. The heavy chest slammed into Sukasa with brutal force, knocking him clean off his feet and sending him flying backward. His back hit the cold stone floor with a loud crack. Ugh! Dust and debris exploded into the air around him. Sukasa winced, clutching himself in utter disbelief. Ah! His eyes shot wide open as he stared at his attacker. Gone was the bloodthirsty monster from before. Now, the mimic was happily wagging a purple tongue, its huge, sparkling eyes blinking like a puppy greeting its owner. With the chest pinning him down, Sukasa stared blankly at the ceiling, his mouth agape as he muttered in total confusion. Huh? He shot upright, breaking into a cold sweat when he saw the mimic's black, clawed feet gripping his shirt. Could this thing possibly be? The chest's eyes suddenly lit up, forming sparkling stars that looked bizarrely harmless. Sukasa squinted at the creature, wagging its long tongue like a puppy. Was it actually trying to bond with him? The chest grinned, affectionately rubbing against his hand. Sukasa finally accepted this absurd reality, giving a helpless smile to the creature that just tried to eat him. It was still a little creepy, he thought. But whatever. At least it seemed his domination skill had actually worked. He threw open a secret hatch in the floor, holding the lid with one hand and gesturing to his new companion. Now that he'd confirmed the new skill worked, it was time to head into the underground passage. With that, he turned and carefully descended the dark stairs. Mimi trotted along right behind him, stopping at the top of a long, sloping corridor that disappeared into darkness. He mused to himself. There was no way a huge passage like this had existed here from the start. Walking on the quiet tiled floor, his eyes were constantly analyzing everything. This space was likely created when the area turned into a dungeon, and whenever a space like this is created, it always serves a specific purpose. He remembered the swarms of giant dragon monsters blocking his path on the surface, and came up with a hopeful theory. For instance, this could be a secret passage that works as a shortcut. Traveling on the surface meant monsters everywhere, turning every step into a battle. This path was likely made to bypass all that trouble and cross the whole area in one go. He snapped back to focus, sweat dripping down his face as he squinted warily into the chilling air. Then again, that was just his theory. He could only hope that he wasn't completely wrong. Standing before a massive door flanked by two eerie blue torches, he sighed, bracing himself for the price of a faster route. It seemed this path was also packed with its own set of serious dangers. He turned to the chest standing obediently beside him and said, "Mimic, no." I should give you a proper name." He bent down to pat the chest's lid with a warm smile, officially giving his bizarre new companion an identity. "From now on, your name will be Mimi." The chest's eyes squeezed shut in delight, its tongue vibrating with excitement at its new name. Sukasa stared at its ridiculous expression, unable to hold back a laugh. "What is with you? Are you really that happy just to have a name?" Getting serious again, he lifted Mimi and knelt down to brief his new teammate. "All right, Mimi, get ready. It's going to be dangerous from here on out." On command, Mimi immediately struck a muscular pose, roaring fiercely to show off its power. Seeing that display of confidence, Sukasa smiled and nodded, completely satisfied. "I get it. You're going to help me, right? In that case, I have nothing to worry about. Let's go." He reached for the cold brass door handle and pushed it inward. The heavy door slowly creaked open, revealing a vast room bathed in the dim light of torches. But the most terrifying thing was the massive shadow standing right in their path. It was an imposing statue of a warrior in full plate armor, its massive greatsword planted firmly in the ground. It radiated a swirling, dark aura. Flickering torchlight glinted off the intricate carvings on its cold steel armor. Sukasa crept closer, carefully sizing up the situation. There was only one statue in the room, and his goal was the exit door on the other side. Behind him, Mimi cluelessly clattered along, its footsteps echoing on the stone tiles. He cautiously started to sneak past the silent statue, his eyes never leaving his target. Mimi continued to follow close behind, but suddenly, Sukasa's gaze sharpened. He whipped around, sensing something was terribly wrong. The harsh screech of metal against stone echoed through the room as the giant statue suddenly swung its gleaming greatsword through the air. It came crashing down, aimed right at the intruder's head with impossible speed. Instantly, Sukasa threw his hands together, conjuring a brilliant purple magic circle to brace for the lethal blow. Just in time, a massive stone wall erupted from the ground, intercepting the blade of death as a system notification appeared. Stone wall, a simple barrier. But the statue's power was on another level entirely. The razor-sharp blade carved through the stone defense as if it were nothing. A piercing clang rang out as Sukasa used both hands to form a purple mana shield just to block the aftershock. Ugh! He gritted his teeth against the immense pressure, confirming what he already suspected. This was a trap monster, a statue that comes alive when you get close. The memory flashed in his mind. He glanced at the enemy, a cold sweat breaking out. His scan had warned him about a trap monster in this room, and a ridiculously dangerous one at that. Seeing the statue's eyes burn with an eerie blue light, he recalled his reckless strategy. He couldn't use Dominate while it was just a statue. That's exactly why he deliberately got close, to force it into its true form. But the hulking mass of steel gave him zero time to breathe, vanishing and reappearing right behind him. He quickly threw up a stronger defense, iron wall. But the monster furiously smashed right through it. Metal fragments exploded everywhere. Sukasa staggered back in shock. This thing was just too strong. He poured energy into his legs, pushing off the floor to create some distance from that deadly sword. The warrior statue took its stance again, its killing intent focused entirely on the small prey before it. Suddenly, the heavy armor moved with terrifying speed, leaving countless afterimages that completely stunned Sukasa. It wasn't just fast. This movement, was it using the footwork skill to move in random patterns? His eyes darted everywhere, desperately trying to track the enemy's zigzagging path. But what was the point of all these erratic feints? His pupils shrank as a cold presence appeared right behind his neck. No time to think. He spun around, unleashing his ultimate defense into his blind spot. Diamond block, a shield of pure diamond. The blade slammed into the shimmering diamond with absolutely devastating force. Sukasa held his ground, realizing it was specifically targeting his back. Using the recoil, he leaped away, escaping the monster's reach with a calculating smile. But hey, if his opponent was a trap monster, he didn't need to fight it head-on. Green mana erupted around him again. He pointed a finger at his target and let out a confident roar. All this skill needed to do was land. Trap domination. A green bolt of magic tore through the air, aimed straight for the charging warrior's head. The magic bolt slammed directly into its metal helmet. It exploded in a blinding flash of green light. A direct hit, he pointed triumphantly. But his smile instantly froze when the statue remained completely unharmed. It didn't work. Was it possible his domination skill had been nullified? From a safe spot behind a pillar, little Yang Mi trembled, peeking out with a worried expression as her master got completely overwhelmed. Looking at the grim situation, Sukasa started sweating, finally putting the pieces together. He got it now. His skill level was way too low. He hadn't built up enough proficiency with this new ability. That means unlike with Yang Mi, it wouldn't work in one shot against a high-level monster. Shaking off the fear, He lowered his center of gravity, preparing for a flash assault. If that was the case, he shot forward like a bullet. He continuously fired off streams of green mana into the air. He just had to hit it over and over. If he kept landing his shots, it would have to work eventually. Trap domination. But the Steel Warrior once again showed off its phantom-like speed, gliding around like a ghost, and effortlessly dodging the entire magical barrage. Sukasa sprinted for his life, grinding his teeth at the enemy's insane agility. This was bad. Hitting a target this fast was nearly impossible. So that first hit was just a fluke? He stopped dead, his eyes focused, analyzing every footstep and afterimage of the monster circling him. He had to read its path, read its trajectory. If he could just predict its movements, he could make the skill connect. Sweat dripped down his forehead, his breathing ragged, but the trapping genius's mind was racing at full capacity. There had to be a way. He bent down, pressing his hand to the floor as it began to glow with magic. Sukasa decided on a change of plans. He had no other choice but to set a trap and force its hand. Just as the monster swung its sword and charged, he quickly flipped backward and yelled, "Create trap!" The giant steel statue was on him in an instant, raising its glowing greatsword high into the air. It swung the blade down with enough force to rip the very air apart. But from a magic circle on the ceiling, a giant basin of water suddenly dropped right on its head, followed by a hilariously mocking system notification. The basin trap fell a simple water attack, dumping its contents below. The steel monster stood frozen, drenched and dripping in silence, absolutely furious at being played with. Its sword swung relentlessly, forcing Sukasa to constantly retreat. He flipped backward to create some distance, landing solidly with one hand on the ground. Staring at his fuming opponent, he smirked, "Huh, did I make it mad?" He couldn't really blame it. The trap was basically a prank. The enemy then accelerated, becoming a blur across the room. Sukasa, however, didn't flinch, confidently facing death's approach. Because he'd soaked the place, his eyes shot down to the tile floor where water trails were now clearly visible. With wet streaks marking the floor, his sharp eyes followed every single footprint to pinpoint the enemy's location. I can see it. Its movement. By tracking those water trails, he could now read all of its movement patterns. Locking onto its trajectory, he aimed a finger glowing with green magic right where he predicted it would be. Now, to target where it was headed, trap domination. The green magic blast tore through the air, cutting off the monster's high-speed dash and smashing directly into its helmet with a brilliant flash of light. He didn't stop there. Sukasa unleashed a barrage with both hands, his eyes burning with resolve. Not yet. He would continue until the skill took full effect. Trap domination. The statue was hammered by relentless magical blows. He knew if he kept attacking, the effect would stack. He roared, unleashing his magic like a machine. Domination. Though it tried to defend, the steel monster began to stagger under the green barrage. His attacks would eventually get through. The young man's face lit up with pure excitement. He was going to turn this high-level monster into his own ally. From behind a stone pillar, a trembling Yang Mi watched her master's frenzied magical assault fill the entire room. After the exhausting volley of attacks, Sukasa was left panting heavily. Meanwhile, the monster just stood there, seemingly completely unharmed. His mana bar flashed red as sweat beaded on his forehead. "My magic is almost out. I can probably only use domination one more time." His face turned grim with self-doubt in this life-or-death situation. "Damn it! Can I do it? Can I catch it in my taming trap?" Not giving him a break, the warrior stomped the ground hard. As it prepared a finishing blow, Sukasa poured every last bit of his mana into his hand. He was betting his life on this single, final attack. "I'm putting everything on this one." He aimed his glowing finger forward, praying, "Work!" All of his power erupted into a green cyclone that swept the room as he screamed, "Trap domination!" His arm unleashed a stream of green light. Looking at the warrior statue, he said, "This is the final blow." Then Sukasa gave it his all, unleashing the maximum power from his palm in one explosive domination. The enormous green beam slammed directly into the monster's chest while it was still airborne. A blinding magical explosion followed, leaving clouds of thick smoke that completely enveloped the statue. Completely drained, Sukasa hunched over panting, his eyes locked on the smoke. The enemy's silhouette slowly appeared, standing perfectly still. Its movement had completely stopped. Could it be that his skill actually worked? The monster's fiery red eyes suddenly shifted to a calm blue, and the flames of hatred disappeared along with its murderous aura. Realizing what had happened, he pointed at his opponent and joyfully exclaimed, "Looks like the taming was a success." The warrior statue slowly lowered its weapon, planting the sharp point of its blade into the stone floor. It dropped to one knee in the posture of a loyal knight, speaking in a respectful, feminine voice. My deepest apologies, master. Please forgive my previous insolence. Sukasa looked down, his eyes wide with utter shock at the creature before him. It can talk? Is it some kind of special monster that can communicate with people? His jaw hit the floor. In complete disbelief, he asked the kneeling steel figure, "Tell me, who are you really?" Without hesitating, the female knight raised both hands to her helmet and carefully removed the steel disguise. She casually tossed her head, a cloud of platinum blonde hair flowing out, revealing the beautiful face hidden behind the terrifying mask. Her sharp, mature beauty, serene blue eyes, and the pointed ears of an elf left Sukasa absolutely stunned. She leaned on her sword with pride and introduced herself. "I am no one special. I am but your nameless servant." Sukasa was still speechless, staring blankly at the beautiful female knight kneeling before him, completely unable to form a word. She looked up at her new master with pleading eyes, begging, "Please, grant me a name and allow me to serve you." Hearing this, he stroked his chin, trying to wrap his head around this insane situation. A name? Okay. All right, I get it. She had the look of a knight, so she needed a name to match. With a gentle smile, he decided to grant his loyal servant a new title. He decided on Jin. Her eyes widened in pure joy, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. "Jin." She bowed her head respectfully, her voice trembling with pure joy and deep gratitude. "I am eternally grateful. I have received your command. From this moment on, please call me by that name." But the quiet moment didn't last long, as frantic, scuttling footsteps suddenly shattered the silence. Little Mimi stormed out from her hiding spot, waving her dark arms and growling angrily at the newcomer. Seeing Mimi's snarls, Jin was utterly bewildered, while Mimi fiercely bared her fangs, staking her claim. On! The female knight seemed to understand monster speak, smiling gently at the little creature's complaints. "I understand now. In this army, you are indeed my senior. I know my place. I will serve as the second commander, and I look forward to your guidance and discipline." Meanwhile, Sukasa just stood there scratching his head, watching the two monsters communicate. What was even happening? Are they arguing? So even monsters have a pecking order, huh? Wild. But he quickly pushed that pointless curiosity aside. His expression turned serious as he gave his companions an order. "Hold on. Now is not the time for this. We're in a hurry, and we need to keep moving." He strode right past Jin, his eyes locked on the exit. "Let's head straight for the tunnel's exit." Suddenly, Jin's formal voice stopped her master in his tracks. "Please wait, my lord, because you have finished your battle with me. The next event has been triggered. The area boss sleeping in the room ahead has awakened." She delivered the grim news, completely shattering any hope of a safe escape. "The battle with the area boss will begin now." Sukasa panicked, his eyes wide as he spun around. "Hold on, what in the world are you talking about?" Jin calmly explained her grim role in the dungeon system. "In other words, I am this dungeon's gatekeeper." He remembered her terrifying form from before, finally understanding the deadly trap mechanism. "Once I transform and the battle with an intruder begins, that acts as a signal for the area boss to mobilize." She shot to her feet, pointing toward a large door that was now emitting a sinister green light. "This battle is completely unavoidable. You can't leave without defeating the area boss." Sukasa realized his fatal mistake. A boss battle is mandatory? You have got to be kidding me. Oh man, and here he thought he'd chosen the easy route. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he frantically signaled a retreat. "This is bad. We're turning back. Let's just abandon this underground route and take the path above ground." But the knight crushed that escape plan with a mysterious smile. "No, that's impossible too." She gestured to the iron door he'd just passed through. It was now sealed tight by a glowing, red, X-shaped magical seal. That door can no longer be moved by human strength. Once you have advanced through the gate, turning back is impossible. Jin stood proudly, pointing her sword straight at the door glowing with that deadly green light. The only way is forward, into the boss's room. Seeing his empty energy bar, Sukasa cried out in total helplessness. "Even if you say that, fighting an area boss is impossible. I'm completely out of magic after our battle." At the peak of his panic, little Mimi started scurrying around his feet, making Sukasa look down in surprise. "What's wrong?" Mimi waved its tongue around, making a series of strange noises. Noticing the creature's odd behavior, Sukasa turned his head and his eyes immediately shot wide open in shock. From its wide mouth, Mimi proudly held up a sparkling blue vial. It was a mana recovery potion. Overjoyed, he knelt to pat Mimi's head, praising it while taking the potion. "You have a convenient storage function like this? It looks like you can stuff just about anything in there, huh?" He popped the cork, raising the potion with a confident smile. "All right, now we're fully prepared." but Jin immediately threw a bucket of cold water on his renewed confidence. "My lord, are you capable of using high-level water magic? Even if your mana is restored, it's meaningless without that." Her words left him completely baffled. The knight laid out the harsh reality of their situation. The area boss ahead is like a manifestation of pure flame. Normally, defeating this thing requires several high-level water mages attacking all at once with a massive spell. The explanation hit home. A cold sweat ran down Sukasa's face as he realized just how out of his league he was. He admitted water magic was tough. With his current power, the trap he'd just used on her was already his absolute limit. Sukasa stroked his chin, his mind racing to find an escape route. He needed a plan, and he needed it now. Meanwhile, little Mimi seemed to spot something behind them. The small creature whipped around, its wide eyes peering suspiciously into the darkness. "Wait a second." Sukasa turned to his knight, starting to lay out a potential loophole in the rules. He asked Jin, "You said we couldn't go back, right? That the door we came through can't be opened by human hands?" The knight confirmed it. "Yes, that's correct." And that's when a cunning smile spread across the strategist's face. He looked his two monster companions right in the eye, ready to reveal his brilliant escape plan. "So, what if a monster tries?" he proposed. "A tamed monster. Like you or Mimi." Jin's eyes lit up with excitement as she realized it just might work. "Yes," she said. "If it's a monster, we might just be able to get back." But before they could celebrate, the entire room began to shake violently. Huge pieces of the ceiling came crashing down, startling them both. Dust filled the air as Sukasa stumbled back. What was happening? Jin, however, remained calm. "The area boss," she explained. "The lord of this dungeon is on the move. It seems he's lost his patience and decided to handle us himself." Just then, the massive door at the end of the room exploded inward. Vicious pillars of fire erupted from the doorway. Without hesitation, Jin slapped on her helmet and leaped in front of Sukasa to shield him. She yelled out, "Master, defensive magic!" As the flames roared toward them, Sukasa threw up a hand, casting a shimmering purple barrier. The ceiling cracked, threatening to give way completely, when a massive fiery explosion ripped through the room, blasting everything aside. A sea of flames instantly surrounded them, the scorching heat forcing a cry from his lips. Damn it! They were completely surrounded. Incredible pressure bore down on the small team as a massive fireball descended from above, threatening to incinerate them all. Sukasa strained to hold the shield, his face twisting under the immense pressure of the attack. What kind of firepower was this? The room itself was collapsing as he and Jin desperately held the barrier against a rain of flaming rocks. Red-hot boulders littered the ground, smoking and smoldering all around them. Suddenly, a brilliant purple magic circle lit up beneath them, spreading across the cracking floor. The three of them stood safely on the glowing platform as the rest of the room crumbled away into a dark abyss. Faced with this brutal reality, a cold sweat broke out on Sukasa's face, his eyes wide with pure terror. And then, rising from the sea of fire, a colossal, flaming demon appeared, glaring down at the tiny intruders. So this was the area boss. Being made of pure lava and fire, its overwhelming heat making it the literal embodiment of flame. Facing the towering lava monster, Sukasa had a bitter realization every room they'd cleared until now was just an entryway. It was all just one long corridor leading straight to the boss room. He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, desperately trying to stay calm under the immense pressure. Seeing the ground beneath his feet beginning to shake and crumble, he clenched his fists. They couldn't stay here forever. He knew they had to move before the entire floor collapsed. He turned to his smallest companion, his expression deadly serious. "Mimi," he began, "I need you to act on your own from now on." He knelt down, whispering the plan directly into Mimi's ear. "Listen carefully," he urged. "First, go back the way we came." But Jin quickly cut him off, crying, "Master!" The fire demon roared, raising its massive arms to deliver a devastating blow, forcing a scream from the knight. "An attack is coming!" she screamed. "Take evasive action!" The demon unleashed a volley of fireballs from its molten hands. Sukasa's eyes narrowed, calmly analyzing the trajectory of the attack. In a flash, he and Jin dodged out of the way. In that brief moment, Sukasa seized the chance to toss a small object onto the burning floor. After dodging the blast, both of them landed in a ready stance, facing down the colossal boss that stood waiting. He glanced back anxiously, shouting into the chaos with a desperate hope. Responding to his worry, Mimi scrambled back down the dark tunnel with all her might, making Sukasa breathe a huge sigh of relief. Good. She was heading safely toward the door they had come through. Mimi reached the sealed entrance, trying her absolute hardest to pry it open. He'd been told that as a human dungeon crawler, there was no turning back. If a human tried the door, it would be locked tight. But under a monster's power, the handle glows green and slowly swings open. However, his trapped monster allies were the one exception. The little one could still return through the underpass and get outside. Back on the fiery battlefield, Sukasa and Jin struggled to dodge the boss's relentless attacks. He silently placed all of his hope on his tiny ally. It was all up to her now. Me. He was betting everything on this moment. Defending forever wasn't an option. He charged the monster head-on, shouting his skill, "Create Trap." A mysterious purple void tore open right above the boss, followed by a system notification. Mysterious teleportation hole. An outlet gate, a strange rift that something could be discharged from. The lava monster reared back, its massive arms ready to strike. Seeing this, Jin urgently warned her master as the boss powered up for a counterattack. "Master, the second wave is coming." The monster then opened its maw wide in rage, unleashing a dense storm of fireballs. While he was still processing, Jin launched herself into the air, using her sword as a makeshift shield to protect him. She landed gracefully, swinging her blade to parry the incoming fireballs. Looking at his companion's resilient back, he smiled with gratitude. "Thank you, Jin." He then gave a decisive order. "You don't need to help me dodge anymore, I'll stay here and act as the bait." Laying out his daring strategy, he pointed towards the creature's leg. "Aim for its left leg and attack to lock down its movement. Pin it directly under the hole I created." Receiving the command, the knight dashed off with burning determination. "Yes, as you wish, I will complete this mission, even if it cost her very life." The thought made Sukasa's heart pound with worry. With the plan in motion, he put his faith in the small ally carrying out her mission outside. And now, the rest was up to Mimi. All she had to do was follow the orders he'd given her. Flashing back to the first command, Mimi scurried toward the museum's exit. "Go back the way you came and escape the museum." The second command was executed, as the small creature ran with all her might through the dark forest. Run straight through the woods. Finally, she reached a lake, shimmering under the moonlight. "Your destination is the lake at the end of that path." Mimi's eyes shone with absolute resolve. The small creature dug her 4 feet into the ground, bracing for a fateful leap. Under the bright full moon, Mimi's tiny silhouette soared through the air. The scene shifts back inside the chamber. The monster's face was a mask of pure fury as it let out a deafening roar. It swung its arms wildly, forcing Sukasa to manifest a giant diamond shield. He gritted his teeth, shouting in desperation, "Jin, are you there yet?" Just then, Jin moved like a phantom, finding a flaw in the enemy's defense. "Yes, master. I found an opening. Your request is complete." She swung her sword, landing a critical blow on the monster's ankle, causing bright red lava to spray out. The boss let out an earth-shattering roar, its colossal body buckling in agony. Seizing the golden opportunity while the boss was distracted, Sukasa rushed forward, creating a magic circle for the finishing blow. Looking at the restrained lava monster, Sukasa flashed a victorious grin. Perfect. Its movement was sealed, pinning it directly under the teleportation hole. Meanwhile, far away, Mimi dove deep into the silent lake on her top-secret mission. "Now it all depends on Mimi. All you have to do is set that up." He recalled the small object he'd quickly tossed to her moments before, the very thing he'd taken from that treasure chest. Mimi opened her mouth, spitting out a dark orb that created a spatial rift at the bottom of the lake. The other end of the teleportation hole, a massive vortex of magic sucking in lake water, connecting to the gate above the battlefield. Once that's placed at the bottom of the lake, it will connect to the outlet gate I set up. The inlet gate, a hole that sucks in nearby objects and sends them to the outlet. Immediately, cold drops of water began to fall from the rift. Drip, drop, right on the monster's head. The boss stood motionless, confused by the cool sensation. Suddenly, the drops became a torrent, then a downpour crashing down upon it. Sukasa smirked, ready for the spectacular finale. The boss looked up, its fiery eyes widening in shock at the massive waterfall about to collapse on it. The entire lake came churning through the portal. It formed a flash flood, drowning the fire demon in its own helplessness. The entire lake, pouring down from above all at once. The colossal waterfall crashed down, extinguishing the monster's proud flames. The boss flailed its arms in vain, trying to escape the freezing deluge. A torrent of water like a flash flood erupted, sweeping away everything inside the room. Seeing the flood about to wash them away, Sukasa yelled, "Jin, get back! I'll keep us from being swept away." He dropped to one knee, slamming his hand on the ground and shouting, "Create trap." A solid wall of stone shot up from the floor, forming a powerful barrier. The magic wall stood firm against the raging current, keeping the two of them perfectly safe from harm. Dungeon wall, a barrier that blocks any outside intrusion. Seeing his crazy plan actually work, Sukasa finally let out a breath of relief. Okay, it worked. This was a full-blown water attack using a teleportation gate. He recalled the strategy for this fight to beat this particular boss. The area needed a massive amount of water, but that would have required a whole army of hunters with water magic, since there was no other way to get water down here. That's why I came up with a plan to use the lake outside, he explained, clearly proud of his genius-level strategy. I had Mimi go to that very lake and set up a teleportation gate. A massive whirlpool sucked in the lake water, funneling it directly to the boss room. The exit portal opened right above the enemy, unleashing the flood instantly. Drowning in the freezing water, the boss roared in agony as its molten body began to cool and harden. It thrashed its arms in pure desperation, trying to cling to what little life it had left. Suddenly, a glowing red orb pulsed from the monster's chest, trying to maintain its life force. And Jin immediately spotted the critical weakness. Master, I can see it. That's the enemy's core. Destroy that orb of light and finish this thing. Sukasa immediately replied. Got it. He gathered every last bit of his magic into his palm, preparing for the final blow. Create trap. A long, sharp sword shot out from the magic circle, aiming straight for the glowing core. The magic sword pierced straight through the orb, shattering it into thousands of tiny, fading lights. Longsword the final blow for those on death's door. With its core destroyed, the monster's body began to dissolve. Its fiery eyes slowly faded in defeat. The massive flood melted away the boss's lava hide, but it was also causing the chamber to collapse even faster. The last few drops of water fell from the portal, just as Sukasa's sturdy stone wall began to crumble apart. The two of them scrambled back as a massive purple energy orb shot straight towards them. The orb slammed into the stone floor, creating an absolutely terrifying explosion. But then, Mimi appeared from inside the watery vortex, letting out an excited roar. A delighted Sukasa rushed right to her side. Jin also got up, looking on with admiration. Mimi, you did amazing. The area boss is defeated, just as expected of Lady Mi. He knelt down, petting Mimi's head in relief. We made it through thanks to you, he began, but before he could finish, Jin swung her sword hard at the floor. A loud clang echoed as the blade hit something solid, making Sukasa whip his head around in surprise. Shing! From inside the shattered rock, a short sword glowing with a blue magical light appeared, radiating pure energy. What is this? A short sword, completely covered in magic? Jin stood and respectfully explained the weapon's origin. Master, please take this. It is the hidden item for this area. Hearing that, Sukasa turned back to her, his jaw completely on the floor. A hidden item? You mean like a super rare item that's almost impossible to find? He stepped closer, feeling the immense power flowing from it. Jin explained. It was likely hidden at the bottom of the lake. It was swept up and fell through from the other side of the portal. He stared at the new weapon with a look of pure disbelief. Gently, he took the hilt, thinking to himself, the bottom of the lake! I can't believe a hidden item was just sitting in a place like that. He raised the sword high, and the system immediately displayed its details. Weapon name, Mysterious Light Sword. Description, a short sword containing an unseen power. Its blade delivers more than simple cuts, granting special effects. He gave the sword a few test swings, feeling out its power. It seems to be some kind of special weapon, but the details aren't clear. Guess I'll just have to use it to find out. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently again, putting all three of them on high alert. Sukasa stumbled to keep his balance in a panic. What? Another sudden quake? But Jin calmly reassured him. Please don't worry, Master. She pointed toward a wall that was now transforming. This tremor is a result of the area boss's defeat. The dungeon path is changing for its conquerors. A brilliant gate of light opened up, revealing the path to the next area. The path to the next area. The exit was finally open. They stepped out of the tunnel, finding themselves on a completely deserted road. At the border of the Kawabe and Awaya districts, Sukasa pushes a manhole cover aside and scans the unfamiliar scenery. He's out, right on the edge of the zones. One more step, and he'd be in the neighboring Iwaya district. He stood with his hands on his hips, proudly looking back at how far they'd come before calling to Jin, who was peeking out from a sewer. Hey, you! Feeling pretty smug over there? A strange voice suddenly called out, making him spin around in surprise. What are you people doing in a place like this? Seeing a group of strangers approaching, he quickly pushed Jin back into the sewer. This was bad. He had to hide her. Being seen with a monster would only cause a world of trouble. He turned back around, trying to act normal as he faced the men. A man who looked like the leader approached, questioning him sternly. This is an emergency situation, so don't wander off. Sukasa awkwardly scratched his head. Right. Looking at their outfits, Sukasa made a quick guess. The Hunter Association's rescue squad. Were they guiding civilians to safety? Suddenly a man with a sharp aura cut through the crowd, his authoritative voice stopping them. No, wait. Everyone, clear a path. The rescue team member held a tablet, his eyes narrowing as he studied Sukasa. Could it be? The S-rank freelance hunter, Ninomiya. The man flashed a friendly smile, confidently holding out the screen with Sukasa's profile. Rumors about you have spread through the entire force, you know. Sukasa looked at the screen, a little surprised as the man recounted his major feats. The word was he'd defeated a regional boss all by himself. His mind flashed back to that insane fight with the giant, flaming stone dragon. He mentally scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, he meant that battle. He had certainly caused a scene, so it was no surprise that rumors were flying. Seeing that he didn't deny it, the man gestured enthusiastically. Why don't you join my team and work with us? If I use my authority, I can finalize your hunter registration right here and now. Faced with such a tempting offer, Sukasa was completely stunned into silence. His mind was a battlefield of thoughts. This was it, an offer to become an official hunter, his lifelong dream. His hand, which had been hanging loosely, slowly clenched into a fist, a clear sign of the intense internal battle he was fighting. But defying all expectations, he closed his eyes, bowed deeply, and refused point blank. I decline. His rejection left the entire rescue squad speechless. The team leader stepped forward, his face a mask of disbelief. What? What did you just say? You're going to stay a freelancer? Sukasa remained bowed, his expression hidden by shadows as the air grew heavy with unspoken tension. Realizing he couldn't be persuaded, the man sighed and pulled back his hand with a look of deep regret. I understand. It seems you have your reasons. Still, this was a golden opportunity to recruit a rare talent. The rescue team turned to leave, but the captain glanced back for one final piece of advice. If you want to operate alone, then go ahead. However, be extremely careful on the road ahead. His face grew serious as he added a warning. I've heard illegal hunters are causing trouble in the neighboring Iwaya district, and they're a real nasty bunch. Sukasa silently watched them walk away, images of sinister hunters chasing down innocent people flashing through his mind. Illegal hunters? He had run into people like that before, but the way that guy said it was unsettling. He scanned the desolate landscape, deep in thought. If the Hunter Association was that worried, there might be someone far more dangerous out there. He needed to stay on his guard. Once the group was completely out of sight, he went to the manhole cover, took Jin's hand, and pulled her up. It's safe now, come on out. The beautiful knight stepped onto the pavement, her sword at the ready, looking at her master with a questioning gaze. Master, are you sure about this? Not joining forces with those people? Sukasa bent down, closing the manhole after helping Yang Mimi up too, then let out a small sigh of relief. Yeah, I'm done with trying to register as an official hunter. The world has become a dungeon now. That stuff doesn't matter anymore anyway. His face suddenly fell, a mask of deep suspicion and exhaustion. Besides, in a situation like this, I can't trust anyone, not even the Hunter Association. But then he looked up, and a warm, radiant smile broke through the gloom. And I already have my own companions. He turned to Jin and little Yang with eyes full of emotion, proudly declaring, You two are the most reliable allies I could ever hope for. Hearing his cheesy yet sincere words, Jin's eyes blinked softly as a gentle and truly happy smile spread across her face. Shaking off the sentimental moment, Sukasa refocused his energy, taking a step back to prepare for their next move in the Iwaya district. All right, let's move. I'll start by scanning for traps. He dropped to one knee and slammed a hand on the ground, activating a brilliant blue magic circle. I'll confirm the layout and find us the best route. Instantly, a positioning map materialized inside his mind. It showed red dots scattered across the street grid, each one marking a hidden trap. But as he scanned the map, his focus locked onto a giant patch of purple static that completely obscured an entire area. What was it hiding? The strange anomaly sent a cold shiver down Sukasa's spine, and he shot up to his feet in disbelief. He dazedly held up his hand, which was still glowing with magic, and stared into the empty air. What was that feeling? Deciding to follow the mysterious signal, the group stopped at the outskirts of the Iwatani district. Sukasa confirmed, We're here. This is the spot I saw with my trap scanning ability. Before them stood the sun-bleached gate of an amusement park, a giant, silent Ferris wheel looming in the background. He figured the true source of that strange signal was somewhere inside this park. He frowned, his expression turning dead serious as he weighed the risks. The unknown signal I'm sensing is unlike anything I've ever encountered before. Whatever it is, leaving it alone could be dangerous. Even so, a part of him still hesitated, thinking of his beloved older sister. His original plan was to get to the West Neighborhood District as fast as possible to meet his sister, Shiori. With a sigh, he compromised with himself and stepped through the park's entrance. I don't want to take a huge detour, but I can't just ignore something that feels this dangerous. I'll just check it out quickly. Lost in thought, he was startled when little Mimi suddenly ran ahead of him, yelling on, and waving her blackened hands. He asked, confused, "What's wrong? Mimi?" Suddenly, Sukasa's pupils contracted as he stared in absolute shock. A choked gasp caught in his throat. Right in the middle of the park's brick path was a massive, rectangular stone structure, standing there like a forbidden tomb. He and Jane cautiously approached the enormous object, observing and assessing it. So this is the source of that mysterious signal? It has to be. This was no amusement park decoration. It felt like something born when this whole area transformed into a dungeon. Sukasa's eyes then landed on a small stone pedestal placed right in front of the structure. Curious, he went over to inspect it. There was some kind of warning carved here, the letters on the gray stone slab practically radiating danger. Here lies the resting place of a mighty destroyer, one who can shatter the greatest of stones. Let no one touch it. After reading the inscription, Sukasa looked up at the black monolith with a puzzled frown. A mighty destroyer. What could that possibly mean? Is there some kind of giant machine inside? Sensing his master's curiosity, Jine quickly issued a warning. "Master, please be careful. This device could be a calamity trap." Sukasa repeated the unfamiliar term. A calamity trap? The knight explained with a grave tone, picturing a monstrous, overwhelming figure in her mind. It refers to a massive trap, on a completely different level from normal ones. It's an incredibly rare phenomenon. The details are shrouded in mystery, so we won't know what it does unless we actually activate it. A bead of sweat trickled down Sukasa's face as he muttered, "That's the first time I've ever heard of one. I've read through countless documents in the Hunter Association's library, but there was never any mention of a calamity trap." He looked up at the monolith that blotted out the sun, carefully weighing his options to stay alive. "I don't know much, but this thing feels incredibly ominous. I get the feeling that recklessly touching it and activating the trap would be a very bad idea." He shook his head, pushing aside his curiosity. He turned his back and started to walk away. "What exactly is a calamity trap? I'm curious, but for now, we need to hurry." The group headed straight into the dense forest of the Iwatani district. Sukasa wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing heavily as he walked. It's been nothing but forest paths since we left that amusement park. Leaning against a tree to catch his breath, he explained to his teammates, "This is definitely the fastest shortcut to the next district." But before he could finish complaining, a rustling sound cut him off, making him whip his head around, on full alert. What's that?" He peered into the distance to see a giant, muscular monster with raised claws charging 3 helpless men, their panicked screams echoing through the trees. "Ah, run. No, don't split up, attack at the same time, damn it." Watching safely from behind a tree, he squinted, analyzing the situation. A party from the Hunters Association? They seem to have decent skills, but they're probably lacking in real experience. He watched the monster swing its massive arm for a death blow while the group fumbled, and he shook his head. They have absolutely no coordination against that monster. He couldn't just stand by and watch people die. Sukasa launched himself out from his cover. "This is bad. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before they're wiped out. I have to step in and help." But his heroic plan was cut short as he suddenly skidded to a halt in the grass. He swings his arms, trying to keep his balance on the narrow ledge. Suddenly, his eyes fly open in utter shock, staring at the space just ahead as a gasp escapes his lips. A colossal beam of light descends from the sky, crashing down with terrifying power like a warning shot from a meteor. And inside that blinding pillar of light, the silhouette of a blonde girl with eyes as sharp as blades appears. With a graceful swing of her katana, she unleashes a wave of brilliant golden energy that scorches the earth below, creating a magical explosion that wipes out everything in its path. The shockwave and pressure are so intense that Sukasa has to shield his face with his arm. He grits his teeth, squeezing his eyes shut against the blast. Jin rushes to his master's side, frantically asking, "Master, are you all right?" But Sukasa can only let out a stunned grunt, still reeling from the impact. As the light fades, a gruesome sight is revealed. The monster's massive, severed head, with its jagged, bloody teeth, falls to the grass with a sickening thud. He can only stare, dumbfounded, at the monster's corpse, which was taken down in an instant. He's sweating, completely speechless. Upon the wreckage of the battle, the blonde swordswoman lands gently, her high-heeled boot planted defiantly on the massive carcass she just created. The 3 hunters who were fighting for their lives moments ago can only collapse to the ground, stammering in absolute terror. The monster was defeated in a single flash? Who even is that? Standing tall and proud on the monster's body, she slowly sheathes her sword and speaks, her voice ringing out, "My apologies for suddenly joining your fight." She smiles confidently, announcing her name and ridiculously impressive background. "My name is Asahina Sumuji. I'm an S-rank hunter affiliated with the Hunters Association." From her perch, she explains her arrival to the people below. "I was searching this area for the zone boss under orders from headquarters. Then I saw all of you and decided to act." Sukasa, still hiding behind a tree, watches her with bated breath. An S-rank hunter. That girl? It had to be. That last attack was clearly not the work of any ordinary person. From a distance, he hears Asahina cheerfully making an offer. Perfect timing. "I happen to be looking for companions to join me on this mission. If you're willing, would you like to help me find the zone boss?" But despite the S-ranker's enthusiasm, the hunter's leader just looks completely flustered and grim. Asahina, however, keeps talking. Her smile vanishes. Asahina's hand clenches into a fist as she gives a serious warning about the risks that lie ahead. Finding the boss might not be the end of it. There's a very high probability that we'll have to fight it. Hearing this, the captain and his two comrades don't look scared at all. Instead, they share a smug little smile, as if it's no big deal. The man eagerly responds to the woman who just saved them, his voice full of confidence. "We owe you our lives. Of course we'll help. Besides, we're A-rank hunters ourselves, and now we have an S-rank like you with us." Full of fighting spirit, the hunters raise their weapons and let out a cheer. "We can easily win with this team. Let's go. Let's find that boss." Their energy even brings a smile to Asahina's face. The cheerful swordswoman waves them forward, leading the group deeper into the forest. "All right then, everyone, let's go." Sukasa watches their backs disappear from behind a tree. Sukasa mutters, sizing up the situation with brutal honesty. That S-rank hunter is unbelievably naive. Taking a group like that with her, they're just going to be dead weight. If they actually fight the boss, they'll die instantly. Jin glances at his master and asks quietly, "Master, what will you do? Will you contact them?" Hearing that, Sukasa immediately turns away, his voice firm. "No, I don't have time to get involved. Just let them go." Pushing aside other people's problems, he focuses on getting back to his own original goal. "We're getting out of this forest, and we're doing it fast." After walking for a while, the group stops on some jagged rocks next to a babbling stream. He sighs, looking at the view. From here on out, it looks like nothing but rivers and valleys. This entire area is just pointlessly massive, isn't it? He scans his surroundings with a wary expression, giving instructions to his companion. "But for now, we just need to follow this path." As he's striding confidently, his foot suddenly stops on a large rock. His sharp eyes dart suspiciously toward a pile of rubble by the stream. He runs a hand through his hair, letting out a long sigh. He looks exhausted by the endless stream of trouble finding him. Ugh, one thing after another. Nothing but weird stuff has happened since we entered this zone. Dropping the pretense, he whips his head toward the cracked boulders and yells out, "Hey, you over there, stop sneaking around." He'd known someone was hiding for a while. "Come on out," he calls. But the pile of rubble remains perfectly silent. Losing all patience, Sukasa decides to force the issue. He raises his hand, activating a brilliant purple magic circle. "If you're going to keep hiding, I'll just have to drag you out." The moment the magic flares, a man in a suit leaps out from behind a rock, hands raised in terrified, frantic surrender. "Wait! Don't kill me!" The man waves his hands, sweat pouring down his face, desperately trying to save his own skin. "I don't know who you are, but I'm just a normal civilian. I was just passing by, that's all." Sobbing pathetically, the man scrambles forward and drops to his knees on the grass. "So please, don't turn me into monster food. Just spare my life, please." Sukasa just stares, completely baffled by this stranger's dramatic, tear-filled performance. He has no idea what's going on. Monster food? What are you talking about? Just then, little Yang Mi casually bounces over to check out the commotion. The creature's lolling tongue makes the man scream in terror and fall flat on his back. Seeing the guy's petrified expression, Sukasa finally gets it. He mutters to himself, "Oh, right. Me and the others are with me." In a situation like this, it's really no surprise the man feels like his life is in danger. To calm things down, Sukasa gives a gentle smile and explains his bizarre party. "Sorry for the misunderstanding. I'm a freelance hunter. I'm just traveling with a few unusual companions. But don't worry about it." Hearing that sacred title, the man's eyes light up like he's just been thrown a lifeline. He stammers, "A real hunter?" Not wasting a second, the guy lunges forward, clinging to his leg again and wailing with gratitude, leaving Sukasa completely stunned. "Thank God, please help me." The pitiful man looks up, his face a total wreck. He begs desperately, "I'm lost and in big trouble. Can you please guide me to a safe place? Please, Lend a hand to this poor lost man. But the tearful plea doesn't sway Sukasa's reason. He turns away, looking conflicted. A safe place. That's a problem, I'm in a hurry. But looking at the gloomy, dangerous forest, his conscience starts to bother him. But monsters really do appear around here. I'd feel bad if I just left him all alone. Suddenly, an idea flashes through his mind. He remembers that loud group he saw earlier. If I backtrack a bit, that boss hunting party should still be there. Should I ask them to protect him? With that thought, his mind is made up. Sukasa breaks into a bright smile and looks down to reassure the civilian. All right, I understand. Follow me. I'll find a Hunter Association team and ask them to protect you. The moment he hears this, the man jumps up and down with joy, celebrating right beside little Yang Mi. Tears and snot are running down his face. Yes, I'm saved. Now I can go home. But his joy is cut short when Yang Mi suddenly leaps forward, baring its fangs and claws, making the man scream in absolute terror. Seeing this, Sukasa crosses his arms and tells his pet, "Hey, don't scare him. It didn't mean any harm, so please forgive it." The man timidly clasps his hands and replies, "Sorry." Still, looking at the man's weak appearance, he thinks to himself, but wandering around with monsters like these is just too dangerous. What would the people from the Hunters Association think if they saw this? To avoid any needless trouble, he turns to stop the female knight. "Jin, sorry, but please wait here. I'm enough to guide him on my own." The loyal female knight bows her head in obedience. "Yes, master." Understood. While the man just watches in silence, Sukasa makes the arrangements and leads the way. Let's go. First, to the forest trail. And the other guy scrambles to follow, shouting, "Yes!" As he walks behind, the man wipes his sweat, thinking with cocky relief. Man, what a relief. To meet a hunter in a place like this. I'm totally safe now. Noticing the guy's careless attitude, Sukasa glances back with a serious warning. No, you shouldn't let your guard down. A monster attack could come at any moment. But the second Sukasa turns away, the man behind him reveals an incredibly malicious and deceitful smirk. The friendly face from before is completely gone. He secretly scoffs at his supposed savior. Heh, you naive little hunter. Are you only on guard against monsters? While Sukasa's back is turned, the man suddenly lunges forward, aiming a magically glowing hand at him and roaring with triumph. So what happens if a nasty rogue hunter attacks you from behind, just like this? His hand slams into Sukasa's back, but instead of taking him down, a protective magic circle suddenly appears, completely shocking the attacker. Huh? His eyes widen in horror as he realizes his dirty trick has been caught and turned against him. A massive purple magic fist reflects the attack, smashing right into his face and activating the reflector blow, a counterpunch designed for ambushes, striking back before the initial attack can even land. The punch sends him flying dozens of feet away, spitting blood and screaming in agony. Sukasa calmly turns his head. Just as he suspected, the guy was just waiting for a chance to strike. Too bad he'd already predicted it. His eyes turn sharp as steel. He remembers the rescue team's warning that this area was crawling with some seriously ruthless illegal hunters. Exposed. The guy's pinned to the ground, but he still manages a sick, twisted laugh. So, you finally figured it out. I'm one of the bad guys. Refusing to go down, he leaps up, his palm glowing with the light of a new skill as he screams. But how about this? A blinding flash of light erupts. And somehow, Sukasa's blue magic sword is now in his hand. He sneers. Didn't even notice I swiped this from you, did you? Sukasa's eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise and suspicion crossing his face. Is that? And then he puts on a massive show, acting like he just lost his most priceless treasure. My rare item. The one I just got. You stole my equipment. Seeing Sukasa's so-called panic, the thief smirks, planting a foot down victoriously. You got way too careless, he taunts, sword in hand. He smugly explains his dirty little trick. I used my skill to grab it right before you sent me flying. Slick, right? His eyes go wild with greed as he stares at the ultra-rare weapon. His skill can instantly scan an enemy's gear and steal their single highest rarity item. He lifts the sword, pointing it dramatically right at Sukasa. He proudly announces the name of his cheap shot ability. This is my skill, Rare Item Plunder. With a top-tier weapon in hand, he charges Sukasa, ready to silence him for good. With a cheat skill like this, I'm invincible. I can't possibly lose to anyone. But in his bloodlust, his heel comes down right on top of a glowing magic circle, hidden just beneath the grass. He skids to a stop, completely baffled. Huh? A glowing ring of sharp thorns suddenly materializes right over his head. Before he can even process it, countless thorny vines shoot down from the ring, wrapping tightly around his entire body. The prized sword slips from his grasp, falling uselessly to the grass below. The thief is completely bound by the vines, screaming in terror as he's trussed up tight. He struggles desperately, having walked right into a divine tier system trap. These vines show absolutely no mercy to anyone who trespasses in the forest. Left dangling in midair, he screams in a complete panic. "What the hell is this? What did you do to me?" But Sukasa just calmly strolls over, holding up a hand. "I didn't do a thing. A binding trap that was already here just got triggered." He looks up at the guy swinging from the vines, and casually drops the cold, hard truth. "Well, see, I knew you'd get caught, so I made sure to throw you right next to the trap." A quick flashback confirms he had already mapped the entire area. He smugly explains his trap scanning ability. "It's a little technique I have that lets me see the exact location of every trap beforehand." Sukasa calmly bends over to pick up the fallen sword, not missing the chance for a sarcastic jab. "Sorry, but you're not the only one who knows how to use a cheat skill." He flips the glowing blade over in his hands, a sly, bone-chilling smirk on his face. "So, what now? I've never actually used this thing before." That quiet little threat is enough to make the hanging man break out in a cold sweat, teeth chattering in absolute terror. Without a moment's hesitation, Sukasa points the razor-sharp tip of the sword right at the man's face, his voice chillingly flat. "Want to be my first test subject?" The coward completely breaks down, screaming for his life. "Eek! Stop! Please! Just don't kill me!" Desperate to save his own skin, he throws out the most tempting bait he can think of in his panic. "That's it. I'll tell you where the hidden item is. The only unique, super rare item in this entire area." Hearing the words hidden item, a spark of curiosity mixed with suspicion flashes in Sukasa's eyes. He presses, his voice low. "The location of a hidden item, you say?" He presses the glowing blue tip of the sword right against the captured trickster's neck. He interrogates him with a slight frown. "And how would you know about something like that?" Terrified, the man just nods frantically, sweating bullets. "It's true. I really know where the hidden item is, I swear. So please, just let me go." But Sukasa isn't buying it that easily. He gives the guy a sharp, suspicious glare, pressing one last time just to be sure. "You're absolutely sure you know where it is?" He slowly lowers the sword, thinking through the situation. He had used his trap scan the second he entered the zone, but didn't pick up on any locations that could hold a hidden item. Furrowing his brow, he quietly thinks through how his scanning skill actually operates. If an item's in an area packed with traps, finding it is a piece of cake. A mental image pops up: a treasure chest surrounded by countless traps. Hidden items are almost always in areas guarded by a ton of traps, and his scan skill basically works like a cheat code to pinpoint them. But then he remembers the sword he found at the bottom of the lake. He lets out a sigh, admitting his own weakness. But sometimes, they're just tucked away in remote areas nobody ever visits. In those cases, finding them with my power alone is next to impossible. Putting it all together, he looks up at the dangling thief and comes to a conclusion. Which means this time, the item must be in one of those hidden, undetectable locations. Lost in thought, he was startled by his knight, Jin, who suddenly appeared behind him full of concern. "Master, are you all right?" The question made Sukasa jump, and he quickly turned around to face her. Jin breathed a sigh of relief seeing her master was safe, just as little Mimi came running up, kicking up a trail of dust. "I heard the sounds of battle and simply couldn't sit still, so I rushed here at once with Lady Mimi." Seeing their loyalty and anxious faces, Sukasa gave them a gentle smile, his voice soft and reassuring. "You ran all this way, and you brought Mimi too? I'm sorry for making you worry." He gestured with his sword toward the man struggling in the vines, calmly explaining the situation. "Turns out, this guy is an illegal hunter. I just finished capturing him." Jin's eyes instantly darkened, filled with a cold killing intent as she drew her sword and stepped forward. "So that's it," the knight declares. "In that case, allow me to deliver the finishing blow." Without another word, she hefts her glowing greatsword high, preparing to cleave the supposed dark hunter in half without an ounce of hesitation. Seeing death itself staring him down, the man's eyes widened in horror as he let out a desperate scream. "Wait!" As the massive blade came within millimeters of his nose, he squeezed his eyes shut and yelled, trying to cling to life. "Wait, just hear me out." Not wanting to waste his chance, the man blurted out a stream of valuable information like a machine. "I'm sure I saw a clue to a hidden item." Jin's massive sword screeched to a halt in midair. She and Sukasa exchanged a silent, doubtful stare, completely caught off guard by the crook's sudden testimony. Seeing them hesitate, the man quickly swallowed and continued his story, hoping to save his own neck. "It happened while I was scouting around for a hunter to target." In his memory, the scene of a deep, treacherous canyon appeared, and as he ventured deeper into the gorge, a look of sheer terror flashed in his eyes as he recalled that very moment. The ground and the cliffs began to shake violently. Suddenly, the rocks on the cliff face right in front of me started to move. Through a thick cloud of dust, a colossal figure rose to its feet, blotting out the entire sky. A gigantic golem, hard as bedrock, had revealed itself. After hearing the bland horror story, Sukasa frowned and cut the man off. So what? What does any of that have to do with a hidden item? Annoyed by the dismissal, the tied-up man growled, trying to explain his logic. Are you dense? It's obvious, if a monster that huge and tough is there. He strained forward, shutting his eyes and screaming with absolute conviction. It must be guarding the location of the hidden item. Sukasa muttered the man's words, stroking his chin as he weighed the theory. It's huge and tough because it's guarding something? Logically, that felt like a bit of a stretch. But beside him, Jin spoke in a low voice, advising her master, but not completely dismissing the idea. Master, it's dangerous to blindly trust this man's words. However, his story isn't entirely impossible either. The familiar rules of dungeon logic came to mind, the classic image of a stone monster guarding a golden chest. Hidden items can be found in all sorts of places. Sometimes they're in the simplest spots, just to fool any challengers. Seeing some merit in the idea, Sukasa nodded slowly, a spark of curiosity and determination lighting up his eyes. I understand. If you say so, Jin, then perhaps it's worth checking out. His mind made up, Sukasa gripped the hilt of his glowing sword and nodded. All right. He turned to Jin and little Mimi, laying out the new plan. We're going to find the hidden item this guy mentioned. It might be something that can help us on our way to Siori. Pointing his sword at the still-bound poacher, he gave a cold command. Now, lead the way to that stone golem, and we are not untying you. Before the threat was even finished, a loud noise ripped through the quiet air, making his eyes narrow with caution. Both of them immediately whipped their heads around toward the source of the sound. Sukasa muttered, "That sound." His eyes went wide as a massive, cross-shaped blast of sword energy sliced through the distant forest. The sheer power of that attack made his face pale, and a cold sweat broke out as if he'd just seen a reaper. In a flash, the hunter Sasahina descended from the sky, unleashing a razor-sharp slash aimed right at Sukasa and the bandit. Thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, Sukasa jumped back, dodging the attack and leaving the bound man to tumble across the ground from the force. His knight Jin immediately leaped in front of her master, taking a defensive stance. "Master!" But he quickly reassured her. "I'm fine." He turned back, glaring at their attacker and shouting loudly, "That's far enough, you outlaw." The blonde swordswoman pointed her blade right at his face, her voice sharp and full of righteous fury. "I heard rumors that a vile, illegal hunter was stalking this area, and I'm guessing that must be you." Stung by the false accusation, he can only mutter to himself, completely baffled by the situation. An S-rank hunter out on a boss hunt, right? An illegal hunter. Wait a second, is she actually talking about him? Before the misunderstanding can be cleared up, Jin's eyes dart to the side. He hears the more A-rank hunters are charging in. In one fluid motion, the knight uses her foot to kick little Yangmi safely behind her. She's trying to hide its monster nature from the eyes of the newcomers. Asahina raises her sword, blazing with punishing light, and prepares the final strike. "I will cut down all of you despicable illegal hunters." At the same time, the gray-haired A-rank hunter unleashes a brutal slash at little Yangmi and her monster companions, forcing a terrified scream from the creature. Seeing his companion in danger, Sukasa yells out a warning, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. "Yangmi, be careful, this is a complete misunderstanding." As Asahina's blade closes in, he grits his teeth, focusing all his mana into a defensive skill. In an instant, a magical wooden shield appears, stopping the fatal slash. Abruf shield. Its durability might be low, but the shield appears instantly, perfect for blocking sudden attacks. He blocked it, but the terrifying pressure from the S-rank hunter still sends cracks splintering across the shield. He grits his teeth, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Seeing her master straining, the female knight calls out his name in alarm. "Master!" Pressing her blade down harder, Asahina roars in his face. "I knew it. Those monsters are working with you. Commanding such vile creatures is all the proof anyone needs. You're clearly a villain." While barely holding her off, he strains to argue with the hard-headed knight. "What? Don't just jump to conclusions. You're attacking the wrong person. And in the middle of all this chaos, that scammer from earlier has broken free from the vines." Turning his back, he laughs excitedly. "Haha, what a stroke of luck. Time for me to disappear." Elsewhere, Jin has already drawn her sword to face the 3 A-rank hunters, coldly asking, "Master, give the order. Should I eliminate these people?" Hearing a fully armored monster speak in such a clear voice, Asahina's eyes widen in absolute shock. As the stunned swordswoman exclaims, The monster can talk? Sukasa roars his command. No, killing official hunters will get us banned. Just take young me and get out of here. Though clearly reluctant, the female knight obeys without question, dashing away like the wind. Understood. I'm withdrawing from the area immediately. Her slender form zips through the trees, her sword a blur as she parries every single attack from the pursuing hunters. She carves open a path, allowing for a safe retreat with little Yangmi. The two A-rank hunters can only scream in shock at her insane speed. What kind of speed is that? I can't keep up at all. Meanwhile, the S-rank swordswoman Asahina remains completely composed, her sharp, deep blue eyes unfazed by the surrounding chaos. With a single, decisive swing of her sword, she shatters incoming boulders into dust, creating a blinding flash of sword energy. The immense pressure from her attack forces Sukasa back, his hand bracing against the ground as the other two hunters watch in pure astonishment. The moment her attack lands, Asahina immediately barks out orders to the flustered group. Everyone forget the monsters, the mastermind is right here. Surround the illegal hunter now. Hearing that ridiculous title again, Sukasa can only grimace, muttering in frustration. Illegal hunter. Asahina steps forward, her tone dripping with condescension. Staying behind to let your allies escape? You've got some nerve. All four of them spread out to surround the so-called outlaw. Asahina points her blade threateningly. It's 4-on-1 now. There's no escape. But pushed into a corner, Sukasa shows no fear. Instead, he just looks up and coldly replies, "Don't get it wrong. I'm not staying behind to be some sacrificial lamb." His strangely calm demeanor makes the blonde knight frown in confusion. Sukasa smirks with confidence, summoning a glowing short sword that floats right above his palm. I just figured being completely outnumbered would be the perfect opportunity to test the power of this new light sword. And with that, he reaches out, his hand closing around the hilt. A brilliant blue light radiates from the blade, wrapping itself around his fingers. A spark of excitement flashes in his eyes as he shouts, "Now, let's see what this sword can do." Dance to the rhythm of an unnamed trap. And right on cue, the system window confirms it. The Mystic Light Sword. A rare item. Weapon class. Mystic Light Sword. Description. A short sword containing an invisible power. Its blade offers more than just simple slashes. A special effect, the true meaning of its power, remains a total mystery. Sukasa grips the hilt, thrusting forward with a sly grin as he gets into a ready stance. It was time to find out what this thing was really worth, the power of this rare item. Seeing their opponent holding just a flimsy blade, one of the hunters sneered, ready to fight. "Don't you look down on us. What the hell do you think you can do with a little sword like that?" The leader charged, swinging his massive axe like a runaway tank with its brakes cut. "You don't underestimate A-rank hunters." Sensing disaster, Asahina screamed for him to stop, but it was too late. "Wait, don't just charge in blindly like that." A faint smirk played on Sukasa's lips as his left hand shot up. He activated a flickering purple magic circle, setting the perfect trap. Instantly, strange glowing sigils appeared, wrapping around the bodies and weapons of the three charging hunters. Without hesitation, Sukasa summoned a huge magic pad in front of him and said, "First, let's try a little swing." He powerfully swung the short sword into the pad, releasing a brilliant wave of energy that bounced right back, like a mystical dance of light. The energy wave, combined with the trap's effect, sent their attacks into chaos, causing the three hunters to slash each other and cry out in pain. It was just as the system described pin panic, a trap designed to confuse and disrupt the trajectory of attacks. Witnessing this insane spectacle, Asahina broke out in a cold sweat. "Again?" she thought in shock. "Can he really just create traps whenever he wants?" That hunter was definitely no ordinary guy. Across the field, the gray-haired hunter clutched his shoulder, gritting his teeth as he doubled over in pain. All three of them staggered and collapsed onto the grass, absolutely terrified by the power of that bizarre attack. What was that? That slash. My body is burning up. Damn it. Suddenly, the gray-haired man's eyes shot wide open, realizing a horrifying truth was consuming his body. Looking at the black scratch spreading across his arm, he screamed out, "This is poison. It's a debuff caused by a poisoned attack." At the same time, Sukasa gave his wrist a slight twist, feeling the dark magic that continuously radiated from the short sword. He grinned, finally understanding the true power of his new toy. So that's it. It applies status effects to any opponent it hits. So that's its power. But since it was a super rare item, he ran a hand along the magically glowing blade, confident that this wasn't its only special effect by a long shot. Suddenly, a flash of killing intent cut through his thoughts, making him click his tongue and glance warily to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Asahina rushed in, bringing her katana down hard. only to be blocked by his sword in a shower of blinding sparks. The swordswoman gritted her teeth, unleashing her fury on him. "Your selfish behavior ends now. I won't let you hurt my comrades anymore." Using the rebound, she smacked his short sword hard, sending it flying high into the sky as she yelled, "A little sword like this? I'll just knock it away." Suddenly disarmed, Sukasa's eyes widened in shock, letting out an annoyed grunt. But Sukasa didn't flinch. He quickly raised his left hand again to turn the tables. "Create trap." Instantly, a brilliant pink thread of magic shot straight up into the air. It snaked toward the sword, the thread immediately wrapping itself tight around the hilt, preventing his super rare item from getting away as he prepared his counterattack. The skill, Pitya move. An object pulled by the threads moves in an unexpected trajectory. The skill activated, yanking the sword through the air. It flew backward, slamming right into the S-ranker's back. Hit hard, Asahina winced in pain, sweating as she realized something was terribly wrong with her body. "Ugh, my own attack." And then a moment later, she gasped in horror. "It's poison." But it didn't stop there. A layer of bitter frost suddenly spread, freezing her own sword solid, her eyes widening in terror. Huh? This time, it wasn't poison. She shivered, realizing it was frostbite from an ice attack. From a distance, Sukasa just smiled, pleased it was all going according to plan. "Just as I thought," he analyzed with confidence, recalling the sensation from a moment ago. "The way the color changed when I touched it. That's how I adjust the effect that gets added." This short sword could change its attack attribute at will. He gripped the brilliant magic weapon, the system information confirming his theory. The weapon's name appeared, Mystical Light Sword. Its special effect inflicted various debilitating status effects on any target it hits. He declared with a smug satisfaction, poison, frostbite, and other effects. "They're all under my control now." Despite her body growing numb, Asahina stubbornly tightened her grip on her katana as a magical light began to gather around it. Preparing to counterattack, her aura flared as the S-rank swordswoman roared. "Not yet. I won't be stopped." "By something like frostbite," she growled. "From now on, I'm using my most serious skills." She slowly closed her eyes, focusing all her spirit and magic for the decisive blow. In the next instant, her katana slid from its sheath, unleashing a blinding golden light and a power so overwhelming it seemed to tear space itself apart. A colossal, golden storm of sword energy swept across the entire battlefield. Asahina unleashes her signature technique. Secret Sword, Dance of the Severing Air. Facing a storm of blade energy, Sukasa breaks out in a cold sweat. What is this? A skill that shoots slashes of pure air? He stumbles back. There's too many of them, he can't possibly dodge them all. Left with no choice, he raises his short sword to block head-on, triggering a magical explosion that lights up the forest. The force of the blast knocks Sukasa's sword from his hand, sending it spinning through the air. It reflects in the S-rank hunter's sharp, murderous eyes. Seizing this golden chance, Asahina swings her sword, sending a blast of energy straight at him. Sweating bullets, Sukasa desperately reaches for his weapon, but he's just too slow. Quick as a flash, Asahina's black-gloved hand snatches the glowing short sword right out of mid-air. Holding her opponent's super rare weapon, the hunter smirks victoriously. "I've got this wicked sword. It's ours now." She points the blade directly at Sukasa, delivering her proud judgment. "With this, you're empty-handed and at a huge disadvantage. Surrender quietly." But then a puff of smoke erupts, and she blinks in confusion. "What the?" The super rare sword just vanished. Now she's holding a dry branch with a few dead leaves. The system message is brutal. Counterfeit item. An imitation that takes the form of a real item. Sweat drips down her cheek as she stares at the useless branch, stammering. "What?" While she's still in shock, Sukasa dashes forward, swinging the real sword for a terrifying critical strike. A spray of crimson flies through the air as the magic blade cuts across the swordswoman. Asahina stumbles back, clutching her chest with a groan. Sukasa casually twirls the sword in his hand. "Sorry," he says, "but the sword you caught was a fake. The real one was in my hand the whole time." Seeing her frustrated face, he smiles slightly. "Let me give you some advice. You should really fix that habit of closing your eyes before a big attack. In an opening like that, I can set as many traps as I want." Tricked and wounded, Asahina just glares at him stubbornly. "Wait, not yet. This battle isn't over. As an S-rank hunter, as long as I'm still alive." Before she finishes, her legs go numb. Arcs of magic lightning flash, making her collapse onto the grass with a grunt. "Ugh." Sukasa walks over and looks down at her. "Don't push yourself. You can't even stand up anymore, right?" Holding the brightly glowing sword, a system window appears. Mystic Light Sword. Its paralysis attack mode inflicts a paralyzing effect, rendering the target unable to act. He explains that the attack she just took was set to apply the paralysis effect. Looking at the helpless S-rank hunter and her 3 battered A-rank allies in the distance, he gently settles things. Including those 3 over there, a simple recovery potion will heal you instantly. I won't do any more harm, so please rest. The S-rank hunter Asahina looks up, her face pale, sweating and trembling as she asks her question. Why? Why are you being so merciful? You could have finished us all just now. Sukasa slowly retracts the short sword, letting it dissolve into particles of light before answering calmly. I never intended to finish you, and I don't want to steal anything. I'm just ending a pointless fight. He lowers his voice, making his position clear to the defeated swordswoman. I won't do anything more than this. He kneels on one knee, offering a hand in peace. So please, believe me. Believe that I'm not an illegal hunter. Looking into Sukasa's sincere eyes, Asahina manages a weak smile, admitting her defeat. You're right. The fact you didn't finish us is better proof than anything that you aren't an outlaw. She bows her head in shame, her voice full of regret for her reckless behavior. I have to apologize for the misunderstanding. But before she can finish, Sukasa flinches, whipping his head around to look behind them. What was that sound? The ground shakes violently as a huge chunk of rock slams into the earth like a massive earthquake. As the dust clears, a moving wall of stone stands before them, its menacing red eyes glowing as it lets out a threatening growl. The young man starts to sweat, staring up at the colossal monster that's so big it blocks out the sun. He stared in shock. What in the world was that? A colossal stone monster. Asahina, ever the S-rank hunter, quickly regained her cool, her confirmation startling him. That's a region boss, no doubt about it. She pulled a high-tech scanner from her pocket, its alarm light already flashing a piercing red. This high-performance sensor confirms it. That's the exact enemy we're looking for, an illegal region boss. While Sukasa was still muttering to himself, trying to process the information. So this thing is the ruler of the area that Crooked Hunter from before was already scrambling for his life in the background. Recognizing the familiar figure making a run for it, he yelled out, "Hey, that's the illegal hunter we just let get away." The giant stone boss instantly locked onto the fleeing target, its burning red eyes pulsing with a deadly light. With unmatched power, it swung its massive arm like a small mountain, slamming it into the earth with terrifying speed, creating a shockwave that tore the ground apart. It sent the dark hunter flying through the air with a horrifying scream. Thrown like a dry leaf in a storm, the man squeezed his eyes shut and begged for help. "Save me!" Just as his body was in freefall, a purple magic circle suddenly blazed to life right behind him. Turns out, the one who stepped in to save him was Sukasa. He raised his hand, activating the spell, leaving the hunter utterly stunned. But the second he landed safely, Sukasa had a magic blade pressed to his neck. "Explain yourself. Are you the one who brought that monster here?" Despite the threatening sword, the man just smirked with a shameless, crooked grin. "I told you, didn't I, that there was a terrifying monster lurking in the canyon up ahead." He gloated about his cowardly deed. "So, I woke it up and decided to let it go on a little rampage." A mad glint appeared in his eyes as he recalled being chased by the massive boss, the ground shaking with every step. He revealed his sinister plan to use the monster to get rid of them. "Even if you escaped, you'd just chase me, so I figured this would buy me some time to run." He grimaced bitterly, admitting his plan had backfired. "But then, my calculations were a little off, and somehow, I became the one being chased." Hearing the shameless truth, Sukasa gritted his teeth in fury, glaring at the scumbag. You knew that thing was a region boss." Their argument was cut short when a giant shadow suddenly fell over Sukasa, making his eyes widen in pure terror. He slowly turned around to face a towering wall of rock, staring down at its tiny prey with eyes of death. Before he could even react, the boss swung its 1,000-ton arm, swatting him away like a ragged doll. The blow was so powerful he let out a pained groan. Witnessing Sukasa get sent flying, Asahina immediately gave an order to her injured comrades. "Everyone, pull back for now. In our current condition, we can't fight it." A team member screamed in panic as the boss began to notice them. "Asahina, this is bad." Asahina clenched her jaw as the giant monster stood before them, its blood-red eyes now locked firmly on her entire group. "That bastard, it's targeting us now." But right then, a purple magic circle abruptly appeared in the air, followed by a strange system notification. "Create large bucket drop trap." A giant bucket falls from above, causing humiliation to the target. A literal bucket landed right on top of the boss's head. The mastermind of this unbelievable prank was none other than Sukasa. He'd already gotten back up and placed a hand on the stone golem. He beat his chest tauntingly, drawing all of its attention. Come on, Rockhead, your opponent is right here. Asahina was completely floored by his confusing actions. What? What are you even doing? The boss, feeling humiliated, let out a furious roar. Sukasa had successfully pissed it off. He turned and sprinted away, shouting, "That's right, follow me," all while making calculations in his head. Those injured hunters need time to use their recovery potions. So, for now, we have to lure this region boss somewhere else, anywhere a place that's easier to fight in. He kited the massive monster towards a distant city, thinking to himself, somewhere I can lead this thing. Meanwhile, at a cliff area by the river, a mimic, a monster treasure chest, was clapping with its long tongue. Beside it, a platinum-haired female knight in black armor knelt, watching the mimic and said, "My lord, please do not let your guard down." The knight stood on a high ledge observing the surroundings. There could be enemies very close by. She turned back to the mimic and continued, "But it's strange. I'm sure I heard a loud sound from around here earlier, like a landslide." The words had barely left her mouth when boulders started raining down around them, putting her on high alert. The giant boss, lost in its chase after Sukasa, had just plummeted down the very cliff where the knight was standing. Both the female knight and the mimic stared with wide-eyed shock at their uninvited guest. While Sukasa clung to the golem's back, two figures on the ground below spotted him, shouting with joy, "Master!" Hearing them, he looked down, his face etched with surprise at the sight of familiar faces. "Mimic, Jin, what are you two doing here?" he asked, quickly dropping down beside them in a ready fighting stance. Sukasa's voice rang out with authority. "Both of you, prepare for battle. We're taking down this area's boss." He stared at the growling boss, assessing the situation. It seemed to have locked onto him, making a fight unavoidable. Yan Zhuang replied, "Yes, master." Sukasa's brow furrowed, sweat tracing a line down his cheek. They had to find a way to deal with that rock-solid body. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from behind them. A voice rang out, unleashing a powerful and familiar skill. Secret sword. Slashing rain. A barrage of brilliant golden light slashes shot forward, striking the boss head-on. A pair of feet slid across the ground, leading a team of hunters. Turns out, it was Asahina and her crew, fully recovered. She announced with a grin, "We finally caught up, let's fight together, Ninomiya." Sukasa turned back with a smile of pure relief. Asahina began explaining while her teammates chugged their healing potions. "Because of you, Ninomiya, we bought enough time to recover. We're all good now, totally ready for round 2. Sukasa asked, completely surprised. "Wait, how do you know my name?" Asahina just held up her device, displaying his profile. "You're Ninomiya Sukasa, right? The rumored hunter who just showed up and started soloing area bosses." She placed a hand over her heart, cheeks flushing slightly as she properly introduced herself. "My deepest apologies for not recognizing you sooner. My name is Asahina Sumuji, a hunter from the Hunters Association." But this sweet introduction was cut short by a teammate's scream. "Sumuji, look." Everyone stared in absolute horror as the boss stood there without a single scratch on it. A teammate cried out, "That area boss, its defense is off the charts." Another confirmed that even after Sumuji's skill hit, it was completely unharmed. Sumuji stepped in front of Sukasa, her eyes filled with unwavering hope. "Ninomiya, do you have a plan? Any way to beat an enemy with such an insane defense?" Her faith in him was total. A person with your abilities could surely think of a strategy in an instant, a plan far stronger than anything we could ever come up with. Sumuji bowed deeply, entrusting the entire situation to him. "Please, we need you to lend us your wisdom. We're entrusting everything to you and we'll bet our lives on this battle." Sukasa broke into a cold sweat at their sudden intensity. Bet their lives on this? Was she serious? She barely knew a single thing about him, he thought to himself. Was she just unbelievably reckless, or was she just a crazy-level good person? He shook off the stray thoughts, focusing on the mission. No, just think, focus. Now that they had the manpower, there had to be a way to beat this tough enemy immune to their skills. Ah, an idea sparked. Sukasa stood with the team, facing the colossal stone monster as he began giving orders. Operation start. First, brace for the enemy's attack. He then turned to Jine and gave her a private assignment. "Jine, I need you to move separately. Go back the way we came, alone." One of the hunters gripped his weapon, his face a mask of worry and determination as he yelled, "It's coming." The gigantic area boss raised its massive stone fist, preparing to obliterate the hunters below while one of them screamed, "It's the area boss's attack." The monster's fist descended with an unbelievable, world-shaking force. Just as the attack was about to land, Sukasa activated his skill again, trap creation forming a protective barrier. Sumuji looked up, her face filled with shock at the sudden shield. A massive, shimmering blue dome enveloped the entire team, completely deflecting the powerful blow. She knew what it was. A defensive shelter trap, a shield as tough as a clamshell that could block any incoming attack. The other hunters could only stare in utter disbelief. One of them just mumbled, "That's amazing." As the group was being shielded, Jine followed her orders and rushed down the path alone. A hunter noticed her leave and asked, confused, "What the? Where is that armored monster going?" But Sukasa just answered calmly, "It's part of the strategy." Sukasa explained to the confused hunter, "I sent Jine ahead to our destination. We'll be right behind her." The group followed Sukasa, standing along a cliff and watching the boss advance. He quickly laid out the plan. "While we're luring the area boss, our target destination is the amusement park located in this sector." Sumuji ran beside him, asking for clarification. "The amusement park? That's on the other side of this area. Why lead the boss there?" Sukasa stared forward with a look of pure determination. "Because there's a trap there that can crush this rock-solid enemy." His face grew dead serious as he thought of the ultimate weapon they had available, the catastrophe trap. The area boss continued its relentless chase, smashing the very ground in front of them with every step. As the monster got closer, Sukasa yelled out orders to the group. No time to explain. Everyone spread out and retreat while dealing small amounts of damage. One of the hunters immediately understood the plan and rallied his allies. "So we're using feint attacks to draw the enemy's attention. All right then, leave that part to us." The hunters fanned out, launching a furious volley of attacks against the giant golem. They shout their skill names. Coordinating attacks, lightning strikes, and spears fly. But the area boss is completely unfazed, its crimson eyes locked on its prey. Another hunter leaps into the fight, unleashing one hell of a powerful attack. Flame Sword! The burning blade hits the monster but only leaves a scratch, forcing the hunter to roar in pure frustration. Ugh! The hunter realizes just how screwed he is, his face twisting in terror. Damn it, the enemy's attack landed first, they're all about to be wiped out. But then Sukasa steps in again, triggering another trap. He summons a massive magnet, a coercive device designed to force targets to move. The hunter in danger is suddenly yanked aside by the magnetic pull, barely escaping the devastating blow. He stares back, completely stunned as the monster's attack misses him entirely. Whoa! Sukasa stands firm, projecting a protective aura towards the hunter. "Don't even worry about dodging. I'll protect you, just focus on hitting that boss." As she runs, Sumuji glances back, admiring Sukasa's tactical mind. "I get it now, he's using traps to help us evade. This must be how Ninomiya fights." Her resolve hardening, Sumuji plants her feet firmly on the ground. Her entire body flares with a golden aura as she shouts, "Then I'm going all out too." Sumuji's eyes sharpen, channeling all her energy. She swings her blade, launching a massive, fiery crescent moon hurtling toward the beast. The attack explodes on impact, engulfing the area boss in a raging sea of fire. The monster just roars, its hand glowing red as it blocks the hit. Unharmed, it swings its massive arm down, ready to crush everything in its path. In that exact moment, Sukasa dashes in, grabbing Sumuji's hand and pulling her to safety. He activates another trap. A drone materializes from a magic circle. The description? Kidnapping drone, an aerial unit that appears and snatches people away. And just like that, Sukasa swiftly grabs onto the drone's landing gear. The drone soars into the sky, carrying both Sukasa and Sumuji with it. As the monster's fist pulverizes the ground below, Sukasa looks down from above and says, "All right, just keep baiting the area boss like this for now." He plans his next move, thinking, as long as Jine has activated that thing. Meanwhile, Jean is booking it across the ground at incredible speed. She arrives at a large stone platform, declaring she's reached the target. Her sword glows with a blue light as she raises it high, shouting, "Manifest!" With all her strength, she plunges the sword into the ground, screaming, "Oh mighty destroyer!" Golden energy erupts from the impact point. Elsewhere, another hunter is still being relentlessly chased by the area boss. He's panting, completely exhausted. "I'm running out of stamina." Just as the monster's fist descends, with Sumuji ready to pull him out, two purple portals suddenly appear, blocking the path and making the hunter cry out in shock. Whoa! Then, Sumuji herself is suddenly swallowed by a portal, letting out a surprised, "Ugh." It's a dangerous teleport trap, a sudden spacetime warp that moves its target to a different location. Sumuji breathes a sigh of relief after successfully saving the hunter from the boss. Rescue complete. Everyone is safe. The whole team has regrouped at the forest's edge, where Sukasa rallies them. "Okay, we're almost out of the forest. Everyone did great." He turns to me with the next mission. "The rest is on you. Run to the amusement park with everything you've got." Mi enthusiastically takes off, releasing a strange smoke from a monster-luring candle. It's a special kind of flare that attracts monsters. The area boss roars, its attention immediately caught by the smoke as it charges after Mi. Little Mi lets out a defiant scream, all while still being carried by the drone. Sukasa spots their destination up ahead. I see it. We're almost at the amusement park. He keeps luring the monster on the ground below. Area boss, just keep coming this way. Jin is already waiting on the activated platform. Sukasa thinks to himself, she's practically drooling, just waiting for it to arrive. Standing before a giant bell-shaped structure, Jin has her own thoughts. The ultimate attraction is about to crush you. An ice cream truck with a giant drill suddenly shoots out, slamming right into the beast. At the same time, sharp blades erupt from the ground below. The area boss staggers, taking heavy damage from the relentless surprise trap attacks. Mi runs for her life, screaming at the top of her lungs. A system warning flashes. Unidentified calamity, a disaster trap. What happens when this thing gets triggered? Out of nowhere, countless giant iron chains shoot out from the platform. The massive chains begin to wrap themselves tightly around the rock monster's body. The area boss roared and thrashed, but it was completely bound and couldn't move. Its blazing red eyes glared, full of fury and helplessness. From the disaster trap's platform, Jin leaped fearlessly down below. She swiftly snatched up little Mimi, calling out, "Lady Mimi!" As Mimi happily responded with a kill, Sukasa called down from his position, hovering in mid-air. "Nice work, Jin. I'm leaving Mimi in your hands," Jin respectfully answered. "Understood, Master." Sukasa gazed down at the struggling beast. To fully capture an area boss in a trap, he realized he'd have to weaken it further. He raised a hand toward the target and cast his spell. "Take this." A rain of fire that incinerates everything. A massive fireball came crashing down. Demonic flames, an inferno that incinerates any invader, turning them into nothing but dust. Below, Jin threw herself into action, using her body and sword to shield Mimi from the destructive force of the raging inferno. The area boss shrieked in absolute agony as the Hellfire burned through its stone armor. Its giant body cracked and crumbled, collapsing onto the blazing ground. Sukasa knew that no matter what it was, as long as it could be considered a trap, it would become a weapon for him. A true trap master. He focused his gaze on the anchor mechanism holding the chains. A colossal weight began to slide down along two pillars. The horrific impact created a violent shockwave, completely crushing the stone monster underneath. The area boss's rock-hard face crumbled apart as it let out its final groans. Ooh! A massive explosion erupted, lighting up the sky and blasting away the surrounding rock. Seeing this, the hunters and Tsumugi cried out in complete shock and horror. What was that? As the dust finally began to settle, a drone lowered Sukasa gently to the ground right in front of his stunned teammates. Touching down, Sukasa smiled confidently and declared, "Under the weight of the disaster trap, the rocks have been crushed and rendered harmless. This area is now secure." Everyone raised their weapons, celebrating their victory. The area boss has been defeated. We did it. Watching the scene unfold, Tsumugi's eyes suddenly went wide as she gasped in utter astonishment. She could only stammer, staring straight ahead. What is all this? Look at the huge number of items where the area boss fell. Tsumugi picked up a chained chest, speculating, could these have been inside that monster? They must have flown out when its body was destroyed. The other hunters joyfully reached out, scooping up all the loot that was now scattered all over the ground. You mean this is all our loot? That's right. We can take as many of these items as we want. Little Mimi cheerfully picked up an item and popped it in her mouth, making Sukasa laugh. But suddenly, his eyes caught something small and brilliant, glittering on the ground. Huh, what's this? He bent down and picked up a metal ring that was emitting an intense light. It looked like a bracelet, but its glow was incredibly bright. A magical blue light from the bracelet illuminated Sukasa's face, causing him to gasp in shock. Ha! An item information window appeared. Clairvoyant bracelet, an accessory used to identify the stats of other hunters. Sukasa's eyes widened in utter shock. The stats of other hunters. Could he really see right through them now? He remembered his old device erroring out when trying to view that information. Normally, it was impossible. A standard device could only measure your own stats. Sukasa turned his thoughtful gaze towards Tsumugi and the other hunters standing in the distance. If he really could see other people's stats. Sukasa raised his hand, hesitating, wondering if he should give it a little test. He decided to activate the bracelet, aiming the beam of magic light straight ahead. An analysis window appeared. Analysis complete, just as he expected from an S-rank hunter. Her stats were incredibly high and well-balanced, but her mana reserves were surprisingly low. That was a critical weakness. He looked at Tsumugi, realizing she must have skillfully concealed this flaw. By using the flashiness of her skills and her absolute mastery of the sword, Sukasa looked back at the brilliant magical light on his wrist, thinking in absolute astonishment. But if he could expose an opponent's true strength just like this, wasn't that basically cheating? This thing was definitely far beyond the capabilities of a normal piece of equipment. He turned to his guard. "Jin, could this item be?" Jin answered with reverence. "Yes, master. It is an extremely rare hidden item." She then began to explain the item's origin. Hidden items are placed in various locations depending on the area. It seems this one was hidden inside the area boss's body itself. Sukasa suddenly remembered the group of illegal hunters from before. So that was it. Inside the area boss, a hidden item lies near the monster. That had been the illegal hunter's speculation all along. But as he watched the hunters joyfully collecting their loot, he realized they weren't too far from the truth. Their hunch was at least half right. Suddenly, the communication device on Sumuji's wrist lit up, signaling a new message that immediately caught her attention. Sumuji immediately looked up at the other hunters and announced, "Everyone, we're receiving a transmission. It must be a message from headquarters." The woman tapped at her device, explaining the communication interference had vanished the moment they defeated the area boss. Just as new information started coming through, the screen flickered to life, showing a magical projection of a fierce man. "Listen up, members of the Hunters Association," the man declared. "This is a proclamation from the independent nation of Afterbreak." The man glared, his voice booming with a threat. "We have already eliminated every reinforcement unit you sent." Sukasa stood frozen, absorbing the terrifying words. "Our victory is absolute. Your hunter forces have been completely wiped out." The other hunters listened in sheer horror as the man continued his warning any more interference would only lead to more death. Sumuji's face went pale as she instantly realized how dire the situation was. "This signal, it's not from headquarters. It's been hijacked by the Western Sector rebels." Hearing this, Sukasa recalled information he'd read on a computer. The Western Sector, the independent nation of Afterbreak. Were they the ones behind this hostile broadcast? A vision of a city engulfed in flames flashed through Sukasa's mind, filling him with a deep, chilling anxiety. Has it already started? He worried. The war between the Hunters Association and the rebels. And what about Nana? Was his sister safe over there? The rebel leader on screen continued his aggressive speech, promising to bring a hammer of judgment down on any who dared to trespass. "This is the will of our independent nation, Afterbreak." At this, the nearby hunters broke out in a cold sweat, utterly bewildered. Afterbreak? What did he just say? What in the world is going on with this broadcast? Sumuji was just as confused, trying to piece it all together. Someone has seized the Western Sector and declared it an independent country. "I don't have all the details myself," she admitted, just as the image of an annihilated recon squad flashed through her thoughts. That broadcast could only mean one thing. The reconnaissance unit sent to investigate that area had been completely wiped out. The situation was critical. Sumuji quickly turned to get his opinion. "Ninomiya, do you have any intel?" "Wait a second. Huh?" He vanished. The hunters glanced around, but their savior was nowhere in sight. Seriously, when did he slip away? Even his monster companions were gone without a trace. Sumuji was left there, deep in thought. "Ninomiya," she mused. "He's truly an extraordinary person. But why did he have to leave in such a hurry?" At that same moment, near the border of the Iya district, a pair of boots splashed furiously through the shallow water. Sukasa was running at a dead sprint alongside Jin and Mimi. "There's no time to stand around," he thought. "Whatever's happening, I have to get to the Western Sector now." A look of pure, unshakable determination was carved onto Sukasa's face. He vowed to himself that before the chaos of the West's independence spreads, he would rescue Shiori. From a high hill, Sukasa finally saw it. "I see it," he yelled out. "There's the city." Looking toward the towering skyscrapers at the entrance to the Western Sector, he was certain Nana was there too. But he suddenly stopped, turning to Jin and Mimi. "But wait. Before we go any further, I have to do something about you two." Sukasa's expression grew serious as he sized up the situation. Marching into the city with monsters at his side was completely out of the question. He needed a way to move around without drawing unwanted attention. Making a quick decision, he raised a hand and cast a skill upon the ground. A trap system activated. Create trap. Instantly, a massive coffin surrounded by a purple aura rose from the earth. Both Jin and Mimi stared with wide eyes, stunned by the object that had just appeared before them. The colossal coffin came with a system message. Phantom Coffin, a vessel where trapped monsters are sealed. A moment later, its lid unlatched and swung wide open. Sukasa gestured toward the coffin, speaking apologetically to his companions. I'm sorry, but could you two step inside this for a little while? He quickly went on to explain the mechanics of it all. This trap cage can hold both of you, and I can summon you at will whenever I need to. In other words, it's a trap-based summoning system. Sukasa finished awkwardly. I know it might not be the most comfortable place, but Jin didn't hesitate for a second. We don't mind at all, if it is for you, master. The female knight offered a gentle smile. Pledging our loyalty, we will follow you anywhere. Mimi gave an enthusiastic flick of her long tongue in agreement. Jin stepped into the coffin with Mimi, bowing his head in submission. In that case, master, please summon us whenever you need us. Mimi stood by his side, and with a loud thud, the magical coffin lid slammed shut. With Sukasa watching, the coffin sank slowly into the earth, disappearing into the hazy mist below. After laying his comrade to rest, Sukasa's resolve returned. All right, this is done. It's time to move. Under the dim sunset, Sukasa walked alone through the ruined streets of the West Central District, pushing on towards Shiori's city. He moved carefully through the piles of rubble left behind by a brutal, recent battle. He suddenly froze, spotting the crushed, blood-soaked bodies of hunters buried under the rubble. The Hunter Association's reinforcements? He realized they must have been ambushed right at the city's entrance. Sukasa's eyes filled with sorrow. Just as the broadcast had said, they were wiped out without even a chance to fight back. Suddenly, Sukasa spun around, startled by a towering steel monster standing ominously nearby. In its hand, the soulless monster held a sharp blade and the bloody corpse of an unlucky hunter. Sukasa quickly took cover, watching from a distance as he analyzed the area. They called themselves an independent nation, but they couldn't even clear their own dungeons? The remaining monsters proved it. He connected the reports in his head. The area boss was still alive, and they chose now to pick a fight with the association? He was curious about the details, but lost in thought. The steel monster suddenly spotted him. With a low growl, it charged the intruder. The massive creature thundered straight towards Sukasa. Realizing he couldn't escape, Sukasa raised his hand, a magic circle forming as he prepared to fight back. He'd been discovered. Now there was no choice but to take the creature down. But just as his trap skill was about to activate, a voice from above shouted, "Wait!" making Sukasa look up, completely baffled. Huh? A mysterious hooded man appeared, his voice cold as he warned, "If I were you, I'd reconsider that reckless attack. That monster belongs to the city's defense force. Using a skill on it will be considered a hostile act." Hearing this, Sukasa lowered his arm, his face a mask of utter confusion. A monster? Part of the city's defense force? What on earth was this guy talking about? He immediately took a defensive stance, snapping at the man who had just landed. "Hey, who the hell are you?" The hooded man stood, holding up a hand to stop the monster. Explanations later. Just stay quiet and follow me. Ignoring Sukasa's shock, the man glanced back, casually revealing, "I have orders to grant you special passage through here. Those were my instructions." With no other choice, Sukasa followed, stunned to see a bustling street filled with people living their lives. He walked silently through the alleys behind the hooded man and the giant steel monster, shuddering as he glanced at the beast beside him. What in the world was actually going on in this city? Monsters were wandering everywhere. He even saw a man casually trading with one, as if they lived peacefully alongside humans. No, it felt more like the monsters were the ones ruling the humans. Just then, a powerful voice cut through his thoughts. Not quite. Sukasa Ninomiya. The rulers of this city are not the monsters. Sukasa was led into a massive, brightly lit hall where rows of steel monsters stood at attention like loyal guards. He walked forward in astonishment, questioning the man who stood with his back turned to him. "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The man's heavy footsteps echoed as he slowly turned around. The ruler of this independent nation, a man with blazing red hair and an arrogant demeanor, made his grand declaration, surrounded by monsters. "In other words," he announced, "I am the king here." He flashed a confident, sly smile, introducing himself with fake warmth. "I'm Dojiman. I hope we get along." The memory of that shocking call flooded back. Sukasa broke into a cold sweat, recognizing the face from the transmission. This guy was the king? Dojiman just smirked, waving a hand to calm the young man. "Heh, don't look so serious, famous Ninomiya-kun. Even for outcasts like us, rumors of you have reached our ears." His eyes glinted with interest and amusement as he stared intently at Sukasa. A hunter who took down an area boss all by himself. Sukasa watched him carefully, putting the pieces together. Outcasts. So they were former members of the Hunters Association. Dojiman's smile widened. "I've also heard a lot from him." At that, the hooded figure beside them pulled down his hood, remarking, "It seems you two are quite close." A familiar face was revealed. making Sukasa's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. A young blonde man was grinning and waving casually. Asanuma. Still unable to believe his eyes, Sukasa snapped at him with a question. What the hell are you doing in a place like this? I was sure you died in the central district. Asanuma just gave a pained smile. Recalling those horrible memories, he said. You have no idea how much worse it got after that. He knew why the Hunters Association had caught his old crew looting the area during the chaos. The memory of their frantic escape flashed in Asanuma's mind, relentlessly hunted by security forces. His group had risked it all, dodging countless dangers in the dead of night, realizing too late how far they'd run. At last, the silhouette of a brightly lit city emerged on the horizon. Asanuma recounted with emotion. And at the end of that road, he looked to his new leader, saying proudly, I found my way here, to the outcast guild that I am now leading. Hearing this, Dojin crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on his men with raw ambition. We're not the only ones who've turned our backs on the Hunters Association. In this region alone, there are plenty of comrades who share our exact same fate. Asanuma threw an arm over Sukasa's shoulder, explaining with a laugh, We're basically just lawless thugs choosing to live free in this post-dungeon world. Sukasa listened, but his wary eyes remained locked on Dojimajin. And your allies are only rogue hunters? Is that all? Dojimajin's face split into a sinister grin as he replied to the taunt. Oh, but the truth is, my forces don't stop there. He immediately turned to a monster armed with a scythe, raising his hand with a cold command. You there, monster guard. Chop off the head of the one standing next to you. Without hesitation, the creature raised its weapon. The unfortunate monster beside it could only throw its hands up in a desperate, futile defense. The razor-sharp scythe sliced down with terrifying force, severing the metal head and sending it smashing to the ground. The monster's head rolled and came to a stop right at Sukasa's feet, as the leader's arrogant voice continued. These monsters, every single one of them is completely under my control. They accept any order and carry it out instantly. Suddenly, Dojimajin conjured a brilliant sphere of magic light that gathered right on his fingertip. He proudly announced his unique power, the strength to brainwash monsters and make them his army. Control of malevolent spirits. That is my skill. Staring at the magic, beads of sweat formed on Sukasa's forehead as he realized the chilling similarity. A monster manipulation skill. It was almost exactly like his own trap domination, but Sukasa glanced at the army of soulless steel monsters behind Dojimajin, comparing them. This guy controls normal monsters you could find anywhere. He then thought of his own limits, remembering the images of Jain and me. Meanwhile, I can only command trap monsters. When it comes to pure versatility, I can't compete at all. A little girl suddenly ran past, accidentally bumping into the leg of a steel monster with a cry. The steel monster immediately whipped its head around, its lifeless red eyes staring down, completely startling the child. Her terrified mother lunged forward, grabbing her daughter and bowing frantically to the monster. I am so incredibly sorry. As the monster turned away, the mother hurriedly pulled the child along, scolding her. Didn't I tell you to be careful out here? While Sukasa simply stood and watched the scene unfold, Dojimajin just smiled, casually explaining the situation. Don't you worry. They might look a little intimidating, but these monsters are here to protect the weak citizens. He gestured toward the fiery defensive wall outside, a barrier completely created by his monsters. With a monster army, their basic safety is guaranteed against other monsters and the lawless scum from outside the city. And eventually, I plan to expand this monster-led dominion far beyond this place. A mad, global ambition flashed in his eyes. Not just the West District. I will deploy this army all over the world and create one unified nation to rule them all. He spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the glittering city stretched out behind him. That's right. This very land is where it all begins. The reign of the independent nation after break ruled by me. Hearing those insane words, Sukasa was just stunned. Not just the West, but the entire world. This guy was completely serious. Suddenly, Dojimajin's fanaticism vanished. He turned back to Sukasa with a friendly look and said, Let's get back to the main topic. He leaned forward, the smile on his face carrying a much deeper meaning now. There are a few things I want to ask you, but first, let me give you a tour of the city. As they walked, he asked, So? Ninomiya is pretty different from the outside world, isn't it? Sukasa replied cautiously, Yes, it is. But then, a teammate stepped forward, interrupting them. Master, about that matter. Dojima tilted his head and asked, What is it? While the other two were talking, Sukasa's eyes darted around, anxiously taking everything in. This was a hell of a situation to be in. He couldn't see his sister Shiori anywhere. He glanced at the huge back of the self-proclaimed king, quietly preparing for the worst. This could explode into a fight at any second. Just in case, he decided to analyze the man's combat power. Without a second thought, Sukasa secretly reached out, gently activating the power of his bracelet. A blue light shot from the bracelet, aiming straight for Dojima. Sukasa held his breath. This guy was trying to become the king of the world. What kind of insane stats would a person like that even have? The status board immediately appeared before his eyes with a string of numbers. HP 240, MP 155, Agility 162, Dexterity 190, Strength 245, and Intelligence 230. Sukasa frowned, realizing the contradiction. What? Those numbers weren't impressive at all. At best, he was A rank. For a normal guildmaster, that evaluation would be about right. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he continued to process the absurdity. With stats like these, could he really control that? A skill that let him control a massive number of monsters. Just then, Dojima turned back, that sinister smile returning to his lips. Now then, Ninomiya-kun, here's the real question. I'm only going to ask this once, so listen closely. The man's face became incredibly serious as he extended a tempting offer. Will you join me and help create a new world? Will you become a member of the independent nation? After break, Sukasa's eyes sharpened. He stared directly at the ambitious man, silently sizing him up. Without a moment's hesitation, Sukasa gave his firm reply. Your invitation? I refuse. His eyes burned with conviction, laying the man's ambition bare. What you're trying to create is nothing less than hell itself. Hearing the refusal, Dojima didn't get angry, he just scoffed. I see. I did say I would only ask you once. In an instant, he swung his arm, launching brilliant red magic chains that shot straight towards Sukasa. Sukasa had no time to react. His body was quickly bound tight by the magical chains. Staring at the glowing red chains coiled around him, Sukasa realized with a shock they were an item that sealed his skills. Dojima looked down at him with a cold finality. I hate to kill someone as talented as you, but if you can't understand my ideals, then it can't be helped. He pointed a finger straight at the bound Sukasa, giving a merciless order to the henchman waiting behind him. His face radiated brutal authority as he loudly declared the sentence, "Grant this intruder the highest penalty." Sukasa froze, a cold sweat breaking out as he heard the grim verdict. He was being sent to an execution. Dojima walked arrogantly ahead, leaving Sukasa to be escorted by soldiers through the desolate city streets. As he was being dragged away, Sukasa gritted his teeth with regret. He cursed himself for being careless, never expecting them to have a binding item that could seal magic. He glanced at the imposing back of the leader up ahead, his mind racing to analyze the situation. This man, Dojima, he must have rated him very highly. Sukasa's eyes flared with absolute rage at the man's tyranny. The very moment he refused to join them, they immediately sentenced him to death. Seriously, what a ridiculous tyrant. Suddenly, Asanuma stepped up behind him, speaking in a mocking tone. Hey, Ninomiya-kun, you've chosen the wrong path in life. The blonde-haired man smirked, continuing his belated attempt to persuade him. If you had just agreed to join us, your promotion would have been absolutely guaranteed. You could have even become a minister in our new nation. But Sukasa simply turned his head, his reply chillingly calm. Ah, yes. It was indeed a very big mistake. He suddenly stopped walking, stealthily dropping a red cylindrical object onto the stone road. But it's not a mistake because I refuse to join you people. A look of utter contempt crossed Sukasa's face as he finished his sentence. It was a mistake because I got involved with people like you in the first place. Taking advantage of their surprise, Sukasa decisively kicked the red can, sending it flying behind the guards. The can shot off with terrifying speed, tearing through the air and heading straight for a blind corner. It slammed with perfect accuracy into a glowing red magic circle hidden on the brick wall. A guard looked back in horror at the glowing circle, screaming in panic. A magic circle? It's a damn trap. Something's coming out. The magic circle suddenly flashed a brilliant blue, unleashing an incredible surge of power in all directions. Instantly, a massive pillar of fire erupted into the sky, along with a system notification, "Fire Tornado." A vortex of fire spread out, devouring everything in the area. The guards broke formation, screaming in despair as they fled from the raging, sweeping flames. Run for it. Amidst the chaos, Sukasa's bound hands grabbed a hidden device, the master control for all the traps. He calmly glanced back at the panicking crowd and announced, "Sorry, but I'll be making use of the traps on the wall." This is how he fights. A flashback shows Sukasa carefully scanning the area with magic, explaining his confidence. Of course, he thought. I already scanned every trap before I even entered the city. I know them all by heart. With his enemies completely distracted, The sealing chains around Sukasa instantly shattered into 1,000 pieces. Finally free, he activated the device, turned on his heel, and made his move. Now that I'm free, he thought, I need to find Sayori, fast. But before he could get far, a heavy footstep slammed down, blocking his path and making him freeze. Out of the swirling mist, Asanuma swaggered forward, his expression dripping with arrogance. Now this is more like it, isn't it? The trapmaster, Ninomiya-kun, my rival. His face contorted into a wild, ecstatic grin. A boring execution would have been no fun at all. This needs to be settled with a proper one-on-one duel. Asanuma suddenly drew his sword, which pulsed with a brilliant purple aura as he took a stance. I'm not the same weakling I used to be, you know? I'm going to show you the techniques of the new, perfect me. Asanuma lunged forward with his glowing blade, roaring, Take my new skill, Cyclone. Facing the sudden attack, Sukasa calmly raised his hand to block, stepping back to avoid the blow. The two powers collided violently, sending Asanuma flying backward in complete and utter shock. Trying to regain control, Asanuma swung his sword again, only for a slash to graze his arm, drawing blood. While Sukasa stood his ground calmly, Asanuma clutched his bleeding wound. Asanuma just smirked. Looks like you've gotten a little stronger, but don't get cocky. You only managed to scratch me. At this, Sukasa shot him an ice-cold glare and replied, That's assuming it's really just a scratch. The words had barely been spoken when Asanuma suddenly froze, staring at his own hand as it began to transform. Huh? As a deathly gray color spread up his arm, he screamed in pure panic, What the hell is this? The stone rapidly consumed half of his body, as Asanuma broke into a cold sweat, realizing in horror. Is this petrification? You're turning my body to stone? Sukasa casually raised his glowing green sword to explain. This is the power of this rare item. It inflicts a nasty status effect on anyone it strikes. And right on cue, a system notification appeared. Eerie Light Sword, Attack Mode Petrification. Its effect turns the target's entire body to stone, rendering them immobile. With the enemy neutralized, Sukasa reached out to a glowing system interface in mid-air to check his info. The character stats panel appeared. Stamina, 225. Magic, 140. Agility, 158. Dexterity, 190. Strength, 198. And Intelligence, 185. After checking his stats, Sukasa turned back to the half-petrified man with a cold warning. You may have leveled up, but you're still not in my league. If you don't want to die, you should stop picking fights you can't possibly win. All Asanuma could do was click his tongue, powerless. Leaving the loser behind, Sukasa turned his back and walked away, delivering a final line. You lose, Asanuma. Though he couldn't move, Asanuma managed to scream after him in pure rage. You idiot! Don't get so smug just because you beat me. Don't forget this. This entire city is crawling with your enemies. And just like that, two giant metal guards stomped forward, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground as they rushed to block Sukasa's path. Sukasa looked up at the two massive war machines, a flicker of tension crossing his face as he broke into a sweat. At the same time, he saw firefighters outside struggling against a massive pillar of fire. He thought to himself, Did I make too much of a scene? He quickly assessed the danger. A force this big had already responded to the disturbance. Fighting here would put him at a massive disadvantage. Without a second thought, he immediately bolted, weaving past the giant guards to escape. First, I need to regroup somewhere and figure out how to turn this situation around. As he ran, Sukasa reached out, casting a spell that created a brilliant spatial portal. It was a trap with a system alert. Danger teleport. A sudden space-time distortion that moves a target elsewhere. The moment the shimmering portal took shape, he decisively leaped straight through the purple light. The giant guards lunged forward, but only grabbed at empty air, letting out frustrated mechanical noises as their target vanished. Meanwhile, back at the fight, Asanuma remained completely encased in stone, his face frozen in a grimace of pure, bitter resentment. At his destination, Sukasa found himself walking along a dark and damp underground passageway. He'd figured it out, the sewer tunnels running beneath the city. They'd caught his eye during his initial trap scan. It was easily the most dangerous location in this whole area. He approaches the path forward, only to find it blocked by a glowing red magic circle. He realizes immediately the entire area is full of special traps. Sukasa stares down the dangerous trap with perfectly calm eyes. He knows that any normal person would just turn back right now. Surrounded by dozens of deadly magic circles, he still stood tall, completely unfazed. But for him, this path through hell felt absolutely perfect right now. He remembered the heavily armed soldiers hunting him, realizing the only way to fight them was to use these traps to his advantage. Sukasa confidently reached out, ready to activate the power before him, and declared loud and clear, "Do or die." From here on, it was an all-or-nothing gamble with the traps of hell itself as he stood in a storm of magic, controlling it all. "Let's do this. Whether you become my allies or my downfall, I will be the one to decide that." Meanwhile, back on the surface, a gloved hand uncorked a magic vial holding a shimmering green liquid. That miraculous potion was poured directly onto the head of the stone statue of Asanuma. As the solution soaked in, cracks immediately began to snake across the statue's stony face. A sharp cracking sound echoed just before the stone seal shattered, exploding into tiny fragments in the air. Free from his prison, Asanuma collapsed to his hands and knees, panting heavily while surrounded by soldiers. He looked up with exhausted eyes, gasping for breath at the imposing leader standing before him, Dojima Jin. Full of shame, Asanuma prostrated himself, apologizing. "I'm sorry, master. I can't believe I let him escape." But Dojima wasn't angry. He simply replied, "It's fine. This was all part of the plan. I've already prepared the next step." The leader then turned to a nearby soldier and issued a command. "Scout, report. Have you located the escapee, Ninomiya, yet?" The scout bowed respectfully and delivered his report. "Yes, sir. The results from the tracking magic are in. Sukasa Ninomiya is apparently still in the underground tunnel." Dojima narrowed his cold yellow eyes. "The underground tunnel? It's been hours. Has he been there this whole time?" His subordinate nodded, confirming the situation before proposing a plan. "Yes. We don't know why he's lingering, but it might be best to ambush him at the exit." The leader's lips curled into a cunning smirk. How interesting." A cruel glint appeared in his eyes as he ordered the entire army to prepare. "Very well, then we'll lie in wait." After covering the area in traps, his authoritative voice echoed across the ambush zone. "Absolute death to all traitors. I will make him regret ever defying a king." At that very moment, at the exit of the sewer tunnel, heavy footsteps trudged through the shallow water. Sukasa staggered out of the darkness, soaking wet and covered in filth after a brutal fight for survival. He gasped for air in ragged breaths, sweat pouring down his pale face. He couldn't hold on much longer. His legs finally gave out, and he collapsed, groaning as his hands slammed into the cold, hard ground. A system window popped up, warning of a critical drop in his mana as Sukasa bitterly assessed his condition. His stamina was plummeting fast, and his mana bar had dropped by a lot, with only about half of it left. Forcing his eyes upward, he saw he was surrounded by countless archers on the bridge ahead. No surprise there. After that fight in the tunnel, an arrow suddenly ripped through the air, completely shattering his train of thought. Sensing the murderous intent wash over him, Sukasa snapped his head up in alarm. With the last ounce of his strength, he threw himself into a backflip, barely dodging the rain of arrows slamming into the stone. Looking down from above, Dojima Jin crossed his arms, sarcastically praising his prey's resilience. What impressive danger perception." Sukasa's eyes sharpened with caution as the leader continued his taunts. "You look pretty exhausted." And yet, Dojima stood smugly among his archers, bows drawn, as he finished his sentence. "You still easily pushed back my men." Sukasa realized he'd walked right into a preset ambush, and he snarled through gritted teeth. "Dojima, so you were all just waiting here to ambush me?" In response, the leader simply gave him a shameless, faint smile. "What other choice did I have? The man scheduled for execution managed to escape, after all." Sukasa's face fell as he listened intently. "I've been wary ever since I heard the rumors about you. I figured you would be a problem if you became my enemy." Dojima casually raised a data storage device, his tone turning menacing. "So I gathered some information, just in case. I wondered if you had any weaknesses." He activated the device, creating a glowing hologram as he explained. "Luckily for me, Asanuma, the one who knew your background, showed up. That's the entire reason we brought him into our ranks in the first place." The image on the screen sharpens, revealing the face of a blue-haired girl, and the air suddenly goes still. It seems fate has given them a break, because that one weakness just happens to be close by. The moment he sees her, Sukasa's pupils shrink in utter shock. The horrifying scene playing out before him shows the girl bound to a massive cross, causing him to scream out her name, Shiori. Seeing his opponent's panic, Dojima raises the projection in his hand, relishing the moment with a cruel, vicious taunt. "Your precious little sister. She's from the western sector, isn't she?" The grin on the man's face twists even further as he proudly boasts about his disgusting plan. "The second I found out, I located her in my territory and immediately took her hostage." Giving him no time to process the shock, Dojima ruthlessly hands down the final sentence. "This is the punishment for your pathetic resistance. I'll execute your sister first, right in front of your eyes. The man's beast-like eyes glint with a cold, killing intent, locking onto the desperate young man below so he can witness what happens to those who defy them. A wave of pure fury surges through Sukasa as he grinds his teeth and roars. "You bastard, is this how you people operate?" He glares up at the leader, standing arrogantly on the bridge, scoffing loudly. "King of the world? Don't make me laugh." With eyes blazing with outrage, he continues to deliver his judgment right to the man's face. "You're lower than trash. You don't deserve to command monsters." All the while, the villain maintains his arrogant and unyielding expression. Sukasa raises his hand, tracing a glowing purple magic circle as he makes a bold declaration. "I won't let you get your way. Create trap." A giant coffin suddenly erupts from the magic circle, followed by a system alert. Phantom coffin, a monster sealing trap cage. Sukasa stands resolutely beside the enormous coffin. He pushes a powerful surge of magic to release the creature inside, aiming it straight at the enemy. His eyes blazing with determination, he calls out to his companions. "Jin, me, get out here now." The coffin doors swing open as his battle command echoes. "I'm leaving these scumbags to you two." Instantly, the black-armored female knight and the phantom beast launch out, filled with pure rage. Make them pay for their cruel and tyrannical actions. Witnessing this, Dojima's golden eyes widen with fascination, and he lets out a praising smirk. "Oh? So you can command monsters too? You really are an interesting person." Right up to the end, he remains cocky, raising a finger and throwing out an arrogant challenge. "Heh, then go on. Shiori, your precious sister, is in the mining area up ahead." His face twists into a savage, crazed grin as he screams, "If you think you can save her, then try." Without a moment's hesitation at the taunt, Sukasa grinds his teeth and snaps back. "You don't have to tell me." The second the words leave his mouth, he hurls himself forward, blasting past the defensive line of archers on the bridge. Watching Sukasa's recklessly charging form, Dojima mutters with contempt. "Heh, what a foolish traitor." In his mind, a cruel plot was already laid out. That little sister of his is nothing more than bait. Ignoring every trap behind him, Sukasa pushes himself to his absolute limit, running frantically across the damp ground, with ragged, desperate breaths. He promises himself, his heart filled with dread, "Shiori, just hang on, I'm coming to save you. No matter what, I swear I will protect you." His mind flashes back a few years, to a time when he was just typing away in front of a computer screen in his dark room. Focused intently on the glowing lines of code, he thought about his desire to learn every useful piece of information on becoming a hunter. While he was lost in his research, he was startled by a sudden noise from the doorway and whipped his head around. The door creaked open, and his sister Shiori stepped inside with a radiant smile and a cheerful voice. "Big brother, I heard the news. You awakened an S-rank class." Sukasa calmly swiveled his chair to face his sister, replying softly, "Yeah, but I still don't really understand it very well." He lifted his hand to inspect it, his eyes thoughtful as he explained. "Apparently, it's a special class called a Trap Master." Sukasa's expression fell, revealing his deep anxiety and worry. "I plan on becoming a hunter next year, but I might not be able to control a power like this." Instantly, Shiori rushed forward to grab her brother's hand, comforting him firmly. "Don't you dare say that." As Sukasa stared in surprise, she spoke with absolute confidence. "You're going to be a fantastic hunter. Big brother." Shiori's gentle smile seemed to warm the entire room as she continued softly. "You have to become strong and protect Mom and me." Back in the harsh present, Sukasa desperately rushes through the thick, hazy fog. His sister's hopeful words echo in his ears. "Right, big brother." His feet slammed against the ground, launching him forward with an unshakable, iron will. "Yeah, Shiori, just leave it to me." He sprints towards the cross with everything he's got, promising himself he'll risk it all to protect her. Sukasa slides to a halt, digging his hand into the ground. He looks up and sees her, a small figure tied high above, and screams her name in anguish, "Shiori!" Hearing that familiar voice, the little girl looks down, sobbing out a reply, "Big brother." He quickly tries to calm his terrified sister, saying he'll get her down, just a moment. But before he can get close, a massive shockwave erupts from the cross, stopping him cold. Sukasa's face changes instantly, cold sweat beading on his brow as he senses the immense danger. Above, Shiori's face is a mask of tears as she lets out a piercing scream. From behind, a massive three-headed dragon roars, bursting out of a crimson magic portal, forcing him to back away defensively. His eyes widen in absolute horror at the monster. What in the world is this terrifying creature? Judging by its sheer size, could this possibly be an area boss? And that's when a wicked laugh rings out, followed by Asanuma's mocking voice. "Haha, you really thought my master would just hand over your sister? The blonde-haired goon smirks, praising his master. He can even tame a powerful area boss with ease. Despite the overwhelming difference in power, Sukasa turns and glares back with pure, unadulterated hatred. Asanuma manically points a finger at the siblings, delivering a cold verdict. It's execution time. Burn the sight of your sister being devoured into your memory. Sukasa can only scream in despair as one of the dragon's heads lunges for the cross. With no escape, Shiori grits her teeth as Sukasa activates a brilliant purple magic on his hand. Damn it all. The ferocious dragon lunges forward, claws and fangs ready to tear its tiny target apart. Facing those razor-sharp teeth of death, all Shiori can do is cry in utter helplessness. But instead of a scream, a deafening crash echoes out as the dragon's head shatters into pieces against something incredibly hard. Thinking it was over, Asanuma pumps his fist in victory. We got him. But the dragon recoils, stunned, realizing it didn't bite into human flesh. Clamped in the beast's jaws is a spiky metal orb. A system notification pops up. Decoy Iron Sphere. It's an iron sphere with the ability to transform into another object. Using that split-second distraction, Sukasa grabs his sister and teleports them both safely to the ground in a flash of light. Holding his sister close, he asks gently, "Shiori, are you hurt?" "It's okay now. Leave the rest to me." His words make her choke up. "Brother," she says, her voice still trembling. "Did you come here all alone? Did you come for me?" He helps her sit down, offering a gentle smile. "Of course I did. I made you a promise, didn't I? A sincere promise that he would become a hunter strong enough to always protect her." The words barely leave his mouth when crimson chains shoot from nowhere, binding Sukasa tightly. He's completely stunned, speechless. He feels his magic being drained away and realizes the bitter truth. Is this some kind of magic sealing item? Just then, the slow, deliberate footsteps of his enemy approach, accompanied by that same mocking laugh. "Huh, you let your guard down," Asanuma says, smugly gripping the chains. "You can't use any of your skills now." Sukasa struggles to look back at the mastermind, spitting his name through gritted teeth. "Asanuma." The villain mocks his weakness, laying the trap bare. "Your sister was just the bait. The real goal was to neutralize you." His face twists into a sick, satisfied grin as he continues to taunt him. "Sure, you've gotten stronger." As he speaks, he spreads his arms wide before the shadow of the colossal three-headed dragon looming over them. But can you really escape this situation while dragging that baggage along with you? Realizing he's powerless, Sukasa panics and turns to his sister, yelling, "Damn it! Shiori, run, get out of here. If you stay, you'll get caught up in this," which only makes her call out to him in confusion. But his eyes flash with unbroken resolve. He knew it was a trap, but he came anyway. Even if he dies, he'll make sure she survives. The beast, however, gives them no time for goodbyes. It begins charging a devastating blast of destructive energy. As the dragon approaches, a sobbing Shiori runs and hugs her brother tightly from behind, terrified, ignoring his desperate pleas. "Shiori, run! Don't look back. At least you have to get out of here." But she refuses, tears streaming down her face. "I'm not leaving you behind." Bound by the glowing chains, Sukasa and Shiori stand helpless. Right before them, the dragon's maw glows with a blinding sphere of pure destruction. Facing the lethal attack about to be unleashed, the two siblings can only watch in wide-eyed terror, bracing for the inevitable. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts right in front of them, deflecting the dragon's energy blast away. A powerful shockwave sent Asanuma flying backward as he cried out in pain. Through the thick dust, Sukasa and Shiori stared in disbelief. What just happened? From the mist, a pair of white boots calmly strode forward, followed by a steady voice. "Ninomiya-san, I've been looking for you. Just as I predicted, you're in this sector." The blonde swordswoman, Tsumugi, flashed a brilliant smile as she drew the sword at her hip, ready for a fight. "I'm here to provide support." Recognizing his ally, Sukasa was shocked. "Tsumugi, why are you here?" She calmly walked over and replied, "I couldn't exactly ignore the massive commotion in the West District." Sukasa let out a relieved smile. "Looks like you saved me again." But behind them, Asanuma was struggling back to his feet, furious that his moment was ruined. The blonde-haired traitor roared and lunged forward madly. "Don't mess with me." He gripped a dagger that glowed with a sinister purple magic. He seethed with rage, thinking he was so close. Asanuma swung the fatal dagger high, aiming to stab Tsumugi from behind, his eyes wide with killing intent. "So close to killing you." Tsumugi spun around, startled, but Sukasa was a step ahead, instantly activating a defensive magic circle right under the enemy's feet. A massive fist of pure light erupted from the ground, launching Asanuma into the air as a system notification popped up. Mirror counterpunch. a counterattack designed to repel surprise assaults. The devastating blow sent the traitor skidding across the ground, knocking him out cold. Seeing the enemy easily defeated, Tsumugi turned to him with an admiring smile. "You're formidable to the very end." "Thank you, Ninomiya-san." But the brief moment was shattered by the colossal dragon's roar. Sukasa broke out in a cold sweat, his voice filled with dread. "It's still alive." Assessing the grave danger, he frowned with worry. Leaving Shiori here is too risky, but he lacked the mana to open a portal out of this area. Without another moment's hesitation, Sukasa turned to the swordswoman with a desperate plea. "Tsumugi, I have a favor to ask. Please get my sister somewhere safe." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Tsumugi gave a firm nod. "Understood," and with that, she immediately took off. As Shiori stood there completely bewildered, Tsumugi rushed over to her. Grabbing Shiori's hand, she pulled her along, urging, "Hurry!" The panicked little girl looked back at her brother, crying out, "Brother!" Sukasa simply stood his ground, watching his sister leave with a gentle and trusting smile. Shiori ran, looking back with a hand on her chest, calling out bravely through her tears, "I know we'll see each other again, so no matter what, you can't lose." Hearing her words, a confident smirk spread across Sukasa's face as he loudly replied to her promise. "Yeah." The moment the girls were out of sight, he turned to face the beast and its wildly thrashing heads. "All right, bring it on." Area boss. The dragon's massive jaws, crackling with crimson lightning, lunged forward as Sukasa focused every bit of his spirit into an all-out skill. He threw his arms wide, summoning a colossal magic circle blazing with purple light, and loudly declared, "I will absolutely defeat you." At the same time, Sukasa stomped down on a glowing magic circle on the ground, turning it into the perfect aerial launch pad. The immense force launched him into the air like a rocket, tearing through the night sky. He bravely weaved through countless beams of destruction, heading straight for the cluster of giant dragon heads. The vile dragon opened its massive maw, unleashing a blinding blast of destructive energy. Seizing the chance, Sukasa conjured a shield of light to block the magic barrage. The system announced, "Diamond block," a diamond shield to block the path. As the battle raged, he was already calculating a strategy aimed at Dojima's army. "If I defeat this area boss, all the other monsters in this sector will disappear. Dojima's entire monster army would be wiped out." Sukasa observed the colossal beast surrounding him, analyzing its weakness. A monster with multiple heads. To beat it, he had to destroy the core at the base of its necks. He expertly somersaulted, dodging the deadly beams of light. The attacking heads were positioned perfectly to protect that core. Ignoring the insane danger, Sukasa fearlessly launched himself right into the center of the ring of glowing red necks. But if I get inside its reach, its defense becomes weak. In midair, he raised his glowing blue magic sword, yelling, "This is the finisher!" He shot downward like an arrow tearing through the wind, plunging his blade straight into the monster's central core, making it reel in shock. Watching the entire scene from a distance, Dojima's face went completely pale with horror. A trap. The immense power from Sukasa's attack began to detonate, unleashing a blinding light that consumed everything around it. A pillar of fiery energy pierced the sky, completely obliterating the life center of the great evil dragon. The aftershock of the explosion created a giant mushroom cloud, kicking up dust and smoke in every direction. Jolted awake by the blast, Asanuma staggered to his feet in the thick haze, coughing violently and totally bewildered. Cough. What the hell just happened? Remembering the fight before blacking out, his eyes shot open, frantically searching. Right. Where was that bastard Ninomiya? Through the dust, Asanuma witnessed the massive body of the three-headed dragon finally collapsing to the ground. Seeing no sign of his rival, he covered his face and let out a wild, triumphant laugh. "Ha ha ha, I get it now. I finally get it." So even he couldn't do a thing against the area's boss. Not far away, Sukasa's battered body lay motionless on the ground. Asanuma continued to mock him, sneering that in the end, he was nothing more than an amateur hunter. Lost in unconsciousness, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Big bro." The memory flooded back, returning him to the moment Shiori looked at him with worried eyes. "Why are you being so quiet?" Sukasa's face was covered in bruises. He avoided his sister's gaze, painfully admitting he'd been bullied. Shiori carefully applied medicine to her brother's wounds, urging him, "This is wrong, you need to tell our parents or a teacher and let them handle it." But he just brushed it off. "It's fine. Just bring the first aid kit and don't let anyone see you." The little girl looked down, her hands clenching helplessly in her lap. I don't want to say this, but in the quiet space, Shiori's words drilled deep into his mind. "Aren't you being bullied because you said you wanted to be a hunter?" Though his body was covered in wounds, Sukasa looked up, his gaze firm and unshakable. "I've already decided. One day I'll become a hunter and protect everyone. I can't cry over something like this." Even so, Sayori still looked at her brother with teary eyes filled with pity and pain. But still, her choked-up voice echoed in Sukasa's mind. "Seeing you get hurt like this, I can't stand it. Don't try to carry everything by yourself." Those sincere words shot through him like lightning, jolting Sukasa awake as his eyes flew open. He scrambled to sit up, breaking into a cold sweat at the sight of a massive dragon head looming right in front of him. "Wait a second." The monster growled, its mouth opening wide, gathering a blinding sphere of deathly energy. "This is bad." Sukasa's eyes widened in horror, reflecting the deadly light rushing toward him. Despair completely consumed his mind. At that very moment, a firm, ironclad hand reached out, grabbing hold of Sukasa's arm. The black-armored female knight swung her greatsword, slicing the dragon's destructive energy beam in two, and shouting "Master," causing him to cry out in surprise. Jin saw him, and the little monster Mi let out an excited squeak. Sukasa cried out in relief. "Me too? You both came for me?" Standing protectively in front of her master, Jin bowed her head slightly in apology. "Master, I'm sorry, though it's shameful to admit." She recalled the fierce battle outside, explaining her actions. "We sensed you were in grave danger and came to help, even if it meant disobeying your direct order." Listening to the loyal hearts of his two companions, Sukasa's expression softened, deeply moved. He gave them a warm smile, offering his sincere thanks from the bottom of his heart. "Thank you." Hearing his praise, the knight tightened her grip on her sword and stepped forward, vowing aloud, "If it is for you, my master." Mi just winked happily in agreement. The warm atmosphere was shattered as the dragon roared again, its killing intent forcing them both into a defensive stance. Amidst the fiery rain of the beast's energy blasts, he gave a decisive order to his two guardians. "I have a request for you both." He yelled out the flash strategy at the top of his lungs. "Just for a short time, hold back its attacks." Jin responded with a sharp, clear "Roger." As his companions charged forward to intercept the enemy, he slammed one foot firmly on the ground. He used that opening to fall back, quickly calculating his next move. Even if he couldn't do it on his own, Sukasa confidently raised a hand, a magic circle glowing brightly, and declared, "With Jin and Mi's help, I can do this." His eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he remembered his trump card. "The trap I prepared earlier, the only one that can beat it." At the same time, the knight Jin expertly swung her greatsword, landing a sharp blow that tore through the scales on the dragon's neck, sending blood flying. Down below, the little creature Mi secretly attached an explosive device right onto the monster's giant heel. Their perfectly coordinated attack successfully planted a magical explosive device on the vicious dragon. The bomb was immediately detonated, creating a massive fireball that sent the monster staggering backward with terrifying force. Dashing back through the roaring flames, Jin landed safely beside Mi, praising her partner. "Just what I'd expect from you, Mi." However, the monster only roared in a wild fury. It immediately countered with an even more intense beam of light, forcing Jin to block with her blade. The shockwave pushed the knight back several steps as she glanced over at the enemy's condition. The torn scales on the beast's neck were rapidly sealing shut as if never damaged, making Jin gasp in shock. "Your wound, it's already healed?" Facing the enemy's absolute, overwhelming power, the female knight broke out in a cold sweat. Its strength and regeneration were off the charts. "We don't have the strength to fight something like this," she said. Just as despair was about to take hold, Sukasa's firm voice cut through the silence. "We have more than enough power," he declared, startling Jin. At the monster's feet, Sukasa unleashed a massive magic vortex to engulf their foe, yelling, "Great work, Jin Mimi." Seeing that familiar magical aura surround the evil dragon, Jin called out his name excitedly. "Master, don't tell me. Is that the trap you set?" Sukasa's face strained with absolute focus, pouring every last ounce of his strength into the final attack. His voice cracked as he roared. "Release!" He slammed his hand down onto the blinding magic circle, activating his ultimate trap creation skill. Instantly, a violent surge of purple magic erupted, tearing the desolate ground into brilliant, glowing fissures beneath his feet. Following that tremor, dozens of giant, eerie coffins burst up from the ground all around the battlefield. Sukasa stood defiantly before a shaking coffin as a system notification appeared. "Eerie coffin trap, a cage that seals monsters." His eyes burned with pure resolve as he gritted his teeth, aiming every single word directly at the area boss. "This time, I will finish you for good." The coffin doors began to creak open, releasing the sealed power held within. This was the ultimate trap. Demonic beasts stood on a high cliff, completely surrounded by an army of coffins. Sukasa raised his hand, commanding his new legion. Malevolent spirits, gather to me. A massive army of monsters, flying sharks, powerful centaurs, and armored goblins burst from their cages, heeding their new commander's roar. Faced with this overwhelming force surrounding it from all sides, the giant three-headed dragon actually hesitated. Facing Sukasa, provoked beyond its limit, the enraged beast opened its fanged maws, let out a furious roar and charged headfirst into battle. Standing amidst his formidable dark army, Sukasa began to explain the secret behind his sudden exhaustion. "The reason my mana has been drained so much," he began. A flashback reveals the answer. We see him walking alone through that dark sewer tunnel. It was because of the battle he fought down there. The image shifts. Sukasa, standing silently amidst dozens of glowing red magic circles, as the explanation continues. The massive number of traps in the tunnel. Every single one of them was a monster spawning trap. He's shown unleashing a wave of green energy, controlling the guardian monsters. "So," he says, "I used my trap subjugation skill over and over again. I turned every single trap monster into an ally." Sukasa allowed himself a proud smile. "It drained my mana, but it was worth it." He stood proudly at the head of his diverse army of beasts, declaring them the strongest trap monster army. On his command, the horde of beasts under him roared as one, charging ferociously toward the giant three-headed dragon. Sukasa's eyes hardened with an ironclad resolve, his killing intent palpable. This time, he would end it for good. With their orders given, the armored guards charged forward, weapons raised. A system prompt appeared. "Advance, trap monsters." The infantry didn't even flinch. In response, the evil dragon opened its glowing red maw and unleashed a beam of pure destruction across the field. That terrifying blast of power slammed into them, knocking the armored warriors back as they struggled desperately to hold their ground. But from the inferno of magic, a mighty centaur warrior charged out, swinging a massive scythe through the air, slashing right for the enemy. But the other dragon heads closed in fast, unleashing torrents of fiery breath to incinerate the frontline troops. With a single, powerful swing, the centaur warrior's scythe split the deadly beam, tearing the wall of fire in two. Having broken through the devastating attack, the centaur stood tall and firm, ready to clear a path for its comrades. Elsewhere on the battlefield, an armored guard looked up, startled, only to see a dragon head lunging right for him. Sukasa watched as his army fell into a dangerous position. His face beaded with sweat as he nervously bit his lip. Seizing the opening, other warriors charged forward, roaring, "Now! Don't let our comrades' effort go to waste. Cut off its head." The small but brave figures charged without hesitation, straight towards the glowing red dragon head and its bared fangs. But before they could even reach their target, a gigantic tail swung around like a hurricane, sending the armored soldiers flying. A warrior gets launched into the air, tumbling down as a massive mechanical shark soars right past him. In a perfect team-up, a centaur warrior reaches out his powerful arms, catching his falling comrade mid-air. Using all his strength, the centaur then swings and hurls the armored soldier forward like a living torpedo. At the same time, the system identifies the aerial support swooping in. It's a flying-type trap monster. Enraged by the relentless assault, the dragon heads reared back, unleashing crimson laser beams that sliced through the sky. But despite the dense rain of fire, the mechanical shark weaved through it all, expertly dodging every single destructive blast. As it closed in on the target, the aerial war machine opened its belly, revealing a bay of hidden weapons. A barrage of glowing magic shells, like a meteor shower, rained down mercilessly on the enemy's head. A series of horrifying explosions tore across its massive body, making the great dragon arch its neck and roar in agony. The firestorm lit up the sky, creating a crucial opening for the ground troops to charge straight into the blast's epicenter. Seizing the moment while the monster was stunned, the armored soldiers swung their swords in a relentless flurry of attacks. They tore countless bleeding gashes into the enemy's hide. In absolute agony, the three-headed dragon thrashed wildly, roaring as it slammed its colossal body into the ground, creating a massive shockwave. Meanwhile, Sukasa stepped onto a newly formed magic foothold, calculating the perfect time to strike the weakened beast. With a tremendous burst of force, he launched himself into the air, heading straight for the monster's center. Mid-air, Sukasa raised a dagger glowing with blue electricity, his sharp eyes declaring, "I'm going." Using all his strength, he delivered a critical blow, plunging the lightning blade right into the dragon's core weak point. Bone-shattering pain sent the dragon's heads reeling toward the sky, screaming amidst the crackling bolts of lightning. Asan witnessed the shocking impact, stumbling back in complete and utter disbelief. How is this guy so strong? Sweating bullets before this overwhelming power, the panicked traitor remembered his orders. His master said Ninomiya must not escape. He looked around, completely desperate. But what am I supposed to do all alone? With no courage left, Asanuma cowardly retreated, hiding behind a magic coffin and muttering, "I'll just hide out for now." At the same time, the Night Giant cut down an enemy and looked to the sky, calling out as her master landed. "Master, safe landing." Sukasa smiled at his companions and offered them his praise. He told them, "Your fighting just now was incredible. It's all thanks to you." But then the smile vanished, replaced by a grim expression. "It's not over yet." Standing before the dragon's massive, collapsing body, he explained, "If an area boss is defeated, that area is liberated." In other words, Sukasa leaped onto the monster's back, pointing his blade at a pulsating red stone, the core exposed by his previous attack. "If we destroy this, the entire western sector will be freed." Channeling lightning magic into his dagger once again, he prepared to deliver the final, finishing blow. But just as the fiery, destructive slash came down, something completely unexpected happened that stopped him cold. A defensive energy shield suddenly appeared, completely blocking his blade in a fiery collision. The shockwave was so strong it sent Sukasa flying backward in pure astonishment. And out of the mist, an armored hand reached forward. He casually grabbed a purple magic sphere containing the seal. The leader, Dojima, stepped forward with a sinister smile, taunting, "Almost had it there, Ninomiya. If it's stored inside this monster box, the area boss will be safe." Sukasa's eyes widened at the sight of his greatest enemy, and his monster army immediately took a defensive stance as he yelled, "Dojima!" Dojima just grinned, speaking slowly. "Struck a nerve, kid? Your goal was to beat the area boss and liberate this sector, wasn't it?" He tightened his grip on the sphere containing the area boss. His eyes flashed with cruelty and cunning, his yellow, animalistic pupils glowing bright in the darkness. He let out a chilling threat. "It's not going to be that easy." Then, Dojima smirked and snapped his fingers with a sharp crack, putting Sukasa on high alert. Instantly, a colossal pillar of red lightning crashed down from the sky right behind him as he arrogantly declared, "I came prepared for something like this." His face twisted with the crazed excitement of a bloodthirsty tyrant. "Let's begin our final battle." In response to the provocation, Sukasa's eyes blazed with resilient fire, completely unflinching before the enemy's terrifying power. Dojima threw his hand high into the air, controlling the erupting pillar of red lightning, ready to obliterate anything in his path. Sukasa stood in the thick mist with his powerful monsters behind him, bravely facing the storm, ready for one last fight to the death. Sukasa's eyes burned with the fire of pure determination. He looked his enemy dead in the eye and declared, "If you guys want to defeat the area boss." From the other side, Dojima stood with his arms spread wide, leading an army of stone giants as he cut him off. "You'll have to defeat us and take it first." The battlefield explodes. Sukasa's trap monsters and the sky shark slam into Dojima's army all at once. Standing amidst the smoke and fire, Sukasa shouts commands, directing his formation. He orders everyone to hold their positions, fight together, and protect each other, before turning to his two closest companions. "Jinmi, I have a special request for you two." They respond instantly with a firm, "Yes." Sukasa leans in close, lowering his voice to give them a critical, tide-turning mission. "Listen carefully. Do exactly as I say." But before he can finish, he suddenly senses danger and leaps backward in a flash. A blinding, horrifying explosion slams down right where he was standing, and the massive pillar of fire sends him flying. Separated by the sudden blast, the Night Jean looks back in horror at the thick smoke, screaming out, "Master!" But even in her panic, she has to grit her teeth and block an enemy's attack. She can't retreat. Far away, the little tentacle monster also panics, waving its limbs and wailing when it sees its master in trouble. Sukasa lands safely, but he's been cut off from his team. He clicks his tongue, realizing the enemy's plan. They've separated us. On the other side of the battlefield, Dojima stands smugly, watching Sukasa get completely surrounded and issuing a challenge. "Was that bombardment just to isolate me? Heh. What's your next move, Ninomiya?" The arrogant leader taunts him, grenade launcher slung over his shoulder. "This battle isn't going to end anytime soon. You must have burned through a ton of magic with that monster army of yours." Feeling his energy drain, Sukasa glances at his rapidly dropping magic points. He knows he's about to hit zero, and he has to prevent that. Before he can figure out a counterplan, a massive stone golem charges in, swinging its giant fists, putting him on high alert. Now he's the center of attention. Sukasa sweats, backing away as more and more armored enemies turn their focus towards him. In just a few seconds, he's completely surrounded by a ring of aggressive stone golems, closing in for the kill. Without hesitation, Sukasa slams his hand on the ground, activating a purple magic circle at his feet to stop them. Create trap. A launch pad appears, flinging him high into the sky. A system window pops up. Mad Step. A localized trap that hurls its prey to certain death. That incredible jump gets him out of danger, just as two golems miss and smash into each other, shattering. Sukasa lands mid-air, analyzing the situation. Blowing away enemies this big is easy, he thinks. But I can't afford to use skills that drain my magic. I have to hold them off with low-cost traps just like this one. He lands gently on the ground in a stable stance, ready for his next move to turn the tables. His eyes gleam with sharp intelligence. He quietly mutters, beginning the second phase of his plan. Meanwhile, Dojima is still watching from a distance. The guy is grinning, totally confident, thinking he's already won this thing. But that confident smile vanishes, replaced by pure confusion as he spots something strange on the field. A bizarre wooden statue appears, playing a flute. Flute-playing doll, the notification reads. A doll that playfully lures monsters. Dojima is just baffled. What is that thing? The strange music immediately gets the attention of the stone golems, making them stop their attack and look around. Hiding behind a rock, Sukasa watches the monsters approach the statue, smirking to himself. The bait has been taken. That's right. Come over here. Come on, you monsters. As a golem reaches out to grab the doll, he waits patiently for the perfect moment. I'll lure them in as close as I can. The second the enemy steps into range, Sukasa thrusts his hand out, activating a glowing magic circle right under their feet. Create trap. Powerful bolts of lightning suddenly erupt, blasting the stone golems back and sending them crashing to the ground. A magical electric grid spreads out, incinerating every enemy inside the targeted area. The system displays the skill's power. Lightning fence. A barrier of electricity that suddenly appears to electrocute prey. Sukasa lets out a sigh of relief. It worked. A devastating technique using only low-cost traps. But even this seems to be pushing his limits. He wipes the sweat from his face, nervously glancing at his energy bar flashing red. I can't keep this strategy up for much longer. His magic gauge flashes low, but before he can even catch his breath, he hears the thunderous stomp of more war machines closing in fast. A stone golem closes the distance in a flash, swinging a brutal fist down, forcing Sukasa to quickly pivot and retreat. With a lightning-fast dodge, he activates a blinding magic circle that incinerates the enemy to absolute dust. Skill activated. Hell's Furnace Trap. It incinerates all prey in the area with overwhelming firepower. But the moment one is down, two more materialize right behind him, forcing Sukasa to throw up a desperate block in his exhaustion. Using the last dregs of his strength, he summons a rock trap from the sky to finally finish them off. Skill. Rockfall Trap. A sudden storm of massive boulders rains down, crushing the target completely. Sukasa stares tensely at the system window, flashing its low magic warning. He thinks to himself, there are just too many enemies. He doesn't even have time to plan. All around him, his allied monsters are also struggling, barely holding their own against the enemy onslaught. It makes him realize he's not the only one in trouble. In the distance, his soldiers fall one after another to lethal explosions. He clenches his jaw in frustration. Even his own soldiers, who were supposed to be individually superior, are getting absolutely steamrolled. He looks up to see his monster horde and the mechanical shark in the sky steadily losing ground against the enemy's overwhelming numbers. Sukasa has no other choice. He turns and makes a break for it, just trying to stay alive. He has to retreat before his magic is completely drained. He needs to get away from this battlefield, even for a moment. Just as he summons his strength to flee, a purple beam crackling with killing intent suddenly tears through the air from behind. Sukasa senses the danger instantly, whipping his head around. His face contorts in shock as he spots the sneak attack. In the distance, an enemy soldier coldly aims a giant crossbow in his direction, smoke still rising from the weapon. The sharp bolt, humming with powerful magic, rips through the air straight for him. Realizing death is inches away, Sukasa's eyes widen in pure terror. On pure instinct, he throws his hand forward, desperately activating a defensive magic. Skill. Diamond Block Trap. A massive diamond shield materializes. The diamond wall shatters, saving his life, but the system immediately flashes, magic power depleted. Sukasa breaks into a cold sweat. Damn it, that spell just drained the very last of his power. Turning to the crossbowman, Dojima walks over with a mocking sneer. Heh, what was that just now? That one arrow made him waste the last of his magic. He stares at Sukasa, who's clutching his chest, gasping for breath and drenched in sweat. The smug leader declares, "You're helpless now. Your luck has finally run completely dry." Dojima cracks a malicious grin, his sharp eyes mockingly fixed on Sukasa's empty magic bar. The leader arrogantly closes the distance while Sukasa scrambles back into a defensive stance. A hunter with no magic on the battlefield is already finished. Cornered and out of options, Sukasa panics as he faces the cruel threat. All that's left now is to accept his death. Dojima smirks, raising a hand fitted with sharp metal claws to deliver the finishing blow. Farewell. But suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him. Wait, master. A young blonde man dashes forward, swinging a pink, glowing sword that radiates bloodlust. I will be the one to deliver the finishing blow. Hearing this, Dojima turns to look at the man rushing toward Sukasa with a resentful expression. After all the times he's scorned me, I deserve to get my revenge. He leaps high into the air, pointing his glowing sword directly at the defenseless Sukasa below. Die! The blonde man, Ninomiya, swings his sword down with all his might, shouting the name of his technique Cyclone. But before the attack can even connect, Dojima coldly swings his fist, landing a brutal punch straight into the young man's chest. Struck by his own master, he's sent flying, slamming onto his back in utter disbelief. What the? Dojima glares down in fury, roaring at the man he just struck. Don't get so full of yourself, you garbage. You're 100 years too early to be stealing my prey. Witnessing the entire exchange, Sukasa can only stare in astonishment. What the hell did you just do to your own ally? Dojima's gaze is cold and ruthless as he answers nonchalantly. I only call those who are useful to me allies. This one is just a worthless failure who's botched his missions time and time again. The young blonde man groans in agony on the ground, helplessly enduring the contempt of his master. A maggot like that is an eyesore. Isn't it only natural to crush him? Outraged by that cold-blooded logic, Sukasa shouts back in protest. Are you serious right now? You're just casting him aside because he's no longer useful to you? He was someone who trusted and followed you. But Dojima just ignores his outrage, looking at Sukasa and ending the conversation with a single, cold line. Haven't I already made myself clear? Dojima lets out a triumphant smirk, declaring his insane ambition for all to hear. I will become the king who rules this entire world. On the ground, a blonde-haired man writhes in pure agony, listening to Dojima's final verdict. His kingdom has no room for the weak. In the distance, Dojima's soldiers are locked in a brutal battle, but their leader just watches them with ice-cold judgment. The losers, the cowards, anyone who can't pull their weight will be eliminated. The leader's face twists into a cruel mask, his teeth grinding as he affirms his philosophy. Only the strong and the capable are even allowed to live. Hearing those words, Sukasa freezes. A single drop of sweat rolls down his cheek before he looks up, challenging Dojima on behalf of the innocent. What's going to happen to the people in the city right now? They can't fight, and some of them can't even do manual labor, can they? Dojima just scoffs, his contempt on full display as he replies. I'm only keeping them alive to keep the city running for now. In the end, every last one of them will be purged. He continues, detailing his monstrous plan for purification. First up, the elderly who have no future. Next, children who are forced to learn out of fear. And after them, any child who shows zero talent. With that, Dojima flashes a truly insane smile, concluding that it's only natural for such scum to die. Sukasa stares, horrified, at Dojima's hunters as the terrible truth dawns on him. I get it. So only the strong get to survive. That means only the brutish hunters he brought along. Dojima just laughs, mocking Sukasa's naive assumption. Huh, you think those worthless grunts are the strong ones? Are you kidding me? The leader glances at his growing monster army, explaining he was only using them. He needed the manpower until his personal army of monsters was finally ready. Sukasa's expression turns to stone as Dojima coldly reveals his final move. Now that he has enough soldiers, there's no reason to keep the others alive. A wicked glint appears in Dojima's eyes. What good are hunters if they don't even have decent skills? Sukasa's fists clench tight, his voice thick with contempt as he calls out Dojima's hubris. You're arrogant beyond belief. If you keep this up, one day you'll be the only human left on this entire planet. Dojima's gaze is pure ice as he replies without a single hesitation. I don't care, as long as my ideal is realized. Sukasa narrows his eyes, pressing him further. And what, exactly, is this ideal of yours? Dojima stands tall, a terrifying purple magical aura erupting from his entire body. My ideal? Heh. His face twists into a grotesque grin as he makes his declaration. My ideal is to create a world for the strong, and the strong alone. Sukasa is floored. Dojima then roars like a complete madman. I don't care if the rest of humanity is wiped out. If being the strongest means I have to be completely alone, then I will gladly accept that. But contrary to Dojima's expectation, Sukasa suddenly cracks a mysterious smile. Dojima is confused. What? What's so damn funny? Sukasa's reply is calm. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just feeling grateful. His smile turns sharp, calculating. His eyes dart towards the city, right where Dojima's citizens and hunters are all gathered. I wonder what the people in the city and your own hunters would think if they heard all of that. Sukasa then glances up at the drones buzzing in the sky, his grin widening into one of pure triumph. It clicks. Dojima realizes he walked right into a trap. He points a finger at Sukasa and roars, "You, what are you hiding back there?" Right behind Sukasa, Mimimi is holding a controller, secretly live-streaming their entire conversation. Dojima's face drains of all color, cold sweat pouring down his back as he realizes his grand plan has been broadcast to the entire world. Sukasa just smirks, looking at him and gesturing to the drones buzzing overhead. "Oh, this? These are just some state-of-the-art drones hovering in the air." He casually explains his entire plan. "It was just a little trap to expose your true colors." He continues, calling it a drone trap, a device designed specifically to bait him into talking. Sukasa flashes back to the moments right before the battle began. He and his team had prepared everything. I deployed it just before my magic ran out. Back then, he and Mimimi had quickly moved into position, ready to spring the trap. Sukasa explains further, "I left it in the hands of my companion, Mimimi." As Mimimi lets out a proud little cheer, he continues his reveal. "There's a video camera attached to that drone. Everything you just said has been recorded, and that footage is being broadcast live on every screen in the city square." Dojima grinds his teeth, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Sukasa just smirks, twisting the knife. "You said you have a plan to wipe out humanity, but that's still a long way off, isn't it? You still need people to run the city and hunters to serve you." He steps forward, his voice absolutely dripping with sarcasm, but he suspects that no one is blindly following that old man anymore. A triumphant realization dawns on him. Hearing those words, Dojima's face instantly turns pale with pure, unrestrained rage. Back in the city square, the crowd screams in panic as the video plays. "What is this? Did he just say he's going to kill us all?" Another man is completely stunned. "He promised to keep us safe. Was it all just a lie?" Even Dojima's own hunters were stunned, and then they were furious. It wasn't just the townsfolk. It was all of them. He actually said he would kill his own teammates next. A wave of pure rage just ripped through the crowd. The guy was completely unhinged, thinking they'd followed him out of loyalty, not fear. Yet, amid the chaos, some were still frozen with dread. A helpless voice cut through the noise, asking, "Even so, what can we even do?" Back on the battlefield, the mutiny began. One of Dojima's own monsters was taken down by his own hunters. A soldier glanced back with a sneer. "Whoops, my apologies, Dojima." Sukasa stared him down, declaring the end of his reign. With that, his entire plan was turning to dust. But then an intense killing aura put Sukasa on high alert. Dojima roared, his face twisted in absolute fury, and screamed, "Silence!" He brushed off the betrayal, saying, "It doesn't matter, it's a minor setback." In an instant, a colossal arrow was fired, streaking straight towards Sukasa. Dojima bellowed through the explosions. "I don't care what pawns who can't think for themselves think of me." He glared at Sukasa, who was blasted back by the explosion, and said, "The only obstacle left in my path is you, Ninomiya." As the two tried to escape the blast, Dojima screamed like a madman, "Once I defeat you, my nation will finally be complete." But Sukasa stopped dead in his tracks, turning to face him, to meet his insane declaration that no one would stand in his way. Dojima produced a magic orb, laughing victoriously. "That's right, once I crush you." And Sukasa was now out of mana. He recognized the item, thinking, "Is that the magic tool that holds an area boss?" But the color was different this time. Could it be another monster? Dojima yelled and hurled the orb into the sky. "Go!" The sphere erupted in a blinding flash as Dojima roared, "Behold, my true executioner." From the light, a gigantic monster began to form. This creature, Dojima explained, was made by fusing 3 colossal monsters into one single being. He gloated that their powers were in perfect balance, which meant there were no more weaknesses. The grotesque, 3-headed fusion monster materialized. Dojima screamed out his challenge. "You really think you can survive this? Against my ultimate trump card?" Sukasa stared at the beast, thinking in disgust. He literally stitched different monsters together. What a freakish sight. One of the 3 heads, the fiery one, slowly raised its burning hand. Instantly, a massive pillar of fire shot right at Sukasa, who had to desperately dive out of the way. Sukasa's monster soldiers reacted at once, drawing their bows and firing together to protect their master. But their arrows simply slammed into an invisible barrier around the wood elemental part of the beast. Sukasa's troops were shocked. Their attack did nothing. Every single arrow was deflected, falling uselessly to the ground with a clatter. The 3-headed monster stood there, completely unharmed by Sukasa's army. It hit him then, a barrier. Is this what he meant by no weaknesses? Before he could even process it, the monster's wood elemental head raised its arm. It gathered a surge of green energy, and from the earth, gigantic vines erupted, smashing into Sukasa's soldiers. Sukasa cried out in horror as his army was swatted aside. Watching this, Dojima just exploded with gleeful laughter. The madman waved his arm, ordering his creation. "Go on, just run wild." His army was getting cornered. Sukasa cursed under his breath. Damn it. He frantically analyzed the situation. That barrier was too strong. The normal attacks from his trap monsters had no chance of ever breaking through it. But then, an idea sparked. Sukasa's eyes flashed with resolve. In that case, what about a special attack? He immediately pointed towards the enemy, shouting his command. "Infantry, fire your rockets!" At his command, the soldiers lit and launched flaming arrows at the creature. Facing the fire attack, the water-type head actually smirked. It effortlessly raised a hand, summoning a massive water shield that completely extinguished the fiery arrows. Sukasa was in total shock. A water attribute barrier? Did it create that specifically to counter my fire attack? Not giving up, he pointed at the enemy again, yelling for a coordinated assault. If that's how it is, hit it with a simultaneous water and wood attack. Trap monster squad, go. A wood elemental soldier immediately fired a blast of green energy, as another unleashed a powerful water-based strike at the same time. But the fusion monster saw this coming. It easily created two barriers at once, a wood shield and a fire shield, completely neutralizing both attacks. A cold sweat dripped down Sukasa's face as he realized the horrifying truth of it. A wood attribute barrier and a fire attribute barrier. There was no doubt. This thing could generate counter-elemental shields at will. He finally understood. I see it now. The monsters that were used as the base for that beast. Each of the three heads possessed a different attribute. Sukasa analyzed while dodging, realizing they could create elemental barriers on top of their normal ones when needed. It was a truly flawless defense system, with absolutely no blind spots. Jin noted with a worried look. Fire, water, and wood. With these three elemental shields, they could block almost any conceivable attack. The full weight of that realization hit Sukasa like a ton of bricks. While he was distracted by the three-headed beast, one of Dojima's rock golems had silently closed in from behind. Sukasa spun around with a start, a curse dying on his lips as the enemy's fist was already right in his face. Caught off guard, his eyes shot wide at the sudden attack. He had just enough time to think, this is gonna hurt, as the massive fist flew towards him. But in that instant, a familiar shadow shot forward at terrifying speed. Jin had arrived just in time, her sword blocking the golem's attack to protect her master. Faster than the eye could see, she snatched an item from the golem's hand, leaving Sukasa completely stunned. Jin turned back, her voice full of loyalty. "My lord, I apologize for making you wait." Stunned but overjoyed, Sukasa called her name, Jin. She handed him the item she'd just recovered. "This is what you asked for." Sukasa looked at the item in Jin's hand, a small, relieved smile gracing his lips. A glint appeared in his eyes as he recalled the special mission he had given her. In a quick flashback, Sukasa had ordered Jin to temporarily fall back from the front line, head into the city, and find that very item, a potion that restored both magic and stamina. Back in the present, Sukasa grabbed the potion with a radiant smile. "I knew I could count on you, Jin." While Jin kept a wary eye on their surroundings, Sukasa spoke with confidence. "With this, I can recover a portion of my depleted mana." Witnessing this turn of events, Dojima ground his teeth in pure rage. He pointed at them, roaring at his monster. "Like I'd let you. Kill them now." Without a moment's hesitation, Sukasa brought the potion to his lips. But before he could drink, the three-headed monster fired a devastating beam of energy right at him. The entire area was engulfed in a horrifying explosion, but despite the danger, Sukasa's eyes remained fiercely determined. Dojima watched the pillar of fire erupt, certain that Sukasa had been annihilated. But as the smoke cleared, Sukasa found himself on the ground, completely unharmed. He stared at his own palm in confusion, wondering how he managed to survive without a scratch. Suddenly, his eyes flew open in horrifying realization. There, collapsed on the ground before him, was Jin. Her armor was shattered. Sukasa let out a panicked, desperate scream of her name, "Jin!" He scrambled to his feet, rushing to her side with a trembling voice. "Don't tell me you." An image flashed in his mind, showing Jin throwing herself in front of him to block the blast. The agonizing truth hit him. She had used her own body as a shield to protect him. Seeing his plan foiled, Dojima cursed in frustration. Damn it, that worthless piece of trash did something completely unnecessary. His eyes flashed with absolute fury. Dojima stared at the scene, unable to believe Jin's sacrifice. "No." Sukasa clutched his heavily wounded partner, his voice filled with worry. "Jin, hang in there." He kept calling her name, but she remained motionless, her eyes shut tight. Dojima's lips twisted into a wicked grin as he recognized his opportunity. That swordswoman was Sukasa's main monster. Pushing her to the brink of death was not a bad outcome at all. Sukasa knelt on the ground, gently cradling Jin, his face a mask of agony. He looked up, his expression turning grim as he growled, "Don't you dare mess with me." Still holding Jin, Sukasa stared down Dojima and declared, "She is my comrade. Do you have any idea how I feel?" Hearing this, Dojima just roared back like a madman, "I will crush you." Rage finally boiling over, Sukasa screamed back, "Get down here!" Cradling Jin, he roared his enemy's name with all his hatred, "Dojima." But Dojima just stood there calmly, letting out an arrogant scoff. "Humph. There's no need for me to handle this personally." He pointed at Sukasa, ordering his fusion monster forward. "Go die at the hands of my creation." Still holding Jin tightly, Sukasa analyzed his foe, a chimera-type monster, its various parts compensating for each other's weaknesses. "If I don't take it down now, this battle will only get worse." He stared at the beast in despair, wondering, "How am I supposed to defeat this thing?" Jin groaned in pain, trying to push herself up. She whispered to Sukasa, "Master, I am so sorry for taking such a heavy blow here." Sukasa quickly cut her off. "Enough, don't speak anymore." Dojima jeered from a distance, his taunts continuing to rain down. Such admirable leadership. "But do you really have time to worry about a useless subordinate right now?" Sukasa ignored the provocation, speaking gently to Jin. "Understand? Just rest and recover." At that exact moment, Mimmi rushed forward at high speed. Sukasa turned and ordered his other companion to take care of Jin. Mimmi's top opened, revealing a stretcher. He carefully propped up the heavily injured Jin. Now, facing the enemy all alone, Sukasa steeled himself. "It's okay, I can do this." Determination flared in his eyes as he clutched the potion in his hand. "I will do this. I have magic now." He stood defiantly, glaring at the monster with pure hatred. With the power Jin had given him, Sukasa resummoned his army of trap monsters. "Let's go, everyone." He pointed at the fusion beast and roared, "Take him down." At his command, the entire army surged forward to attack the enemy. They unleashed a unified volley of fire attribute attacks. Next came a barrage of water-based attacks. And finally, a wave of powerful wood attribute strikes. The fusion monster easily threw up counter-elemental barriers to block every single one. But Sukasa had already noticed something. A giant chainsaw materialized from a magic circle. His eyes lit up. He'd spotted the enemy's fatal weakness. He realized its ability to block every attack had left a critical opening, and he immediately sent the chainsaw flying toward the joint between the three bodies. Sukasa thought to himself while steering the massive saw. "If I can just destroy the joints." The chainsaw tore through the monster as it roared in agony. Its fused body will separate again. Sukasa smirked as his plan succeeded. 3 individual monsters reappeared, snarling with absolute rage. He announced with total confidence, "Now I just have to take them down one by one using their elemental weaknesses." He focused energy into his hand, his voice resolute. No matter how strong their barriers are, they're fragile against a deadly trap of the opposing attribute. Without a second thought, Sukasa's hand shot out, summoning a blazing magic circle. "Hellfire for the wood type, Hell's Incinerator." The attack incinerated everything in the area with overwhelming firepower. Right after, he launched a second devastating punishment upon another foe. An endless water cannon for the fire type, Water Cannon. A continuous torrent of water blasted out. To finish the last one, he unleashed a demonic plant trap on the water type. A demon plant assault, man-eating plant. A ravenous flower bloomed, searching for its next meal. Taking the full force of the onslaught, the monsters' bodies convulsed, caught between the inferno and the raging currents. All 3 of their grotesque heads let out horrific screams, thrashing in absolute agony. Moments later, their massive bodies exploded, dissolving into a thick cloud of dust that vanished on the wind. Watching his enemies get wiped out, Sukasa smirked with confidence. "Once my magic is back, this is nothing." He stood tall over the ashes, declaring loudly, "A twisted, man-made monster like this is no match for me." But the words had barely left his mouth when he sensed a killing intent from above. He snapped his head back, startled. Out of nowhere, a massive kick from the sky slammed into him, sending him flying. He was blown back a huge distance, forced to dig his fingers into the earth to grind to a halt. There, appearing before him, was Dojima, looking down with pure, unbridled rage. "You really went and did it, didn't you?" The leader suddenly roared his name, a sound filled with deep-seated hatred. "Ninomiya." He stood there, staring him down with cold eyes. "From now on," he said, "I'll be handling you myself." Sukasa proudly raised his head to meet the man's gaze and replied, "Fine by me." Without an ounce of fear, he yelled back, "Bring it on!" Enraged by the defiance, Dojima shot down from above like a missile. The instant he landed, he threw a devastating punch, glowing with blinding magical light. But Sukasa's reflexes were insane. He swiftly dodged Dojima's lethal attack in the nick of time. While blocking, sweat dripped down his face as he analyzed his enemy. This guy's hand-to-hand combat skills are top tier. Even so, a calculating glint flashed in Sukasa's eyes. He quickly created some distance, preparing his counterattack. As long as I can use my traps. Not wasting the chance, Sukasa thrust his hand forward, activating a brilliant purple magic circle. But before he could cast, he was shocked to see Dojima had already spun around, unleashing a kick with dizzying speed. What the? The brutal kick smashed right into Sukasa's face, making him grimace in pure agony. The impact was so immense, it launched him completely off his feet and sent him flying. He hit the ground hard, skidding across the broken battlefield. He struggled to push himself up on his hands, letting out a painful grunt. Ignoring the pain, Sukasa gritted his teeth and forced himself to his feet, filled with resolve. Damn it. Once more, he poured power into his arm and yelled, "Create trap!" As Sukasa struggled, Dojima simply stood there, a smug, mocking smirk playing on his lips. He was confused. What? Sukasa ground his teeth, cold sweat beading on his temple as a terrible feeling began to sink in. Don't tell me. He stared down at his empty palm in shock, his face turning pale with horror. My trap creation ability isn't working? Seeing Sukasa's growing panic, Dojima just sneered, his voice dripping with arrogance. You're a little slow on the uptake. The leader flashes a sinister smile, baring his white teeth. His golden eyes burn with pure triumph. Ninomiya. Meanwhile, Dojima crosses his arms and lets out a smug, rattling laugh, standing beside a giant, red pillar-like machine. Sukasa's eyes are immediately fixed on the strange object. He mutters in complete disbelief. What in the world is that? He realizes it instantly that machine is the source of his condition. His eyes widen in absolute shock,